Hi, I'm Skycat Live. I love you. I am making a new video today as I'm freshly back from the ear, nose, and throat doctor. And I have been informed that I have damaged my hearing by having loud headphones after doing an hour-long auditory test. And oh, I'm sorry. Let's see here. I am trying to switch to the other. Sorry, there we go. So yes, go to Big Face and activate. There we go. Hello, hi. I love you. You know what I'm saying? So I have been informed by my doctor, well, one of my doctors, that I have permanently damaged my hearing and I have permanently damaged my vocal cords, and both must be given some time and consideration and a lifestyle change and all this other stuff. So we sat down and formed like a plan. My family and I sort of sat down and I talked to the doctor. We formed a plan about what needed to happen and all this. But yes, catastrophic change happened to me today, unfortunately, and regrettably I must alert my current community that I will not be speaking on the microphone on my stream anymore for something like 6 to 8 weeks, beyond the opening soliloquy for maybe 10 or 15, 20 minutes at the start of each long form YouTube video that I put on YouTube each and every day. And so I'll talk to you, and I'll love you guys, and I look forward to being there socially with you for the first like 20 minutes of, usually the format will be something like a 10-hour and 55-minute video, part one, and then either another like 2-hour video, 2 to 4, or even 5 hours sometimes, another 2 to 4 to 5 hour video for part two of each day's session. And so I'm also doing a new format on YouTube. I have cleansed my entire channel of all of my previous videos. I am dissatisfied with every single one except for the song that I wrote. And you can see this here. I am dissatisfied for many different reasons, but I can show you why. I came home and I took a hard, long look because I realized that I would have to do a change anyways. So I took a look at my videos and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna make most of these private because I'm not happy with almost any of these except for the song that I wrote. Where is it? Trouble Travels in Threes. Trouble Travels in Threes will remain on the channel. I do believe it is the best work I've ever done, hands down. Well, not best work I've ever done. When I was with my band, we had some good music, but this is the best YouTube. This is that song was the best content creation stuff I've ever done. And so I took it all off. I took all of it off because it's just like none of this really reflects what we're going to see on the stream every day anymore. I thought I was going to be able to just keep going, doing long forms and talk all day. But no, unfortunately, no. I have strict doctor's orders, and like they're gonna do a surgery here in 8 weeks. Like I have a serious, like I'm not kidding. I had to basically change my life today. And it's not like I've been bad. I just have overused my voice in my lifetime. I've damaged my vocal cords. You can kind of hear them now. And yeah. And so being a lead singer for 8 years, I used to scream it out like Kurt Cobain. Used to howl and scream at the top of my lungs. I was a metal singer halfway too. I was like a mix of industrial metal, grunge, and punk. And so if I wasn't screaming punk, I was screaming grunge. If I wasn't screaming grunge, I was screaming metal or punk. It like, so 8 years of that, and then just another 10 years. Well, and like I was a methamphetamine addict for 13 years. So smoking methamphetamine will wreck your throat as well. I smoked cigarettes for 25 or 25. Yeah, I started when I was 14, no, 13. Yes, 13. So yeah, what is that? That's 27 years I smoked cigarettes. No, I'm sorry, less than that. It's like 25 because last few years I didn't smoke cigarettes or even vape. I vaped tobacco for a year, but then I quit that even. I'm going to quit vaping CBD or hash like entirely. I mean, I haven't had any hash for like 10 days, but I mean, I'm gonna just stop vaping entirely and stop smoking entirely for the rest of my life because I have now permanently damaged my vocal cords, and I just never dreamed that could happen. Smoking meth and smoking black tar heroin, got clean about 5 or 6 years ago. I don't have a drug problem anymore, and I'm done for life, and I'm pretty good. I don't feel like I'm even at risk for relapse, really. I also did relapse prevention for 7 years at trigger identification classes and stuff, right? And like I don't know, I just got trained how not to relapse. It was a long battle. When you do 7 years of relapse prevention in a mental health facility, you will probably won't relapse. I mean, they really trained me all the risks. I talked out all the stuff that I knew was going to be a trigger and all this other stuff. So now we look at a new format where regrettably I can't be talking for 14 hours. Not for a couple months anyways. So I want to go back to being a React streamer in a couple of months. But I mean, I full blown expect this catastrophic change to pretty much kill my career. But as you can see, I haven't stopped, and I'm gonna keep recording every day, and every day I'm gonna put like a long form, essentially quiet video on on YouTube each day, and I'm going to talk for the first 20 to 30 minutes each day because that probably won't stress my voice too bad. But then I'm going to go quiet for the rest of the day unless I'm like exclaiming or cursing or something like that. And I realize that will most full-blown likely kill my career. But I think there's like two things in my life three things that I love, that I really, there are three things in this lifetime that I value the most out of all of my assets. The first is my hearing, and it's damaged. I've been listening to headphones for too loud for too long for like a year and a half, because like on these headphones they have this volume knob on this Razer Black Shark V Pro 2, or Pro V2 or whatever it is. On this set of headphones, it has a volume knob, which is why I bought it, and the volume knob will turn up super fucking high, so you can tell where a raid is on Rust from super far away. You can turn up the knob when you want to hear like what direction it is or whatever. And then I just got so used to leaving the knob all the way up that I got used to having blasting headphones. I'm serious. I turn this volume knob up all the way up, and I've never met anybody who's ever used I've met some people who've used these headphones that ever turn the volume knob all the way up. But see, my hearing is already damaged from being a lead singer and you know, standing in front of my PA and shit like that when I was a kid, and going to all the metal shows that I went to with my ex-girlfriend and all that stuff and all the raves. I remember one time I fell asleep on 4 Mitsubishi triple stack. It was 2 doses of 2 pills each over like a 4-hour period, and I wiped out on 4 Mitsubishi pills, and I was like drooling and having orgasms while I was like spasming on the floor and shit, and I was just lying in front of a fucking 24-foot speaker or something like that at point blank, and I was just sleeping there. I was just sleeping in front of a speaker that was blasting fucking like loud ass fucking techno right in my eardrums, enough to blow my eardrums out. But I was sleeping because I was like so high I couldn't do anything. I was just like, you know, they cut those pills with heroin, so you can't do anything. And so shit like that, I'm surprised I can hear anything at all. And so the girl who did my hearing test today was like, yeah, you can't turn those headphones up anymore. You really shouldn't be wearing headphones at all with this kind of damage. You're hearing it about a 15% less than what you should be. And you are lacking definition and understanding things and of what you're hearing and all this. And she was like, you know, and they asked me about history of deafness in my family. My grandfather did go deaf at the age of 84. And that's only, you know, that's a while before that'll happen to me. But, you know, that's something, we have a bit of a family history of that. So... So yeah, so here we are. I'm just I had to sit down with my family. I'm gonna be changing my schedule a lot because one of the things they told me was that I've lost weight. I'm down to like 316. I was at 384 earlier this year. And I have lost, what is it? Whatever 84 minus 16 is, that's 74. I've lost 68 pounds in 3 months or 4 months or something like that. I did a lot of it walking in the summer is how I lost a lot of that weight, and I've kind of let that fall off because I tend to sort of want to play games at night from like 10 p.m. till 6 in the morning, something like that is what my usual schedule is because people don't bother you like that. And so this is just the hearing side of it, but so they did like an hour test, and they sat down, they're like, yeah, you have some damaged hearing from when you wiped out on a moped, you hit the side of your skull on the pavement, and you damaged some bones in your ear, and we suspect that's what's causing a lot of this, but you've also just probably did really not treated your ears well. Your how she said it was is, let's be honest now, you probably haven't treated your ears that well your whole life, have you? She took one look at me, she was like, I think you've been blasting music, haven't you? And I was like, yeah, blasting music and headphones all my life. And she was like, yeah, you got to stop doing that. You can listen to loudspeakers, but you can't listen to loud fucking headphones blasting directly into your eardrums anymore, or you'll be dead by the age of 70 or something like that. And I was like, oh my god. And as it is, and I told her, I was like, well, because my hearing is damaged, I turned it up. And she was like, yeah, that will make you go deaf. Eventually you will drive your hearing to a point where all you're going to hear is buzzing. And I was like, oh my god, if I heard buzzing all the time, I wouldn't want to live. And she was like, yeah, you don't want that. We deal with people like that. You don't want that. We also have to help them psychiatrically and psychologically deal with the problems of having buzzing all the time when they're like quarter way deaf or halfway deaf, right? And she was like, trust me, you don't want the buzzing. I've heard some horror stories out of my people, and yeah, and I was like, okay, well, no more headphones on. She was like, you can use headphones, just don't do it all day, every day. You do it on a Sunday afternoon or, on a Wednesday, but don't be doing it all day, every day. You've already damaged your hearing significantly worse than it was because they have the readings from when I hit my head on the side of the pavement when I wiped out on a moped, and like that damaged my hearing, and I broke a couple of bones in my ear and stuff. That damaged my hearing. I lost like 30% of my hearing or something. I forget the percentage. It was a lot though, and it did heal back to what their estimation is somewhere around like 87. I think the 87 was the number they got to at the end of it. They were like, well, your left ear isn't hearing as well as your right ear does, but you'll never be able to tell. And if and as long as you treat your ears well, it won't get worse. When she looked at me today, she was like, yeah, you have lost like a quarter of your hearing. You are at like 75% now. And I was like, shit. And she was like, you are in decline, and you are doing things to actively make it. If you were at least actively make you go in decline. She was like, if you were a lead singer, I would tell you to wear wax in your ears like you probably did when you were a kid, huh? And I was like, yeah, I used to wear wax in my ears, yeah. Or the wax from Guitar Center and stuff. And she was like, yeah, you might consider doing that now. You have that kind of hearing damage now. I was like, Jesus Christ, really? And she was like, yeah, if you're going to blast the headphones right directly into your eardrums like that, you might as well wear like cotton or something like that inside because it's damaging your hearing. And I was like, fuck. So that was the first bit of bad news. Then they bring me over to my health is getting old, a bit like worse because I'm 40, but I mean, that's of course, that's, par for the course or whatever. So, oh, I forgot about this. I want to go, oh, I had a few more, huh? Your videos, huh? Yeah, I have a few more. Oh yeah, there we go. So copyright none. I gotta go through, yep, and we're just gonna take these off of the internet. Okay, public, schedule, save or publish. I want private. Yep. Private. Save. Private. Save, and there is all my videos gone except for one. I realized that's self-destructive, but the reason I did that, I had to sit down with my family. We had a discussion about my business today. We had a discussion about my health. We had a discussion about the future, all this other stuff, and all of it looked pretty good except for the damage I had done to myself. So we're going to address that. And so one of the things that I realized today was if I'm only going to talk for 20 to 30 minutes each day and then go completely silent for the rest of the stream, and I'm going to listen to speakers instead of headphones. So honestly, I'm not even going to bother talking and I can't talk because my throat is damaged. And so, oh yeah, so then, okay. So I mean, I'm going to be not going to be using headphones anymore. I'm not going to be monitoring my chat, guys. So you may want to just find a different streamer at this point. I would say the focus of this stream now has switched to either a long-term form of financial success through just filling YouTube with so many long-form videos that people inevitably are just forced to love me anyways, or just, or just, creating a personal history for myself. I don't believe I'm doing this for anybody now, at least not for these 2 months. I'm not doing this for anybody else anymore, because it's like for these 2 months, I can't talk. They told me, he sat down and I saw him, he took this thing and he put it up my fucking nose all the way down my throat. And I saw him go like that. He didn't mean to, but he was like, when he saw it, and I was like, fuck. And he was like, yeah, there's some definite white viscous fluid here. You have some definitely terribly inflamed lymph nodes, and your vocal cords have been damaged and all this other stuff. They made me spray some stuff up my nose that really burned and smelled bad, and it was just like kind of unpleasant. And my throat and my nose really burn right now. So another reason why he was like, you can't talk today. The stuff I just put on your nose is going to make your throat even more sore. Don't be talking too much today. And I was like, okay. So yeah, so now I'm under doctor's orders, and on top of it, they're going in to take another, like a real look, like surgically here. I think we haven't scheduled yet, but they said it might be somewhere between 8 weeks or 12 weeks, somewhere around there. It's definitely going to be at least 8 weeks. 8 weeks of this, and they were like, you should not be talking all day. They were like, yeah, we understand that you're a new streamer and that you're doing well. I even showed him my follows. Like, the guy was a nice doctor. He was like, yeah, I understand it, man. I understand being a lead singer. I'm a hearing doctor. I deal with musicians all the time. And he was like, yeah, I'm going to give you the same advice that I give the musicians who overdo it. You got to stop for a little bit and let your hearing fucking recover, or what's the point of being a deaf musician, What's the point of being a deaf streamer? You can't hear anything. So I was like, yeah, okay. So I made a commitment to him, and he was like, I'm looking at you. He put out his hand, and he was like, I think you're going to want to self-destroy and just like keep doing what you do. I think you're addicted to what you do. But I want you to make me a promise that you'll actually probably stop listening to headphones all day and stop streaming don't stop streaming, but stop talking all day. And I was like, okay, I promise. And I shook his hand. I had to do the same with my mother. She was like, you will get cancer doing this. You will get polyps on your fucking, that's what he said too. He was like, you will get polyps, and you will get nodes. I forget the other, he used some crazy scientific phrase that I've never heard before, and I can't remember what, some kind of thing or another. I can't remember what it is at all. But he was like, you will get some variation of blah, blah, blah. And I don't even remember what it is. It's on a piece of paper upstairs. Like something like that, you're going to get something like that. So I was like, okay, well, I don't want cancer, and I don't want to lose my career. And I was like, well, so how long do you think I'll be down? And he was like, well, you're going to hate me, but right around when I need to do your surgery, I also am getting a surgery. The doctor laughs at me, and he's like, right around when I need to help you, I'm getting a surgery, and I can't postpone. I need it. And I was like, okay. And he was like, I can have my associate like take care of you if you want, but I am the I forget the word he used, but he was like, I'm the masters at this place. I'm the main hearing doctor. You probably want me. So he was like, if you want me in the surgery, you're going to have to wait like between 2 and 3 months, because I am scheduled for surgery in 6 weeks, and I can't do you before then. I'm booked up all the way to the day of the surgery. So, and I've got all these other commitments and stuff. So on top of this, and I was like, well, I want the best doctor possible for my fucking like vocal surgery, And he was like, yeah, I don't really blame you about that. I think that's I'm a good doctor. I don't blame you. So I was like, okay. And he was a nice guy. And so he was like, well, we can't schedule yet because the surgery has screwed my schedule, and I can't even schedule you today because like I'll have to send my assistant in a couple of days to call you guys, because I don't even know what we can do. It might be like 2, 3, 4 months. And I was like, okay, fuck. And he was like, also, like, everybody's got COVID now, too, so I'm also dealing with that. And he was like, yeah, you're looking at maybe, like, Like Christmas, he said Christmas at the very earliest, but he was like, I doubted Christmas is impossible. There's no way I'm giving you Christmas. He was like, I doubt that's going to happen. He was just very honest about it. He was like, I'm not going to give you Christmas. I don't think you're going to get that. My staff won't let me. So I was like, okay, so what are we talking here? You're thinking like maybe like January? He's like, yeah, I'll do my best to get to you. I understand that you have an issue, but all the people that I deal with have an issue. So I was like, no problem. That's okay. I get it. And so I guess I can. He let the option open. He was like, if you want to go earlier, we can maybe do you in like 6 weeks if you want to take my associate. But he has not been trained in a master's like me. He is not as skilled at this as me. He's not done it as long as me. He's younger than me, and I was like, that's okay. I get that you have seniority, and I would like your services. So we'll get a call from them in a couple of days here and see what they say. As you can hear from my voice, I'm actively losing my voice each day. And I don't, like, they didn't think I have cancer, but they were like, this could easily lead to cancer. He said it very clearly. He was like, this could easily lead to cancer if you don't address it now. You must heal your voice. Like, where this often goes is the polyps morph and a tumor, and it become a tumor. And then what do? Do we cut your throat? No. Right? You know, you can't cut the throat. So I was like, okay. Okay, and I did not expect this. I expected to go today to get a hearing test. Well, I mean, they were going to look at my throat too, but I figured all he was going to do was give me some kind of steroids spray. And that's what he was initially going to do. He was like, oh yeah, I'll give you a spray or something. You're fine. I get it that you're I've dealt with some speakers before that talk all day. It's okay. I get it. We're going to help you. But then when he went and looked, he was like, no, you are on your way to essentially cancer, if not already. We're going to look. I don't think you have cancer. He said it very straight. He was like, I don't think you have cancer, but we're definitely going to have to look. We're going to, and I can't promise you that you don't. And he was like, and if it is throat cancer, it is not manifesting in some way that has damaged you in any way or form beyond some GERD, which is acid reflux, and some definite damage to your vocal cords. But you will, you will lose your voice if you continue to talk all day, every day for 14 hours. You got to commit to me that you won't do that, because I don't want to work on somebody who's essentially destroying my work. He was like that. He didn't say it like that, but he was kind of hinting at it. He was like, if you want me to help you, you got to work with me. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna work with you. I promise. And I mean this, I am. So he was like, this might involve a lot of lifestyle changes. And I was like, okay. And he was like, here's a piece of paper with what you need to do because you have damaged vocal cords. And he walked through all that stuff. And that was crazy. They're recommending that I make a dietary change to Mediterranean food, which my family is gonna do. And the reason for this is it causes less mucus and helps you lose weight, and it's better for your blood pressure and all this other stuff. But on top of it, like for throat care, apparently Mediterranean is the best diet, at least statistically. That's what the throat doctors think, anyways. So he made a very earnest fucking suggestion that I convert to Mediterranean, not for the weight loss, but because it's like actually really good for keeping your throat in the right shape when you're healing. I was like, okay. He was like, you don't have to do it forever, but you might consider a dietary change to Mediterranean food with that'll help help prevent you from making mucus and stuff like that, causing worse problems in your throat. He was like, you don't have to. I'm not gonna make you, but I suggest you do. And I was like, okay. So I made the mistake of telling my mother that part. She was immediately like, okay, well, all right, we're gonna put you on lunch and dinner again. So now my fucking family's gonna be cooking. I have to help them do that stuff. But so like I can't hide any of this from my mother because she is my health proxy by law. Because I am on disability. I am disabled. I have Asperger's, and I don't deal with humans very well. So like she takes care of people for me. I mean, I'm a very sociable, very likable person with people my age. But people who are older, I struggle with, and people who are younger, I don't struggle with that much. But I definitely struggle with them more than people my age. So. Yeah, so like I'm on disability for Asperger's and brain damage and stuff, and like it's just like there's like dietary and life changes that are gonna come from the throat damage. I can feel it already. My throat does feel pain now. It's been like 5 days or something, but for like 5 days my throat fucking hurts. It hurts really bad. I asked him, could I have COVID, and he was like, no, you don't have COVID, no. I was like, okay. Well, I'm getting towards ending this whole half an hour talk. I just wanted to be social on this stream for half an hour to prove to you guys that I can talk, but I'm under strict doctor's orders that I shouldn't. So we're going to limit it. And I'm serious about this. I'm going to kill the light on my mic. I'm sorry. I'm going to like unplug my mic for the rest of this for the rest of this session. I'll only plug my mic in to talk at the beginning of the day, and when my brain realizes eventually after 3 or 4 days that no one's listening because the mic's unplugged anyways, I'll eventually stop self talking to myself again because I've been a streamer now for 18 months and I self narrate so much all the time, like I'm doing right now. That like I got used to it, and I bet it's gonna take me some time. Shit. Excuse me, guys. I'm terribly sorry. Let me send a text real quick. Sorry, guys. Got a phone call. There we go. Okay, sorry about that. What was I gonna say? That's it. So yeah, and then so this is going to necessitate, like, in order to continue to at least get half an hour of your love, I will speak before you leave my video on when my long form starts, right? I will speak. Sorry, I got to launch a game here. I did launch the game. I just don't see it. There it goes. Oh yeah, I need my bordered. Where is that? That's here. Yeah, and then I want to tell it to fire up each time Windows starts, run on startup. There we go. Sorry about that. So yeah, we're gonna get on the zombie server here just to check bases and see if I've been raided or not. And while that happens, I will continue to talk, and then eventually I will unplug my mic for the rest of this. I don't know, 10 hour. I've been at it for 4.5 hours today already. So this will be a shorter session. It'll probably end around like 10 to midnight or something PST. Because right now it's like 6 o'clock. I'm wiped out. I'm depressed. I cried I cried like a little girl on the ride home. On the drive home. Because I was like, fuck, I've damaged my body permanently. They were like, you have damaged your hearing permanently. You need to understand what I'm saying when I say this. You have damaged your hearing down to something like 85% or something like that. They didn't have a direct number. But they were like, statistically, they showed me the whole charts and the graphs and everything and all the ink. And they were like, yeah, statistically, you've lost like 15% more. You're down at like 80. I forget what they said. It was like 85 or something, 80%. Something. I think it was like 80%. They were like, you have lost like, how they said it was, you have lost like 1/5 or 20% of your hearing. We don't have an exact number for you because it's not some exact science stat. It's just like, that's the estimation is you've lost about 1/5 of your hearing. And they asked me how I managed to do that. And I said, I was the lead singer and I had these loud ass headphones turned up all the way to the top, going all the time for the video games that I play. And they were like, if you like hearing music, if you like hearing things like me talking to you right now, you are going to have to stop listening to headphones this loud all day long for 14 hours. It has definitely damaged your hearing since last year. And I was like, fuck. And so that was the first thing. I was crying over that one. I was like, damn it, man. I wasn't, I was crying over that, but I was just crying over the whole thing. I was like, fuck, man, I permanently damaged my hearing. I permanently damaged my throat. I'm probably never going to be able to sing like I used to sing anymore without my voice cracking. That was something else that they said. They said, probably for the rest of your life, you've damaged your vocal cords in a way where your voice is going to crack like a fucking 15-year-old going through puberty for the rest of your life, and it's something you need to accept. You're never going to get around that one. So if you're talking all day for 14 hours, you better get them used to your voice cracking so badly that they can barely hear you. And you know who came to mind? Lil Wayne. You know how Lil Wayne got his voice? Sipping on some scissor, right? I know how I got my voice, probably smoking methamphetamine and fucking stupid shit, cigarettes for 25 years and drinking and all this other shit, GERD and fucking like wiping out and bashing my left ear into the pavement and all this other shit, and then blasting fucking headphones as loud as I could get them for the last 4 years, right? 4 years now since COVID started. I've been blasting these big 7.1 fucking headphones with VPO or IPO or whatever it is, like the internal program that makes the sound driver run, like with VPO mods and stuff, so you can turn the volume up higher, right? Because a lot of headphones don't go loud enough because my hearing is damaged, right? Damaged my hearing when I wiped out on a moped, and it just sucks, and it never did get totally back the way it should have. So sometimes people be talking on the left side of my face or whatever, like left side of my body, and I can't hear them as well as I can when they're on the right. I'm not experiencing like hearing loss where I'm like, what did you say at all? But like it's definitely harder for me to understand if somebody's on the left side of me as opposed to the right, because I definitely took some terrible brain damage and a back concussion and busted three bones in my inner ear. Forget the name, cochlear. I forget what it was. But yeah, so that's the reality. So now I'm repeating myself. I think I got the points across here, and we don't really need to dwell on this any longer. I'm just trying to point out very carefully what happened to me today. I thought I was going in to get a routine hearing test, but instead I got like a scheduled surgery, a potential diagnosis of something like throat cancer, and if nothing else, at least like a lot of damage to my vocal cords and my throat that they're gonna have to go in and do a surgery to go see, and I'm just, well, not a surgery, it's like some kind of endoscopy or something. I don't know what it is they're doing, but they're doing something. They didn't tell me. So there's that. So not only did I lose my ability to wear headphones today, I lost my ability to talk today beyond like maybe half an hour to 45 minutes each day. I think that'd be acceptable, normal talking, right? But there's this point right now where I'm going to turn the big face on the screen off and show you the video game now. And I didn't get rated in my main base, which is good. I love you guys, and I'm sorry that this came out like this. It just never occurred to me that this would be a problem. And it just never occurred to me that I would get like fucking polyps on my fucking, or whatever it is. Like they're like gross. I don't know what you call these. They're like I forget what he called them. But yeah, so like it's not, yeah. And then on top of that, they're nervous about something they saw in there, but they won't tell me what it is till they can actually see it. They're like, he was nervous. Like there was this moment when he had the tube down my nose, when I saw him suck in breath, and then he was like squinting, and then he was like, and then suddenly his movement stopped, and he was like standing there, kind of not shocked or wide-eyed, but he was like looking in the tool that he had a tube up my fucking nose, and I watched him completely, and his demeanor entirely changed in a second the minute he saw what he was looking for, and I knew, and I said, it's cancer, isn't it? And he said, no, it's not cancer. You've got like gross or polyps on your fucking. He was like, we don't know totally. We're gonna have to go in and look. But what I suspect and what I'm seeing is evidence that you've got some kind of tissue damage in there, and you may have some gross on your tonsil or on your vocal cords and all this. And he's like, I don't know until I look. I can barely see with the tube to understand what it is that we're looking at here. I'll have to actually go in and with something and look. And it's videography machine or something. I forget what it is. But he's like, yeah, we're gonna take video of it. We're gonna show you on a big screen while we look what the damage is and what it is we need to do. But he's like, you're going to need like vocal surgery, and I don't know what it is yet. We're going to have to see. I was like, fuck. So the next surgery is not vocal surgery. It's just some kind of endoscopy or something where they stick a camera down my throat. I don't know what it is yet. And so that's the stage with that. I'm just trying to tell my fans here in the channel what's going on, because I don't want them to feel like, and this will be this video that I'm doing right now. I'm recording right now as we speak. This explanation that I did for 35 minutes will be on YouTube tomorrow. I erased all of my other videos because I don't think they represent true Skycat. And the other problem that I came to when I sat down after the doctor's appointment today, I came down, I looked at my library, and I was like, well, if I can't speak for like between 6 weeks and perhaps like 18 weeks or something like that, if I can't speak for like 4 months or something until like next spring, I can't be putting content on YouTube that makes me look like I talk all the time if I'm about to do a silent fucking movie for 4 months and drop all of my viewership and probably keep maybe 1 or 2 loyals, and that's it. I love you guys, by the way. Shout out to like number 2, fucking Dave, fucking Sergeant Sausage, sorry, fucking my friend Mr. Rogers, Man Who Stands. Like I'm starting to see 5 to 10 viewership, and I know their names and I love them. MJ Ripshots, and I had another one that used to come in a lot. Who was it? Oh god, I can't think of it. He was on Rust. Sorry, Final Fantasy 11, and I can't think of his name. And then my first community member ever hasn't come in a couple of months, but I still really love him. His name is Terra Firma, and I'm sure I pissed him off because I know he's like South and from the Alabama, and I'm sure I've said some things to piss him off. I guarantee it. I piss everybody off. So whatever, But there's even more. There's like MJ always comes in with somebody else. I don't want to go look at the names right now. I'm done at looking at names. I'm done reading the chat. I'm not going to talk to anybody ever again. It's done here, guys. If you were looking for I have to actually notify. I changed my stream rules today, but sorry, and I will switch over to scene here for just a moment, which you will see reflected here. But I am going to say one more thing. Interaction is not a goal on this stream for the next, like, I don't know how long. Interaction is not a goal on this stream for interactions. Interaction is no longer a goal on this channel for several months, sadly. Yeah. I do not use a microphone when streaming, only to introduce my daily YouTube videos. I do not wish to talk. I cannot hear or read your chat. I'm sorry. I'm currently under strict doctor's orders for several weeks. I'm not to use my voice all day, every day. To let it heal, right? And if I don't, I could get way worse. If I don't, it'll get way worse. The stream is my personal gaming history in the form of a daily long form format that is open to the public. I react to content while I play video games. I love to talk to you guys, but because I cannot talk, no reacts for 8 weeks. I'm sorry, guys. Only 2 rules. Rule 1: I am not notified. Sorry, I forgot to add the not. I am not notified. And do not read my chat. Do not bother trying to reach out to me, but you're very welcome to speak and socialize with each other. I love my gaming community. Rule 2, you must follow the Twitch terms of service, TOS EULA. You must remain positive in here 100% of the time. So sorry. Yep, and all this stuff. And that's all the stuff that's been there forever. That's the only thing that's new and changed. So at this point, I must switch over, and I'm going to continue to record here. Hopefully Russ is logged in. It is. So I'm going to play some Rust Hardcore Zombie here, guys. I'm going to show my face one last time. I'm going to, with the new format, I promised myself I would do some more self marketing and stuff. So I will only do this to you probably 2-3 times during the stream, during the like 12 to 15 hour stream, right? But I will pop my website, which is skycat.live, at least 1 to 3 times, well, definitely 2 to 3 times each stream, and I will do that once at the beginning, once at the end, and usually once in the middle when I switch games or something like that. So I'm just trying to say, the reason I do this is I'm not an affiliate of Twitch or YouTube, and so I cannot receive donations on Twitch or YouTube. And I do have 4,200 some odd followers now, starting to build a career with some loyal viewership and stuff. And if you do wish to show your love, I say thank you. And if you want to do so, you cannot do that at Twitch or YouTube. And I would take any help I can get. I appreciate it. So come to skycat.live, as you can see here, and click on the cast face to donate. All that information is on my YouTube channels as well, for anybody who's only watching on YouTube and not Twitch. And so yep, and that's all I have for you guys. I'm going to stop talking now for something like 8 hours at the very least. So I'm so sorry that you don't have my sweet voice anymore, my sweet, terrible shitty voice cracking all the time, boomer voice that's like fucking gravelly and shitty. I'm so sorry you don't get to hear my horrible voice anymore. It's, oh man, like the punishment's over, guys. The dark ages are over. The silence in the video games will commence in a very real and verifiable way. For another reason I'm not going to talk is because I have to make a phone call while I play Rust, and it won't take long, but yes, thank you so much for your time. I love you guys. I will close out the video at the end of the night. I'm gonna unplug the mic now. Thank you so much for your time.
Saving grace. This is not worth $70. Play it for free if you can, or just don't play it at all, and play great games instead like New Vegas, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, or any of the other great games that have came out this year. If you're on the fence, save your money for something like Spider-Man 2 that is coming out at the end of the month that I'm gonna make a video on, so subscribe to watch that. You're not gonna want to miss it. This game is mid, this game's a joke. Play it if you want to go broke. Shout out to Mingus who helped make this video. He's a great bloke. If you want a better theme park ride, play Cyberpunk 2.0 and Phantom Liberty. Also subscribe and like this video. Play Cyberpunk, fuck Starfield. Play Cyberpunk, fuck Starfield. Play Cyberpunk, fuck Starfield.
All right. All right. So welcome everybody to The Leftovers, a special edition where we'll be reviewing Taylor Swift's new Eras Tour. We both were able to catch that last night. VIP access, front row seats. Hassan, what were your thoughts on the show?
I think she's incredible.
She is.
What a generational talent.
Unbelievable.
And the best we got in America.
She is the best of us. In actuality, we're going to be discussing the conflict between Israel and Gaza that's happening right now. Obviously, there's been a lot of emotional, charged stuff going on. But we're going to discuss everything. But I do want to make something very clear at the top of the show here, is that I've seen a lot of people expecting us to come froth and argue, and our friendship is going to end, and the show is going to end, or something like that. And I'm sorry to disappoint you guys, but that's definitely not what we're planning on doing here. It's not going to happen.
Yeah. Instead, we're going to solve the conflict in its entirety. Let's go.
It's never going to happen.
That's what we're going to do.
People who are like, it's just not happening. That's not the point of the show, which I like. And actually, it's becoming more so now, is that we can have, I sound so dumb and corny, but like we can have difficult conversations and not hate each other, which is important because
taboo topics.
Exactly. Just like, who's doing that?
I think that was Fresh and Fit.
Fresh and Fit, taboo topics.
No, it was Av and Preach, I think.
Look, if people like me and Hassan, which are basically so close to the same ideals, can't have a amicable conversation about it, then there's no hope for anybody.
I agree.
Thanks.
The hummus.
Where do you want to get started? Because one thing I do want to say, and this is not necessarily about this issue in particular, but in general, I feel like a lot of people do not have a way to contextualize news and information without adding a little bit of drama seasoning to it, where like it's not necessarily here's what's going on, this is my opinion on it. It's always there needs to be a secondary market, you know, of like, oh well, Ethan said this, or Hassan said that. What do you think about this? Or oh my God, they're gonna fall apart. Like I think that betrays the values that you are trying to show people. If you're saying like, I care about people dying, I don't want them to die, I want people to live freely, and then you simultaneously try to have discussions almost entirely around commentators and Twitter spats and whatnot. I feel like that is unproductive.
Right. And actually, people are doing that to both of us.
Yes.
Frankly. In fact, so much so, there's this one video that I saw on our subreddit, and I see it on Twitter too. It's getting a lot of likes and views. It's so fucking bananas. I
have not even watched it.
So
I just saw it and I was like, oh God.
They spliced me talking separately about something and Hassan talking separately about something, and they spliced it together to make it look like I was telling you that you deserve to die. Here, let me see it.
Jesus.
No, look at the title of it. It goes, debate. Ethan Klein tells his former co-host, Hassan Piker, he deserves to be burned alive by terrorists for his different views on the Israel-Palestine conflict. Die! And by the way, we got a community note on it. No,
Thank you, Elon.
1.5 million views, though. But anyway,
but that goes to show you.
People are doing that, too, on the one thing that pisses me off is people who are cutting shit that is, like, trying to make it sound like I said that if you're pro-Palestine, you deserve to die, which is fucking nuts. Clearly cut. And I've seen people doing the same to you.
Here's why they're doing that. Okay? Here's why they're doing that to you specifically. Because you're Jewish, you lived in Israel, and Ela was, of course, a mandatory conscript, also being an Israeli citizen. So people don't know what your perspective is and immediately say, okay, you want all Palestinians to die. you want Israel to ethnically cleanse the Gaza Strip and ethnically displace from the West Bank. I don't believe that that's your perspective, and
You don't
I've never.
believe it? It's not.
No, I know that that's not your perspective. I'm
Just
saying
to be
that
totally
like
clear about that.
yes, but I think that it's important for you to clarify, and then I can clarify my position as well, because a lot of people, despite the fact that I know that I have to be on a very delicate, tight rope when discussing these matters, because it does often get racialized fairly quickly, and it's done as a deliberate attempt to try to misconstrue your position and debate a straw man. I think that you can, describe your position and we can go forward.
Well, another thing to note, it is incredible how many people want this show to break up. Like they're fantasize about it.
Yeah.
And I find that odd. I find that odd.
No, it's what I just described
I know,
earlier.
I know,
it's,
I
it's
know, but
drama.
it's like-
There's no way to contextualize the news because news is fucking boring and oftentimes it's depressing, right? When you see dead babies, when you see fucking building blocks being reduced to rubble, that shit is, one, usually impossible to contextualize if you're living in like fucking Connecticut, you know what I mean? And two, it's depressing and boring. What's not boring is, well, this is my favorite commentator duking it out with my favorite commentator in a way that I can actually analyze, in a way that I can actually understand, and I'm gonna go to battle.
Oh, by the way, chat is off. You fucking savages in chat. Got to pipe down today. It's time to sit down and listen, right?
Sit
Dan?
down and listen.
Okay. So here, I won't interrupt you. I think it's good to clarify your position.
Let me clarify. Thank you.
Yeah, clarify your position on Israel and Palestine in general.
Well, first of all, just to talk about this clip that I guess some people have seen, I made an analogy. You might not disagree with it. My point was that, you know what, I don't need to explain that. Do I?
I don't know what the clip is, but I care more about you getting your point across.
Yeah, here.
As it pertains to Israel and Palestine. Like,
yeah. Here's what I'll say, and I like to say this at the top because people are always going to call me a Zionist. People are going to call me a IDF supporter, genocidal, all this shit. And I've been saying it every fucking day, every time I can say it. So if you see anybody saying that, you know they're liars and bad faith weirdos. So here's what I'll say about Israel, okay? Listen, this isn't the first time I've said it, and I'll say it many more times. The cabinet is run by genocidal maniacs, okay? They're led by Netanyahu, who should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a war criminal, okay? He's made a coalition of the most radically conservative freaks that don't represent, by the way, the majority of Israelis. And they're hellbent on genocide, frankly, overtly. They've committed tons of war crimes in Gaza, including the killing of children, obviously, because Gaza is one of the most densely populated places in the world. 50% of the residents are under 18, so when you bomb a building, the chances that you're killing children is pretty much 100%. Okay? It's fucking barbaric. It's unacceptable. It's disgusting. I've seen videos, I saw videos of Palestinian dads holding his dead 5-year-old daughter. I mean, and there was another one that as a father, it's even hard to talk about. This dude was holding his infant. It was a year old. And he was patting her on the back and saying his final goodbye. I mean, he's holding her like she's alive, like he's just burping her or something. I didn't expect to get emotional about that, but I'm gonna be sad that that shit really fucks me up. And I hate to see it. It's not right. I think people in Israel that support the government and the government need to watch that shit. I think Israel shutting off water, power, and food to Gaza is insane. It doesn't even make sense. Like, what's the end goal there exactly?
I wanna cut in here for a second, and while you recollect your thoughts and say something. The feelings that you are demonstrating here, and the empathy that you're demonstrating and showing towards Palestinians, is unfortunately not represented by our administration, and it's not represented by our media. And I think that the irony is that in the aftermath of the Palestinian the Palestinian actions in southern towns in Israel, led by Hamas, the reaction from the Israeli population, specifically anti-Zionists living in Israel who are Jewish, and even Zionists living in Israel, was more tempered and more empathetic to the plight of Palestinians, and truly understood that the violence of this occupation and the violence of an apartheid regime and the violence of endless bombing campaigns in an open-air prison was squarely at the heart of the violence that Israelis experienced on October 7th. I think that is very courageous for people living in Israel proper who lost their friends to come out and speak out against their own government immediately. And it is cowardly and disgusting for Americans who are thousands of miles away, who will never be impacted by this, to refuse to reckon with that and to continue demanding more blood and aligning themselves with an insanely unpopular, insanely reactionary, far-right government who has deliberately propped up Hamas as the singular force time and time again, who has humiliated, bullied, imprisoned, and occupied and stolen the lands of so many innocent Palestinians. And it is shocking to me that the consensus in Israel is more tempered
And that's what pisses me off
than
too.
the consensus in American media.
I've seen way too many fucking people acting like all Israelis are fair targets. They're all settlers. They're all genocidal. Like, there's way too much fucking dehumanization of Israelis and the refusal to see, like, even understand their perspective at all. Like, if you can't understand why, after Hamas murdered up to now probably close to 2,000 people, if you don't understand why Israel would want to retaliate, then you're not in favor of peace. You're not, because I understand, and a lot of Israelis understand why Hamas exists and why Palestinians and Gazans want to fucking kill Israelis. I understand that, and I have that empathy. I feel that a lot of people, not all, even a minority, but enough that it's noticeable, don't have that level of empathy where they see Israelis as like full-blown, diverse human beings that aren't fucking genocidal freaks, you know what I mean? They just happen to be on the side that has a bigger fucking military and has international support. And all the result of that is obviously that a ton of Palestinians die.
I think
like, how's there ever going to be peace, like, genuinely, if there's not empathy to at least understand? Like, I'm not to agree with, but to at least understand.
Look, I think Edward Said said it best that it is not about, it's not even necessarily about designification of Israel. It's about maintaining peace so that everyone has a right to return and be able to live comfortably in their own homes. This area of historic Palestine did have Jews, Christians, and Muslims living side by side before the 1948 Nakba and before the British occupation. There was a time where there was peaceful coexistence. Ultimately, though, I think that the reason why a lot of people get really passionate about this, or the reason why I think the American media does a disservice to show the full breadth of the conflict or even the Israeli perspective by regularly running to the right of the Israeli government. That is, I think, by design. It is because we give a lot of money to Israel for its security and its defensive operations, as we call it. And I think a lot of that money has to be justified to the eyes of the American population. That is, those are our weapons, ultimately, that are being used and being deployed. It's our training as well. And it is very beneficial for Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, Boeing, and many other defense contractors who saw tremendous gains in on their stocks immediately after October 7. So to say that people do not have empathy for Israel, I don't necessarily agree with. I think your judgment is made on what you see on Twitter. You're like, there's an unimaginable amount of violence that took place in Israel, and then how can people immediately go to defend Palestinians in this action? And it's
Not
understandable.
Palestinians.
Well, I mean, people
Just
were,
to be clear.
yeah, immediately go to defend these actions in general, and it's because emotions are high in that moment. But I don't think that I do not think that Western media across the board gives a similar perspective, one that you have on the Palestinian plight. I don't think that is represented in the media.
It's worth saying the Western media refuses to humanize Gaza. Okay, like that's the same thing.
It is by design.
And so,
so
it's just people. I'd like people to have. Let me finish what I was saying, and then you can kind of clarify your spot.
Go ahead.
I don't understand the water and power and food being shut off. Like, that makes no fucking sense. What's the end goal there, other than just to let people die? Like, hospitals don't have power, respirators are turning off, surgeries are being canceled.
Red Crescent paramedics were bombed yesterday after being allowed into the area to take care of people that were stuck inside of the rubble. They died.
Mm-hmm.
9 UN officials have died so far. Multiple journalists have died so far. It's relentless, and it is chaotic. It is ethnic cleansing, and every single media operative in the United States and in the Western world, and the majority of our politicians have championed it.
I was watching the Israeli news with Hila this morning, and she was translating it for me. On the news, they were saying the strategy is to get in as much bombing as possible before the international community makes them stop.
Yeah.
How fucked up and cynical is that?
Well, yeah.
But they just openly said that, right, Hila?
It's like news anchors like speculating about the situation and all giving their thoughts. If it's not an official like
It's an analysis.
government or IDF telling their strategy.
Well,
But they're all speculating, and they were saying how like, in their opinion, we have a short time to respond before the humanitarian cause there is going to be so bad that everyone will tell Israel, you guys need to stop. So some of the citizens are actually upset because they want them to respond harsher.
Right. Crazy. That's crazy. I want to say this about settlers in the West Bank are religious zealots. They're monsters. They're genocidal, fucking fundamental monsters. They are also, I would even say, you know, settlers, they're participating in this dangerous conflict. Okay? And they're putting themselves in this dangerous place. Now, I want to make it clear just while I'm on this point, the people who were murdered outside of Gaza were not settlers. Those were normal motherfucking people living normal lives, living on kibbutz and like communes, fucking communists, living like a peaceful life with their families. They were not settlers. Settlers are involved in this war, I believe.
There used to be settlers in Gaza. The military had to
They removed
forcibly
them.
remove them from Gaza so they could completely shut it off and begin sieges whenever they felt like mowing the lawn.
So, and anyway, the Israeli government enables the settlements. They encourage it with the express purpose of erasing Palestinian land and making peace near as impossible as they can.
So there's something important to mention here, important to acknowledge here. I think that that what you just described, especially in the West Bank, which is settler terrorism, at least according to international law, and it's fully understood to be an illegal occupation, demands constant military support, because you cannot, over the course of 75 years, build settlements and act like you are turning a blind eye to it, maybe sometimes halt it, maybe sometimes continue those operations of building said settlements, bulldoze homes, build roads that specifically partition off areas where Palestinians are supposed to be living on their own land in the two-state solution that has been reaffirmed time and time again. You can't have that be your peaceful coexistence project and not recognize that of course Palestinians see that and think, okay, well, what the fuck are we supposed to do? There's no Hamas in the West Bank, and yet the Palestinian Authority is like collaborating with Israeli security operations, giving up 14-year-olds that were throwing rocks and shit like that, while they're losing their land, they're losing their homes. The area, according to B'Tselem, which is an Israeli organization, the area of West Bank of all of the agricultural land and all of the partitioned off lands that have been expanded into through settler terrorism, which is completely illegal, went from like 10% in 1967 to more than 75%. The areas that are partitioned off also have no contiguity, which means that, like, if you are Palestinian living in your own home in the West Bank, in order to get to your uncle's house, for example, you have to go through a multitude of IDF checkpoints. There are 2 separate license plates given to Palestinians living in the West Bank versus Israelis living in the West Bank. And I think many brave and very intelligent and very empathetic Jewish activists have talked about this in far better terms than I have. But one that comes to mind immediately is Gabor Mate, a Holocaust survivor and a very famous physician, very famous doctor, where he said it best. He said he has friends that live in America and Palestinians that live in Canada that cannot return to their homes in the West Bank, that cannot return to their homes in even Israel proper, their family homes. And yet, his friends, if regardless of whether or not they've ever lived in Israel, or regardless of whether or not where they're from around the world, can go to Israel and go specifically to West Bank and be able to sit on top of Palestinian land and own that land. That is horrifying. That is impossible to come to terms with. And I think that violence is a necessity in the maintenance of such a structure, which now many NGOs and even former officials, former Israeli officials, are considering is an apartheid, and it has been for some time now. And of course, that violence is going to, that violence that Palestinians endure on a daily basis is going to create more reactionary forces within it. This is something that I have said about the invasion of Afghanistan and the invasion of Iraq. And this is something that I even said about Russia invading Ukraine, is that more reactionary forces are going to be seen as the emancipatory forces when an irredentist power or an imperialist power goes and tries to seize land that it does not own. This is the second part of the brutality of the occupation that has made it seem as though Palestinians have no choice, that has created no opportunities for them, that has led to Hamas being able to seize more and more power after being democratically elected one time in 2006, pretty much.
Right. And I do want to make clear that, again, as we talk about settlers and all this shit, that settlers are not the same as regular Israeli civilians. And I think, you know, having been
Yeah,
listening...
they're American.
Actually, a lot of them are American.
Yeah, they are the most...
Yeah.
They are... my friend Noah Colwyn calls this the zealotry of the convert, where I was talking to him yesterday. He's a former editor-in-chief of Jewish Currents. I think he was editor-in-chief. He still is a contributing editor. We were talking about like the most reactionary, the most violent activity often comes from the likes of Baruch Goldstein, right? An American Israeli who went in I believe 1993 into a mosque and shot and killed 29 Palestinians who were praying during prayer. A person that was hailed as a hero by the current administrator of the entirety of the Israeli police force, Itamar Ben-Gvir. Itamar Ben-Gvir and Benjamin Netanyahu are incredibly far-right politicians that now control the Israeli government. The last time that there was any kind of negotiation between Palestinians in good faith, between a person who was still a Zionist, like Yitzhak Rabin, they killed him. And the people that called for his assassination, like Ben-Gvir, are now in positions of power in Israel to show you how much the attitudes and the governance has changed over the course of the past 3 decades in Israel.
I want to say that I agree, and a lot of people in Israel do. It's disgusting, the people that are there right now in power. And if I can add something about the settlers, that's another point of frustration for a lot of Israelis. They send the soldiers to protect them. Soldiers that have to put their life on hold because the IDF is mandatory. They're just 18-year-old, they're children. They have to go and protect the settlers. The settlers don't go to the IDF. Orthodox people don't serve in the IDF.
Fucking nice.
Yeah, this is seen.
insane.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm done.
No,
I was going to say that the amount of people that don't know that I've seen that IDF is mandatory service is crazy. Hila is not serving the IDF ideologically because she wants to fucking kill Gazans or whatever bullshit people always say about her. It's mandatory conscription. It's mandatory. Every Israeli has to
That's why there's
serve.
organizations such as IDF Veterans Against the Occupation that are very that are organizations that I rely on when making assessments on what's going on the ground in Israel as well. And here's the thing. This is a relatively controversial perspective. It's just that the official government attitude has oftentimes, or at all, as a matter of fact, ever reflected any kind of attitude within the Israeli population, as it has either deliberately or in secret continued the settler expansion protocols since 1967 especially. So that's basically burning the candle on both ends. Okay, on the one hand, you're telling Palestinians, hey, if you collaborate with us, we are still going to have these psychotic American settlers come to your uncle's house and take it away from you, bulldoze your house, partition your neighborhoods, okay, and set up a two-tier checkpoint system that B'Tselem calls, like I said, the permit regime, and constantly harass you. They can spit on you, and if they spit on you, the IDF's official protocol in that situation is to defend the settlers. They're not there to defend the Palestinians. Like, they might in certain instances, but overwhelmingly their job there is to specifically defend the settlers.
And again, like Ela was touching on, you're sending young men out in harm's way to protect these provocateur, fucking religious zealots, radicals. And again, like Elis, the irony being that they don't even need to serve the military. I mean, it's a fucking joke.
Yeah.
So I think that it's especially important for people to keep in mind that Israel is so far from a monolith. It's people need to understand that, and that people need to understand that we're not all guilty of the crimes of our government. Because if that was the case, heaven would be empty at the end of the day. I mean, this was the analogy I was making. If you're American, you know, and if we're gonna blame the citizens of Israel and say they're all, you know, and some people have been saying this, and I have clips that I want to watch later, saying that all Israelis are occupiers in fair game, and deserve to die, essentially. If you're willing to say that, then if, like, a terrorist cell comes to a fucking neighborhood in LA and wants to do revenge for the million Iraqis that the American government murdered during that war, then you're telling me you would have no problem these terrorists coming and killing everybody you know?
I mean, you are sitting next to someone who said America deserved 9/11, by the way.
Okay,
So,
well, how would you feel?
I want to let you know.
How would you feel if people were blaming you for the Iraq war and coming and killing your fucking children and your grandma and your parents and your friends and your family, burning your house down, burning people alive?
I don't disagree with you. No,
Iraq war, and how
said America deserved 9/11, but
coming and murdered during that war, then you're telling me you would have no problem these terrorists coming and killing everybody you know?
I mean, you are sitting next to someone who said America deserved 9/11, but by the way.
Okay,
So,
well, how would you
I want to
feel?
let you know.
How would you feel if people were blaming you for the Iraq war and coming and killing your fucking children and your grandma and your parents and your friends and your family, burning your house down, burning people alive?
I don't disagree with you on you know, civilian casualties. I think that ultimately we have a moral obligation to speak out against our government and do everything we physically can to stop that kind of bloodshed. I agree. And I think that plenty of Americans at least kind of recognize that this is a war machine that they cannot stop anymore. So my goal at least is to get people to not champion it. And the same goes for Israeli action, the Israeli government's actions specifically, just like the American government's action. Because at the end of the day, what I want and what I believe many of my friends who are Palestinian advocates and activists and Israeli activists as well on the ground, what they all want is peaceful coexistence. But peaceful coexistence will never be achieved as long as governments can behave in whichever way they want, especially as it comes to blood and soil propaganda and the consequences of that propaganda being, you know, blood and soil actions. That's same with America, same with Israel.
I think that Israelis, and again, I hope that you'll see where they're coming from when you say they're cagey, they're paranoid, they're scared, and they feel threatened constantly.
Yeah.
And so when Israelis see a ton of leftists talking about, you know, go Hamas, cheering on Hamas, or saying like super hyperbolic shit about like civilians are all settlers, or, you know, or saying shit like, listen, it's a revolution. What do you expect? Like, what is a revolution supposed to look like? Or whatever of all of these qualifiers, basically, that people want to make. The Israelis see that, and they say, oh, these people just fucking hate us. They just want to kill everybody. That's why we're going to vote for these scumbags.
I don't think that the people that vote for those scumbags are motivated by like some random Twitter person being like,
It's,
this
dude,
is a revolution.
it's a feeling that people get.
the
It's not a
paranoia-
random
but-
tweet.
Yeah, so
Ethan is
Hold on,
right.
go ahead, Hilo.
I want to say Ethan is right, and so many people in Israel just feel like it's an existential threat. It's just this, everybody wants us dead. That's how we grow up. I grew up like that. All of our borders, they all want us dead.
Rockets are always coming
I was afraid to go on
over.
a bus as a child.
And
You know,
again-
it's like that's your life. You're under threat all the time.
And it's not, and it's important to say this is not about right or wrong. It's about having empathy for the Israeli experience.
okay.
And how, and it's not about right and wrong. I have to say that. I have to emphasize that. It's got nothing to do with that. Okay? It's about understanding their perspective and knowing that when you have these super, you know, accepting views on violence and revolution and all this shit towards Israelis, it's not one tweet that people see, Hassan. It's all the shit people see over the years all the time.
I think
and it causes them to act irrationally.
Okay. I think that you bring up a really good point about paranoia. The reason why, well, first of all, I mean, we don't have to get into like the history of why Jewish people would be understandably paranoid and worried, considering how they have historically been singled out as villains every single fucking time, from blood libels and pogroms all the way to the Holocaust. So.
And so you would understand it's hard for
No.
some people to distinguish. No, I know you do. But I'm just saying this. I'm just saying
Yes,
this.
100%.
You might understand how it's hard for some people to distinguish anti-Semitism between like criticism, especially when it's like a criticism that's very lax on violence against Israelis.
So you're absolutely correct on that front. Here's what I will even dive into further, and this is something I talked about on my stream as well. The paranoia now that manifests inside of Israel, as far as I understand, I don't live in Israel. I've never been to Israel. is, at least from everything that I have read on not just Israel but also apartheid South Africa and the Algerian anti-colonial action against the French and numerous other formations of occupation and the emancipatory struggle there, the paranoia manifests and becomes a part of your identity because of the violence that is a necessity for the maintenance of apartheid. Because it's, of course, it's almost
Look,
the same
Israel
as, like,
was under
Americans
threat
being very
before all
violent
this shit
people.
happened. I mean,
What's up?
from the moment as Israel was established, the neighbors were trying to kill them.
Well, I mean, I don't know if we agree on that. I
Really?
will say that I think that Nakba was an unjustifiable act of violence that was the formation of the state. Now, you can say every state is formed through an act of violence. All enclosures are defended through acts of violence, certainly. But I think that there was, you know, this extends, like what you say to West Bank. What you say about West Bank settlers was the original position of the Israeli state's formation. And this does not, in current day, justify like random Israeli children that are born inside of Israel proper to be considered enemy combatants. I agree with you there 100%, because that is not problem solving, that is looking for vengeance. However, if we are to say that, like, Israel from its development, like in its inception, has always been under the threat of violence from other nations, bordering nations, certainly, sure, but Israel's formation was a violent one.
But let's just be real. Hey, let's be practical. I'm talking to the Israeli psyche.
Yeah.
Okay? Like, you know, 1973, every bordering Arab state wanted to just coalesce to destroy Israel. Okay? Like, this is ingrained in the Israeli psyche, this kinds of shit. And even back then in 1973, people were just born there, you know what I mean? And again, I'm not even saying right or wrong. I'm saying it's important to empathize with the Israeli experience if you ever want to achieve peace. Because otherwise, the only other option is one side kills the other side completely.
Yes.
That's the only end to this, otherwise.
And the side that's going to kill the other side completely is not going to be the Palestinian side. That's the point. Like, that's never... I don't think that is ever going to happen. I don't even believe that is legitimately what every single Palestinian wants either. Just like I don't believe that's what Israelis want across the board.
I'm not saying anybody wants that. I'm saying that's what the peace that they're working towards when they don't have the ability to empathize with the enemy. You don't see them as human beings. They're never gonna fucking see you as human beings either.
I know,
You're
but
never gonna meet in the middle, and they'll
you
never
recognize
be...
that the same goes for, like...
I'm talking about both sides, man.
Yeah, I think that I agree with you that dehumanization does occur, but I also believe that one side does still hold all of the power, and that is the side that is the state that has been backed by the entirety of the Western world, that gets that has an incredible security apparatus that for the first time ever in 50 years was actually shattered, which is why I think there's like a lot of fear internally inside of Israel and a lot of anger towards the security candidate Benjamin Netanyahu specifically. But overall, it is certainly Israel's conflict to end. You know what I mean?
Ela, you were trying to say something.
Can I add that my generation's grandparents are people that survived the Holocaust, and they escaped to Israel to start a country for Jewish people because they were, we all know the Holocaust. They were all, you know, butchered, and what happened this time is a really scary reminder to all of us Jewish people. And that's how I feel, at least, that it's a reminder. The Holocaust wasn't that long ago, and every every year on Holocaust Day, the thing they tell you is never forget. You always have to tell the stories to everybody about what happened at the Holocaust. And it's always like something taken for granted for me. You just grow up and you're like, yeah, Holocaust Day, you know, it happened, we all get it. But what happened this time is really scary, and it really does bring up this topic. And
See, I don't think that you can even say something like that without starting a debate, and I don't think that's right.
I think the reason for why, the reason why people would react to it, or even myself, as a matter of fact, would react to that is because while you're absolutely correct and your feelings are totally valid, what is happening currently is a ongoing, at least 75-year campaign of ethnic displacement upon people who had nothing to do with the Holocaust. And that is, and
Dude, we're just talking about the Israeli psyche. I don't.
No,
what-
I
so what-
understand.
So what is it you're saying though? Like we all know that, but we have to be real about how we interpret everybody's suffering. Everybody is like bro. You don't know how crazy it was. Like we were listening to the news on the day it happened, live, and families are calling in whispering. The terrorists are killing their children in front of them, burning people alive in safe houses. Shit, you know what I mean? Shooting babies with AK-47s. And so, I'm just saying, like, it's important to empathize with how a Jewish person, or specifically an Israeli, might feel hearing these phone calls.
there are kids that survived because they were laying under their dead parents' bodies, and they laid there for hours, the whole day, and that's how they survived. And the last time we heard stories like that was at the Holocaust.
And I'm not saying again, it's not about right or wrong. It's just about like having the empathy to understand your quote enemy, to understand the perspective. And I'm not asking Gazans necessarily even to be like, oh, well, I appreciate what they're going through. I'm talking about like people who want to fucking debate it all day long. And, you know, this stuff does influence people. The demonstrations you see out there that happened like immediately afterwards, these people have an effect on attitudes around the world.
I don't think that they have any say or any effect on the Western world's united defense of Israel.
It affects
they immediately,
anti-Semitism, and it affects how people treat Jews, and it normalizes, by the way, treating Israelis like animals.
I don't believe that we should treat Israelis like animals. And one thing that you have, I think, that many people do not, is the experiences that you mentioned as far as children hiding under their parents' bodies is, in this very fucked up way, identical to the existence of people living in Gaza every single day under brutal fire from a much more superior military force. The reality is that most of the Western world, not only does not see that, but also immediately rushes to equate people saying free Palestine across the board in an unflinching way to a defense of Hamas or Hamas operations and whatnot. Are there people who do defend Hamas? Certainly. But ultimately, the overwhelming majority of activists that I know, the Haaretz editorial board, and the perspective of like Shin Bet officials that say that Israel's actions in the West Bank is becoming a security risk because it is radicalizing Palestinians into taking an incredibly anti-Israel posture. Former Mossad members, former Shin Bet officials united in saying the same exact thing.
And you know, these terror attacks do the same. They radicalize Israelis.
Of course, I understand that violence begets violence. That is a constant, no matter what. So what we have to remember is who holds the power to scale it back, who holds the power to stop the violence.
I think a lot of people do know that and remember that.
Yeah, and so when people say that this is this violence that occurred in Israel proper is directly a consequence of the brutal apartheid regime and the conditions that it set forth for Palestinian
That's a fine
people.
statement that I agree with.
Yeah. So when they say that, you're saying that people equate that with like a defense of Hamas.
No, that is not what I'm saying.
There are people
That is not what I'm saying.
there are Gazan
Just to be
people.
totally clear, dude.
There are Palestinian Authority people. There are people in Gaza that are not Hamas at all, or there are Palestinian Authority people that have been going and doing the rounds in Western media. And the question always is, do you condemn these actions? Do you condemn these actions? Of course they condemn the actions. But the reality is that after condemning the actions 1,000 times over, it feels like the goal there, if you want to understand and empathize with the Muslim side of this conversation, it feels like the goal there is to derail, to stop talking about Gaza, stop talking about Palestinian people, just condemn the actions and shut the fuck up. And even if you do, as I have time and time again, people still go, well, your name is Hassan, you're Muslim, you're a supporter of terrorism. And this happened in the immediate aftermath of 2001 and 9/11. And ironically, as far as I have seen, at least in the Israeli left, the position is significantly more tempered than the American liberals were at that point, where George W. Bush's approval rating shot up to 91% after 9/11, where America's comfortable security blanket was penetrated, and our collective consciousness changed in that very moment to say, oh my God, we can actually experience this violence in our own homes. And the same goes for Israel as well, where you've mentioned rocket fire. Over the course of the past multiple decades, since 2000 onward, before the October 7 operation, that the casualties were, of course, asymmetrical. Rocket fire still ended up killing people in Israel proper.
Again, it's like
But
you can
that-
look at the numbers, but like of course, because Israel has it's still the provocation, it's still the attempt. You know what I mean? Just because they have the technology to shoot it out of the sky doesn't mean that the people in Israel are not going to be affected by it.
No, I understand that, but there's
Also,
a
I want to
different.
say
There's
I
something
don't.
different.
I
though.
need to make something clear
What's
that you touched on. I don't think people who say I support Palestine are pro-Hamas. That's fucking insane.
Okay.
It's like the opposite of everything I've ever said. Okay? There is something I noticed that rubbed me wrong, which was that as the news was breaking, as people were still calling in saying, I'm in my safe house, I hear the terrorist outside killing my neighbors. People are on Twitter or whatever, or activists, whoever, because saying, let's go Palestine. Go Palestine. So how am I? It's the timing, Hassan. It's important. Like, we got to make a huge distinction. When people are saying go Palestine as they're terrorists killing people, that to me, I don't know who else they're cheering on other than Hamas.
Okay.
Now, if you wait, like, you know, it's the timing, dude. It does matter.
There's an asymmetry to the violence, but there's also an asymmetry to the coverage as well. What do I mean by this? Mia Khalifa is a good example. You and I were talking about this on the phone earlier. Mia Khalifa said things that I find to be distasteful and wrong. Okay?
Worse than that.
I think it was distasteful and wrong. I think it was callous. The indifference to violence that civilians are subjected to on the Israeli side as well is callous. However, the reaction to Mia Khalifa has never ever occurred on the other side.
You're right.
When Israel is engaging in bombing campaigns.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
And like you said, the horrific images that you saw that draw so much emotion out of you, of, like, you know, Palestinian fathers holding their daughters in this open air prison. There is no equivalence. I think a lot of people who have been advocates for Palestinians for many, many years, especially if they're Muslim, know this reality, that you have to be incredibly careful all the time with your rhetoric. and that even in an emotional moment, you can never actually, you can never say something that will be misconstrued. And Mia Khalifa said something that was inappropriate and unacceptable.
Hold
okay?
on. She showed a picture of terrorists roaming in a pickup truck murdering civilians. She described that as a Renaissance painting.
Yeah.
And she went further and said, "Will the Palestinian freedom fighters please flip their phone
I know.
vertically?"
I saw.
I mean,
I saw.
that's worse than unacceptable.
So
it's evil.
So you're correct on that. Okay. So let me ask you this. When Lindsey Graham goes on and says this is a religious war and we must ethnically cleanse, we must wipe our
Evil.
enemies.
Should get the same coverage.
No, I know, but it doesn't, Ethan. That's the point. Like
I
Marco
understand,
Rubio, Marco Rubio
I
has called for ethnic cleansing. These are people in positions of power. These are people who are literally facilitating in the bloodshed. These are people who actually are engaging in the continuation. These are not former porn stars who were Christian Lebanese who now
whatever, dude. She was getting a lot of attention. People were liking it. It wasn't like, but here's the problem.
That doesn't.
Here's
but
the
that's
problem.
meaningless, is
Bro,
what I'm
let me
saying
talk.
in the grand scheme of things, because that doesn't.
Hassan,
stop
let
the
me make
bomb.
my point.
No, go ahead.
When you say like the timing is fucked up, or like, why does Mia Khalifa get all this shit? And it's like always a whataboutism. It's always like, you can never just say yes, and also, can we fucking hold Lindsey Graham accountable? Which I agree, and it's crazy the shit they say, and they should get more attention for it. But it's like there's a refusal to acknowledge, like, it's always about like, well, what about us? Which I understand, but it's like, you have to say, yes, you have this thing, and we also have this thing, and not like in the same breath say, but, yes, but. Like, it just doesn't feel, it feels fucked up.
I think the former Palestinian Authority member that went on like BBC and did the rounds in the UK said it best, where it was every single time you bring me on here, when Palestinians have done anything, you demand condemnation from me. Okay, we have done this so many times. I am not Hamas. My family members were killed by Israel. Six-year-olds, like 6 of my family members were killed by the Israeli occupying force. I have condemned it every single time. I've condemned Hamas every single time. But the reality is that no such condemnation is demanded from the media when Israeli officials are brought on to talk about like genuinely genocidal terms in which they're wiping out Gaza, and that is a constant, and that has never ever been anything like, there's never been any equivalence whatsoever. And I think that people who are passionate, or people who say people who are callously indifferent to the wanton violence of retaliation that is reactionary to apartheid are thinking that they can get away with saying these sorts of things because they've seen people who are defenders of Israel say infinitely worse things as more bombing campaigns have continued. More than 1,200, almost 2,000 Israelis died. Israelis are terrified of a violent retaliation, right? Israelis now understand better than ever before the feeling that people in Gaza experience on a daily basis, the fear that they live with on a daily basis. That is going to breed more hostility, and that is going to play Palestinians directly into the hands of the most radical, the most fundamentalist forces that were directly propped up by the Israeli government, by Mossad. Hamas was seen as a counterweight, a counterbalance to secular forces and Marxist and socialist forces who also were violently, you know, who participated in violent acts as well. However, the fundamentalist, the fundamentalist Islamist Muslim Brotherhood cutout was directly logistically supported by the Israeli government and has been propped up specifically by even Netanyahu and every other Israeli government as the only force to take seriously for Palestinians. It's impossible to ignore this when talking about the violent retaliation. I think that
I agree, dude.
yeah.
I don't disagree with that. I think equally it's important for Israelis to understand why there is, if the Israelis cannot empathize with the idea that why people want to do violent retaliation, why people support Hamas, then we're also never going to have peace.
Yes, and
Everybody
it's
needs
more,
to empathize.
and I think it's more important than ever to ensure that people recognize that both in the Western world that props up the far-right Israeli regime, that turns a blind eye to the violence, and it's important for our brothers and sisters that are living in Israel proper, that are anti-Zionists, that are also fighting that very same battle every day, to make sure that people understand that the only way out of this, well, there's two different ways out of this. It's ethnic cleansing. It's like doing a final solution to the Palestinians, or it's a pathway towards developing a nation state where Palestinians, Muslims, Christians, Jews can live, coexist, and have equal rights and equal representation.
Right. At the end of the day, all I'm asking is for people to be able to say that, you know, terrorism is bad, no matter what, without an exception, without subtext. No, listen, without a fucking asterisk that's like, yeah, but, you know, I mean, what the fuck, man?
No, I understand where you're coming from with that. I think,
and I'm not saying you do it, by the way. I'm expressing
Giannis Varoufakis
frustration.
talked about this, where he said there was a practice in the ANC in apartheid South Africa that was called necklacing. I'm not entirely sure what it was. It was brutal. The ANC originally under the leadership of Nelson Mandela demonstrated peacefully multiple times. There was a police retaliation in apartheid South Africa where 69 demonstrators died. Obviously, the conditions were brutal. They had this concept called a pencil test, you know what I mean? Like where they would put a pencil in your hair to see if you were, how non-white you were. If the pencil stuck, you were considered non-white, not allowed to go into certain places. Now, all of that was violent. The maintenance of that was violent. When all was said and done, Nelson Mandela realized that violent reaction was demanded from the people on the ground, demanded from the emancipatory forces, demanded from the 90% black people that comprised the South African population. He was jailed. He went to Algeria first. He went to Ethiopia. He talked to revolutionaries. He talked to Marxists. He came back to Africa. He was immediately South Africa. He was jailed. Time and time again, the government demanded that he denounce the violence. He said, how can I talk to you on equal conditions when I am chained? How can you put my freedom as a talking point, as a way to get me to denounce violence when you have made no efforts you've made no conciliatory efforts. You've made no efforts in understanding the position of people that you have subjugated, that you have forced to exist in these apartheid conditions. At the end of the day, nobody remembers the violence of the ANC forces, because the violence of the apartheid regime was all too great, was significant, was more significant than the violence that the horrifying violence, even those that, of course, civilians were subjected to, Because if I were to ask you today, what's worse, the violence towards the civilians in apartheid South Africa or the violence of the apartheid regime, you would say the violence of the apartheid regime, right?
I don't know. Did they mass murder 1,500 civilians?
I don't know the exact civilian casualties, but
I highly
in
doubt that.
Algeria, no, they did
South
some brutal
Africa?
stuff. Yeah.
Apartheid? So
Yes.
hold up, how many? Well, I mean, not that it fucking
No,
matters.
but like, yeah,
but-
exactly. But the conversation is important to analyze from that perspective, because people that are forced into a corner that see no other way out are going to do this, and and if you don't make any concessions, if you treat the secular Palestinian Authority like they're garbage and then use them as a part of your security, your surveillance state, and have them be seen as collaborators with the Israeli government that is currently imprisoning and defending the settlers, like you said, the fundamentalist religious freaks in the West Bank, then of course Palestinians that are going to be like, well, what the fuck? Well, this is our two-state solution. This is our peaceful coexistence. That like we're losing our homes. We're getting bullied in our own neighborhoods. We have dudes from Brooklyn and Long Island coming in and being like, this is my house now. Like, if you see that as your peaceful coexistence as a pathway forward, you are inevitably radicalizing people to react to that in more and more violent ways. And that is entirely in the hands of the Israeli government to scale back, regardless of how Israeli people feel about the matter, whether they are understandably paranoid and understandably scared or not. I mean, remember, the first Intifada was rocks. The second one was bombs, like suicide vests and suicide bombs in public transit. It has escalated throughout years as the Israeli occupation has gotten worse and worse. And this is a reality that even former Israeli officials recognize and reckon with and ask for change on. You know what I mean?
100%. Dude, I understand everything you're saying.
Like, people forget, like in the 90s, there was at least some form of freedom of travel between Israel proper, West Bank, and Gaza. There were no, the border walls and the freedom of movement, freedom of travel was not stopped. It was not restricted. And look where we're at now. What's up?
In the 90s, I feel like there were a lot more talks of peace that seemed actually close. Like, it didn't seem that impossible back then, from what I remember.
Yeah, and then what happened? The one dude, the one dude who was like, okay, guys, look, I'm a Zionist. I think that we should, at the very least, maintain the security of the Israeli state in a reasonable way. We have to fucking reason with these guys. He was called a pussy and then assassinated. And the dudes that literally wanted him assassinated are now in positions of power.
Yeah, it's
and they have been voted for. They've been voted into office over and over and over and over again.
Okay, so just to be clear, these fringe right freaks are like they've been getting more support, but like the reason they're in power, they don't usually get a lot of support in the parliament. Netanyahu was forced into some really fucked up psychotic coalitions with fringe freak, genocidal maniacs.
Yeah, that's the latest government that he put together just to stay in power.
It's worth mentioning that it doesn't have wide support amongst Israelis.
Yeah, but even look, there is a member in the Knesset that immediately after immediately after October 7th came out and was like, this is directly the responsibility of the government and the occupation. This is why people are retaliating, and he was right. So I'm not saying that there aren't voices. It's just that the voices are deafened. The voices are additionally deafened when any kind of retaliatory action is immediately weaponized. It's expected and weaponized to make the Israeli population become even more reactionary and demand more blood.
Let me just ask you this then, and the analogy I gave you, okay? Just to get a direct answer, where as the terrorist attacks are happening, there's people calling saying my neighbors are being shot by terrorists right now, and there's people saying, "Go Palestine." Are they talking about Palestinian freedom, or are they encouraging Hamas to kill Israelis?
I don't know what people are. I don't know what their demands are.
It's not unreasonable for me to assume that.
No,
Yeah.
it's not unreasonable
And
for you.
and
to
I mean,
assume that.
listen, I think.
And if you're Palestinian, for the record, I'll take it one step further. Look, you talked about the paranoia that that Israelis feel towards Palestinians or Hamas, right? And I will say this as well. I think that if you are Palestinian and it is understandable that they see this as an emancipatory action. It doesn't have to be right, and it's not right, but it does not matter because for them, this is the first time that they have seen they have seen like they've seen the security apparatus fall apart. That they've seen the barriers that were designed, that were constructed around Gaza, get bulldozed.
Dude, I got no problem with them breaking through the borders, like and doing some kind of shit. Maybe I do have a problem, but let's say
What kind of shit though?
they attacked a military outpost, they attacked settlers. I'm not saying I'm okay with it, but like this is
saying it's
more
understandable.
acceptable. But like going and roaming through a kibbutz and murdering families is. Like I just don't think
I
there's
agree.
any room for exceptions there.
No, I
there's a
agree.
big difference. You know what I mean?
I
like
agree.
I understand and I know you do. I'm just explaining for myself.
Yes,
here.
civilian
like-
targets are never seen as appropriate. That is 100%.
And it was just
that is
so,
literally
and it was
that's the rule. That's the rule. Is
Yeah,
that like civilian targets are not appropriate?
and again, Israel kills civilians, right?
Yeah.
Not saying that. I know they do. It's like it's not even debated, at least in serious people who are trying to have a serious conversation about it. And so it seems a little obtuse though to look at an activist during a terrorist slaughter saying, "Let's go Palestine," and not say like, "Yeah, they're probably cheering on Hamas to kill Palestinians."
I think that whoever people are cheering on is ultimately inconsequential because the actions of the state and the actions of our state, the actions of all Western
Bro,
states,
come on.
is significantly more important.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Like,
I'm again.
And I find it to be unproductive, and I also think it's ridiculous. And I'm not saying you're doing this, but I think it's fucking ridiculous that the indifference that people have to human casualties is gross, and it's never more perfectly demonstrated by people being like, oh, the BLM Chicago account that is like not even affiliated with the organization, even though I don't even like the official BLM organization anyway, is posting a photo, right? And then immediately people are like, look, this is how BLM is, like, you know, see, you guys have to immediately apologize. Everyone who was like been associated with BLM has to apologize for this random fucking Instagram account. That is politics. People are using the deaths of Israelis and the deaths of Palestinians to do domestic politics, and I think that's fucking ridiculous. And I also think, and maybe you agree with me, maybe you don't, that part of the do you condemn the violence, do you condemn the violence, do you condemn the violence rhetoric is I think cynically applied to every single person that wants to talk about ending this conflict, even if it's talking about ending the conflict from the perspective of like Israeli security, where the Harvard student organization that got together and said the violence that Israel experienced today is squarely the consequence of the brutal occupation. They said that in the United States of America, the Harvard Students Organization. There's plenty of Jewish Americans that are involved in writing that. What happened? Every single psychopathic VC hedge fund dipshit said, these people need to be punished. Give us their names. And they got their names. They did Canary Mission style psychopathic doxing on students for saying what? For saying exactly the same thing that Haaretz editorial board wrote, word for word, bar for bar. The Israeli paper of record.
I'll say this.
And the Harvard Students Association had an identical perspective. And what happened in America? They got doxxed. There are on the campus right now.
Again,
there are literally their photos are being
I
posted.
read the letter, It was not that bad. People were going crazy and way overreacting about it. If people are mad about that, it's probably because of the timing.
There's no timing placed on another group of people's emancipation. There's no like
Bro, stop.
my
Their timing matters.
no,
Let's not be obtuse about this. It's just this one point I'm trying to make. You can't cheer on Hamas, dude.
I do. Well, Ethan, I said, you know what I said, on the day of the occupation.
I know you don't, but like we're being a little silly. Like if somebody says go fucking
the only difference between what I said
while people are being murdered, like that's pro Hamas. That's what it is. You're helping. You know what I mean? That's what it is. And I understand all the little subtext.
But what's the distinction? But what's the distinction between what the Palestinians said, what I said, what many Israelis also said as well, versus like what you perceive other people were saying when you don't know the fuller picture of like their perspective?
First of all, I don't have a problem with what they said.
Okay, you don't.
And I'm curious about how soon after this massacre it was released, because I assuming, and we can look into
what's the barrier of acceptability though? Or is it that you know me personally and you know what my opinion is, which is why
what did you say?
You can understand.
You didn't say anything like you did not say like free Palestine or some shit after murders were happening.
I said that resistance to apartheid is always imperfect and there are casualties everywhere, which means there are casualties on the Israeli side and there are going to be casualties on the Palestinian side.
Statement, Hassan.
Yes, that is ultimately the same as saying free Palestine. It is, because
it's not,
my goal is
it's
to
not.
free Palestine.
I know what you mean,
no,
but it's not. It's not
here's
the same, bro.
Here's the thing.
What you're saying is, and again, people, don't be silly about this. I'm talking about the timing. As civilians are being murdered, as the story's developing, people saying this, okay? That's an important distinction. Like, your take about, like, listen, Gazans are under apartheid, they're being genocided, and all this, which is all true.
And that is what's causing this violent retaliation.
And it's what's causing this retaliation, yes, which is all true. I'm sorry, but it's not the fucking same as saying, let's go Palestine as bodies are hitting the floor. It's not the same.
No, I understand.
And frankly, I think people are in the
distinction.
Thank you. And
people
I think
people are not being careful.
And I think people are justified in looking at that and thinking like, oh, okay, this person's happy that Israeli citizens are dying. Like what? Like, I'm sorry, but that's a defensible position to take.
No, Ethan, you're expanding on free Palestine in that moment to I'm glad that Israelis are being murdered. The jump there
Bro.
is, no, let me explain. The jump there is literally you knowing what I represent and who I am versus you not knowing. You want to know why? Because you think when I said that, people didn't misconstrue my statements. My name is Hassan. I am the America Deserved 9/11 guy. If you think that the very same forces, the very same people that despise what I had to say about blowback and 9/11 did not have the exact same opinion that you have over
I don't know what
others.
other people thought about what you said, okay? I know that I thought it was a much more respectful, empathic take, and I doubt. And when did you do that as bodies were hitting the floor, son? When did you tweet out your statement about it?
I mean, well, for the next 2 days,
okay,
Palestinian forces were still deeply embedded inside of Israeli positions in southern towns, so there were still people dying.
So how about this as a separation?
What?
When people are calling in the news and talking about their neighbors, their children being murdered in front of them, is not the time.
Okay. Except,
I mean, it should be kind of obvious. I'm sorry.
I understand,
you
but
just can't do that. I'm sorry. It's gross.
I get what you're saying, except, you as someone who recognizes the violence of the occupation, know that this, by the very same metrics, saying I stand with Israel implies that you stand with Israel's genocidal conduct, right?
Well,
and therefore,
well,
people
it does
saying,
kind
I
of
stand with
it
Israel.
does kind of seem like that. I mean, that is what it says.
Okay. Okay,
I
that's fair.
disagree with people
No,
saying
that's
that.
fair. So you-
if Israel's bombing Gaza, and people are saying, I stand.
Not just bombing Gaza. Israel's apartheid regime and occupation is endless. It might be sidelined, it might be silent, it might be the constant, but that is still violent.
If Israel is bombing Gaza, okay.
Not necessarily just bombing Gaza.
Dude, let me.
Okay.
I heard you.
Go on. Sorry. I have to pee so bad.
If you leave, I win.
It's over. I'm holding it.
If Israel IDF is bombing Gaza, and and you're seeing the media that I saw, or even not seeing the media I saw, because you know that civilians are getting injured or killed, and you say I support Israel in that moment, then I do think you are supporting the IDF and the Israeli regime's fucking apartheid violence.
Okay. Do you think that there is the same energy and same condemnation, even remotely the same condemnation and energy for those who say I stand with Israel, all the way from Justin Bieber using a photo of destroyed Gaza?
Wait, hold on, let me pull that
to
up.
be like praying for Israel.
Where's
like,
that?
What are you praying for, bro? Israel to stop? Like, what's going on? What are you praying for?
That was one of the craziest things I've seen.
Yeah.
He posted a picture of Gaza being basically a whole street block being leveled by Israeli bombs.
So yeah.
And it says, "I'm praying for Israel."
Yeah, he was praying for Israel to stop. Jamie Lee Curtis
That was
posting
crazy.
photos. Jamie Lee Curtis posting a photo of children in Gaza looking up at the sky as Israel is bombing them and going, "I stand with Israel." Israeli flag, like and so many other examples. Charlie Kirk showing photos of the Israeli occupying force entering West Bank homes and posting that video and going, "Look at what the Hamas terrorists are doing." Or so
Yeah,
many
it's
other
insane.
examples
There's
of
so much dumb,
so many examples of
stupid propaganda.
Palestinian children, babies in cages that the Israeli occupying force put them in, that people are posting and going, "Look what the Hamas is doing. Look at this cruelty.
Yeah,
how cruel, how unusual."
I've
That is
seen
the
it all.
constant.
It's all crazy. It's all
Yes.
psychotic propaganda.
I don't even blame
Super
them.
cynical, fucked up things.
No, it's not. It's not even cynical.
Well, no, the people who create the propaganda are
Yes,
cynical. Not
It's not even cynical, though. I don't even fucking blame them, because yes, there is an asymmetry to this violence, and you have been willingly or you have completely been shut out from one side of that of the recipients of said violence, and therefore you simply do not know. You don't know what the reality is, and by God, there is a lot more examples pre-October 7. There's a lot more examples of like Israeli brutality and Israeli cruelty upon Palestinians. So you're inevitably going to accidentally post shit like that.
The thing is, like, with all this nuance and background and history, you still, if we're being serious about peace, you can't look at an Israeli, who is traumatized by what happened, in context of everything you've said, which I all agree with, and say, yes, but, it's horrible, or like, yes, but, it's like I'm just saying, on a human level, in the real world, you can't do that. You can't, like, you have to just give them their grief. You have to give them you have to grant them. I mean, they made them victims on that day. Those people, anyway.
Yeah.
And so, like,
do you feel like
when you're having a conversation with Israelis, and Israelis are looking to the outside world, I'm saying I agree with everything you're saying, but if you're trying to communicate your condolences for grief or something like that, you don't say, yes, but.
I think people should be more careful.
I understand why you do.
I think people should be more careful, and I think people should be more open-minded. I agree.
I understand why you do it, Hassan.
What?
I'm just talking about in the real world.
Yeah.
When you're talking to an Israeli, who it comes from the Israeli perspective. Here's a fucking hard truth that I don't know if people will accept it or not. Listen, if you're born in Gaza, you're gonna hate Israel 100%. If you're born in Israel, you're probably gonna hate Hamas and maybe Palestinians. I don't know. I don't think most Israelis do, but Hamas for sure. Okay, and so it doesn't even like the human experience is constant. It doesn't matter which side of the fence you're born on. You're gonna believe. You're gonna fucking identify with whatever world experience you're going under.
I don't
That's it.
disagree with you. We've already established this. So now I ask you this. I genuinely, the major point of contention that you and I have in this process is I think it is frivolous and I think it is unproductive to find numerous people that may or may not have even openly condemned Hamas time and time again and be like, you're bad, you're wrong for saying this. Like, sure, they're wrong. But that doesn't change the reality on the ground.
I don't think it's fair to characterize it as like a few rogue tweets. I mean,
because ultimately,
this was a lot of people.
No, I get it, but people tweeting whatever the fuck, right, does not stop bombs from falling. People tweeting
Israeli
did not stop
perspective,
more.
bro. That's all I'm saying.
I know, but the Israeli perspective, if tomorrow the Israeli perspective shifted and was like, I mean, 85% of the fucking Israeli population currently thinks that Benjamin Netanyahu is the reason why 2,000 Israelis died. 85% of the Israeli population right now, according to the Jerusalem Post, in the latest.
And let's all
polling that
fucking
was done.
remember that when talking about Israelis.
Yes. So some of them, though, obviously think they should be more brutal. Some of them think that Benjamin Netanyahu's occupation, or a much smaller percentage, think that the occupation is responsible for this violence. Now, having said that, do they have a say? Can they unseat Benjamin Netanyahu? Is he going to jail? No, of course not.
He's being tried, actually.
And well, exactly, which is why he built a coalition with fucking Ben Gvir and all the other far right freaks.
He was actually being tried for fraud or some crazy shit.
Yeah, even more far right freaks. And many people are calling for his resignation. He is not going to do that. It's not going to happen. Even if he resigns, think about it this way.
86% said that the attack from Gaza is a failure of leadership.
Yeah, 86. Yeah, that's what I said.
And by the way,
you did.
This is just
that's like everybody.
This is Jewish citizens, so this isn't even including obviously the Arab Israelis.
And people who watch this show know when we do polls and it's 86%, that's basically everybody.
Yes, exactly, 100%. Like, who the fuck is dick riding Netanyahu in that point? Because like, from either angle, even if you think like Palestinians should be ethnically cleansed, or you think Palestinians should, the occupation should end for the security purposes of Israeli citizens, it doesn't matter. You're still going to arrive at that conclusion that it is Benjamin Netanyahu's fault, because the power player in this situation is what matters. The power player in this situation is entirely responsible. The situation, for example, in Afghanistan, with the Taliban's numbers not withering away, but instead growing in popularity during the American occupation, is a perfect example of what happened, and is a perfect example of what's constant with occupying forces and with their violent means of subjugating, humiliating, and murdering the population. You fucking kill, fuck, who was it? Even that, I forget who this was, but I remember someone saying like, look, in 2014 or in 2004, time and time again, whenever bombing campaigns occur and people die and children die, you know, their relatives are still alive. The ones that are still alive are gonna go, well, I know who fucking bombed me. I know who fucking killed my family. I know who fucking dropped bombs on my house. I'm not going to forget that. That is at the heart of the matter. And a real reconciliation with that means completely going back on 75 years of brutal occupation and policies that were deemed necessary at the time for Israeli security, that absolutely was just a cynical way to justify taking more and more land from Palestinians who had no say, who have never had a say in the conversation, and still to this day have no say. I mean, seriously, the resilience of Palestinian people all around the world, of 5 million displaced, 2 million living in Gaza, and another 2.5 million living in the West Bank is unimaginable. They've never had allies. They've always had imperfect allies and allegiances with people that are just simply only interested in destabilizing Israel. Like, I don't think
Iran just fucking wants to use them as a puppet.
I don't think
They
Iran
care.
gives a shit
Yeah,
about like Palestinians being free.
Dude.
I think it's very cynical, and they have nothing. They have nothing. They've never had anything. There is no equivalence here between the well-oiled military machine of the Israeli army that has gotten $264 billion in American taxpayer dollars to continue its operations. It's just not. There's an asymmetry to the violence, and there's also an asymmetry to the conversation where Palestinians, like, living in fucking Gaza, are being called by the BBC, and while bombs are being dropped on their fucking heads, the BBC anchor is like callously being like, "Do you condemn the Hamas violence?" It's
and
like,
by the way, that's fucking stupid.
it's like fucking insane, and they never.
And I don't want people to conflate what I'm saying
I've
with
never-
BBC asking someone in Gaza taking bombs if they support Hamas.
So here's the thing: I've never, ever in my entire life, ever seen a couple things. I've never seen the American government, the State Department, ever say this was a provoked act of violence from Palestinians. I've never seen that. They always say it's unprovoked because it is supposed to be, that violence is like, they act like that violence was in a vacuum. And I know you agree with me on this. I don't think you disagree with me on this at all. They never say this was a provoked act of violence, okay? That is by design. And I've never seen somebody bring up an Israeli official, okay, to television when Gaza is being bombed and being reduced to rubble, or even when Gaza is not being bombed and the brutal occupation still remains, and been forced to condemn the violent actions of the Israeli government. I've never seen that. I've never heard that. I've never seen that. And I don't think that that will ever happen because at the end of the day, America wants a military base in the Middle East. America wants a destabilizing force that they see in the Middle East. America wants to keep selling weapons. America still wants conflict. The Western world still wants conflict, and they use Israel to that end, and they will continue doing this in 35 different states in the United States of America, where all of these like free speech, supposedly First Amendment defending states. It is illegal to ask to boycott and ask to make divestments and to ask to sanction the state of Israel. It is illegal. It is, you cannot hold a position as a school teacher without signing a fucking thing that says, I will never participate in the peaceful demand that you want to boycott, divest, or put sanctions on the state of Israel. What?
What countries is that in?
In the United States of America, 35 states.
Oh, 35 states.
37 as of now, I believe, but 35 as of 2021.
That's
Think about that.
nuts. Yeah,
and the AIPAC wrote that legislation. They helped push it. They wrote the legislation. There is no comparison.
And by the way, conservative support for Israel is about as cynical as it gets. Because
absolutely.
Their whole worldview is that the Jews are guarding Israel until Jesus comes back.
Yes.
And when he does, he's going to kill all the Jews.
Yes. It is a suicide cult. It is a suicide cult. The assumption that, like, from the river to the sea, the chosen sons and daughters of God will maintain Israel, and therefore Jesus Christ will come down and defeat Shaitan and Megiddo, is a psychotic, suicidal cult. Yet that is the reason why not American Jews, but evangelical Christians, evangelical Protestants are the #1 defenders of the Israeli occupation. They are the ones who push for it. They're the ones who fucking fund the psychopathic settlers that you pointed out.
Yeah.
That they are the ones who open up 501c3s so
it's all
that they can get
Christians' fault.
tax
Thanks for
deductible
finally saying
donations.
it.
Yeah, no, I think, yes, of course, Christians play a gigantic role in this. I mean, it was the fucking British that propped up Zionist brigades. Yes.
I mean,
this still
in a
goes back
way,
to England.
I mean, in a way, though, it is like, you
It
know,
all comes back to the Brits,
it's like,
doesn't it?
you know, if you're coming out of World War II at the Holocaust and you're being offered land by Britain and you're
Hold on, your camera's out.
I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna go pee while you're gone. Oh no, now I'm censored.
I'm fucking winning this argument.
I'm not taking a pause to pee.
Well, they can hear me, right? Yeah. So I was. So anyway, I'll continue my point as you guys work it out. I was saying that, you know, coming out of the Holocaust, you can hardly blame people who are offered land in their historic religious, most important religious spot by the British, are hardly going to say no to that. Like, you know, it's just, again, the human experience. What group of people would have said, nah, that's not cool?
Right. And then important to note that those same British simultaneously also promised the Arabs in Palestine a state there.
Yeah.
They were literally offering conflicting offers to two different groups of people.
So
good work,
like,
guys.
again, when people, I do think when people try to reduce this conflict as something that's not simple, it's something that's so easy to understand, I don't think is entirely fair. I really don't. Like, the war crimes, the murder, all the shit that's happening is obvious and easy and easy to point to Israel. But if you're talking about like the establishment of Israel, the long feuds over the land going back 75 years, where, again, as Dan was saying, the British went to the Jews after the Holocaust and said, you guys want to live in Jerusalem? And they're like, fuck yeah. And then
To be
went
fair,
to the
they were
Palestinians.
lobbying for it for a long time too. They wanted that.
Okay.
But they.
Well, they got the green light.
Right. They got the green light. But yeah.
And by all the United Nations, or whatever, the League of Nations, whatever the fuck or I don't know. It was UN.
It was, yeah, and in fact,
Yeah, it was
had
League
been
of
a long time.
Nations.
Originally, it was League of Nations, but no, it was the UN had just been established after World War II, which is what set up the state. And when I was doing kind of a deep dive on all of this history in the past week, I was shocked to see. I guess I maybe knew this at one point, but the USSR was in support of it too. One of the very few times that
you want to know who
the United
else?
States and the USSR were on board with each other.
You want to know who else is a big-time supporter too? China. China
Right.
is a major ally and a major
Really?
trade partner to Israel. Yes, abso-fucking-lutely.
that's what RFK Jr. was talking about.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the COVID doesn't affect the Jews
Well,
and
no,
the Chinese.
but yeah, no, it's not. So you know, remember that when people in the chat will say like, "Oh, you fucking major defender of China." No, I think that China is also not exactly a fucking equal party here, or one that is advocating for reasonable solutions. I think that there is a reason why they are not saying anything. They're not coming out with like big declarations as they normally would in an effort to be like, look at America being fucking imperialist again or whatever.
But just to finish my point when you were in the
Go ahead.
bathroom is that I think it's unfairly reductive to say it's not complicated. You know, going back to the establishment of Israel, the duplicity of the English, going back to the skirmishes and all there's been atrocities on both sides from the beginning, okay? Obviously, Israel has continued to take more and more as they've enjoyed the benefit of funding and support from the international community. But to write it off as like the Israelis are just genocidal is unfairly reductive.
I don't think that Israelis are genocidal, even though there are certainly Israelis that are genocidal. There are Americans that are genocidal.
Palestinians are genocidal.
Like, see,
Just saying, there's people who are. I'm just saying.
Yeah, sure, but
there are. Everybody has genocidal mania.
I think that like.
Am I not? Is that bother you?
1988.
Hold on.
No.
Does that bother you that I said?
Of course there are. But the reason why I think it's like laughable is because like, which direction is the genocide happening?
Bro, I know.
You know what I mean? Like it's usually I think that you have moral clarity overall, which is why this is a much more charitable conversation. But I think plenty of people do not have that moral clarity, and when they are using the condemn Hamas line, it's not necessarily to get your perspective. It's to deflect away from you talking about Palestinian emancipation and all of the wrongs that they.
Even though everything you're saying is right.
Yeah.
To diminish this idea that there are Palestinians, terrorists mostly. I'm not saying all Palestinians. I don't think most Palestinians even support Hamas. That saying that Palestinians who want genocide of Jews isn't relevant because, again, it affects the Israeli paranoia. It affects the Jewish paranoia, the paranoia psyche, the Israeli psyche. So, like, even though it's absurd, you say that's silly because the Israelis are doing the genocide, still fucking feeds into the pathology of what it means to be an Israeli.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but ultimately, getting swept away in demanding condemnations over and over again is entirely unproductive and also not reflective of the reality of the American population's attitudes towards the defense of Israel and
I don't think that's a fair
occupation.
I don't think that's a fair assessment of what I'm asking.
Okay. Well, maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying.
No, you're saying.
But like there is
the expectation of constant condemnation of Palestinians against Hamas is not what I'm advocating for.
If you want,
just to be totally clear, because I know people think that about me.
If you want to talk about, like, if right now you want to talk about Palestinian emancipation, whether you are Jewish or whether you are Arab, whether you are Muslim, it does not matter. If you talk about Palestinian emancipation at any point during this endless occupation and senseless brutality, you are immediately met with condemn Hamas. Why do you love Hamas? Why do you want to
not support that? That's a different thing.
I know, but
okay, I just want to make that clear.
You and I having this back and forth.
I just want to make it clear because people think that's what I think, and I want to make it clear that what I'm saying is different entirely to expecting everyone to constantly condemn Hamas. That's not what I think people need to do.
What you have a different perspective on the matter that is not widely shared in the Western world, and that is no better demonstrated by the actions that people are taking against the fucking Harvard Students Association versus like what the Israeli paper of records perspective is, which is identical to said Harvard Students Association.
And the sad part about what you said is that you say Westerners don't agree with that, and you're right, but a lot of Israelis do. And that's fucked up. That people, you know what I mean? Because that's not what people see.
Okay.
Even though
now that we've established that, do you understand that what I mean when I say there's a double standard with the callous indifference that people demonstrate to the death toll over and over again? I mean, we're talking about dudes that literally Benjamin Netanyahu, when in 2008. People living under brutal occupation in the world's largest open-air prison in Gaza, where 2 million people live, and 47% of that population is under the age of 14 and under, okay? Where their water, electricity, like you also pointed out, is controlled by Israel. They did a peaceful march, a demonstration for a right to return. Thousands of children, babies, and adults alike were ruthlessly shot at by Israeli snipers in that right to return as they walked and demonstrated and walked towards that fence, okay? Walked towards that border fence that traps them inside of Gaza. Thousands. while that was happening, if you had seen, or maybe you weren't paying attention, maybe you didn't see this, the media coverage of the matter was some of the most disgusting I have ever seen. While that was happening, the Trump administration was pushing to further annex Jerusalem and offer it in its entirety and recognize it as Israeli, which is, of course, a major point of contention and has never been allowed by the international authority. Completely unjustifiable, inhumane, immoral. Okay? So on the one hand, the Trump administration alongside the Israeli government were celebrating this action. On the other hand, on the other side of Israel proper, you had babies being fucking slaughtered, medics, press, journalists, and
there's a double standard.
Yes,
absolutely.
Now hold on. This is really important. This is really important to understand. Okay? If you demonstrate peacefully and get slaughtered, and then Benjamin Netanyahu goes on television and says callously, these are telegenically dead children. Palestinians have telegenically dead children. If former Israeli ambassadors are going on TV and saying Hamas is using these babies as meat shields, that somehow Israel is like RoboCop, or this like force that simply cannot stop itself from butchering, slaughtering fucking Gazans, and it's always in the hands of Hamas, and that is the constant position in both American media, and it is reflected in polling over and over again, where more than 50% of Americans side with Israel on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and only 9% of Americans actually side with Palestinians on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, constantly going back and forth about like what the DSA affiliated organization doing like a Free Palestine demonstration or whatever in the aftermath of October 7, and saying that feels like you're in defense of Hamas, sweaty, is unproductive, and it also doesn't even reflect anything. It doesn't reflect the reality. We know that in the Western world, Palestinians have no...
you know, it's like, it's emotional. You just
I
can't blame people for seeing that and getting upset.
But if you recognize that, then you recognize when you see a sea of I stand with Israel. I stand with Israel. Israel must ethnically cleanse Gaza.
I do
varying degrees of people saying that.
I always have.
Then how are Muslims in America that have lived in a massive surveillance state post 9/11? How are Muslims in the Western world who are constantly treated like fucking dogs, who literally are used as a political pawn, even though their homes have been destabilized by America's unjustifiable post 9/11 actions in the form of the war on terror? How are they supposed to think, oh, well, I guess everybody wants us fucking dead. I guess everybody wants the Palestinians to die. Everyone thinks that this is the normal position. Everyone thinks this is the constant position. Like, of course, they are going to look at that and think the exact same things that you're saying Israelis are feeling, the exact paranoia that Israelis are feeling. And quite frankly, if we look at the asymmetry of violence, if we look at the displacements, if we look at the subjugation, the brutal colonial occupation of not only Palestinians, but many other Muslim countries that have also been ruthlessly occupied and slaughtered by Western coalition forces, it is perfectly understandable and well within the right of Muslims to look at that and be understandably paranoid, and not necessarily paranoid thinking that, you know, you are going to have Hamas forces do a second Holocaust in Israel, when the exact opposite is happening to Palestinians right now. Do you disagree?
No.
Okay. All right. That's why I think it's unproductive that a lot of, not you, but like especially so many liberals in America are like, oh man, the optics of this look really bad. And also, you know, Palestinians really fucked up their chances of emancipation. It's like, you have to be oblivious to the reality, and I know you're not, but others have to be oblivious to the reality of the Palestinian existence to make such callous takes, to be like, oh, well, optics, sweaty. No, the optics in that situation just imply
it does
that
matter. Optics do matter.
I know optics matter, but optics don't matter because optics matter in general, but optics do not matter when we talk about the plight of Palestinians, because there's not a single person that is out there defending them in the Western world, whether it be elected officials or whether it be people in the media, and those who choose to do that. those who choose to stand up and say, no, Palestinians deserve emancipation. I'm not saying you're not one of these people, but those who do stand up and say that, okay, they get immediately cast as the terrorism defender. And I saw the spiritual consequences of that in a post 9/11 America. We are still living in the rubbles of post 9/11 America and its attitude towards Muslims and its attitude towards Islam in general. And oh man, it does seem like this is somehow even worse than that, because I guess it didn't impact Americans directly, so they can be even more bloodthirsty without any fear that there could be violent retaliation.
Right. I think we both have said our piece on this, and maybe we can move on to another topic now, because there is other stuff I want to talk
Ben
about.
Shapiro got mad at me.
I didn't actually watch that yet.
Yeah.
Are we gonna get to the Taylor Swift film soon?
Hold on, there is stuff.
Oh,
There,
okay.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Okay.
This great March of Return is fucking crazy, though. Just reading about this. Fucking 100 and... What does it say?
Are you talking about 2018 March, the freedom, the right to return?
I'm just reading about it. 40 kids, 190 Palestinians were killed.
You know what the
At the
IDF,
protests,
you know what the
thousands were
IDF official
injured.
account posted and then deleted? Shouts out to B'Tselem one more time. Wonderful organization. Okay, wonderful Israeli organization, by the way. They captured it before IDF deleted it, because this shows the indifference.
What did they tweet?
They said every single bullet was accounted for. Here, read out the casualty reports.
It says 190 Palestinians were killed, 40 kids, thousands were injured.
There's videos of IDF snipers filming, like putting their phone like this, propped up against the optics, sniping a child, killing them, hitting them in the head, celebrating that his legs flew up in the air as he was shot, and others around them celebrating.
That's fucking, I mean, yeah, that's demonic.
So when you see that, when you experience that, and then the American dogs in American media refuse to reckon with that violence and instead turn around and have former Israeli officials say these are Hamas-backed operatives, like the fucking 2-year-old or 4-year-old, the pregnant mother that was shot. These are Hamas operatives that deserve to be fucking killed for peacefully demonstrating. What do you do? What can you do? No one hears you, and you're constantly backed into a corner. You are going to retaliate. That is, of course, going to happen.
And Israel needs to understand that. The Israelis,
and I think some Israelis do.
They need to understand that. And that's,
okay.
It's
so
like,
then,
it's that mutual empathy. Like, Israelis need to understand why Hamas is attacking them. If they can't understand that, then nobody can be helped. I mean, it's just, it's insane to not see their perspective.
The major thing here is that I mean, this is there's a reason why Israel did not have local media go to the kibbutzes that you were talking about that were slaughtered. They originally went immediately. They said, we're having foreign press come here.
Mm-hmm.
Right? There was a reason for that. Because they know that internally, the opinion of the Israeli population currently doesn't matter. The Western opinion
I think
matters.
the Israeli opinion on the massacre was pretty unified, dude.
Well, what they say about that is that
Whoa.
they don't.
What
Everybody's
the hell?
already.
Hold on one sec, Hila. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
They're saying everybody is already in such grief and broken that they don't need to show this terrible footage, but
I mean,
they're saying it's important for the world to see what happened, so that's why.
yeah, they're doing propaganda. It's like,
Yeah.
not surprising, is it?
Yeah. No, it's not. But I'm just saying that, like, I think that
it did happen.
I think that there is more.
They're not
It
like
isn't-
putting the bodies there and like putting them in fucked up
No,
ways.
of course not.
I'm just saying,
That's not what I'm saying at all.
It's
Come on.
not that cynical to send in the
No,
press.
I think that.
It's not cynical at all. In that case.
I think that the coverage from certain Israeli outlets on the matter is more critical on the Netanyahu administration, and showing that, I think, and like the interviews that I've seen as well of the parents fucking demanding, basically kicking out Israeli Knesset members that are visiting the hospitals, yelling at them, telling them to fuck off, telling them that this is their fault. I think that like there's two different reasons for obviously that level of anger. Some of which say you did this to us by you know being more brutal, and that this violence, of course, is going to be a constant, and it's going to be a violent retaliation. And then there's also the people that are saying you are not violent enough, right? But ultimately, everyone is critical of the Israeli government at this point from different angles, and I think that's the reason why they care more about the Western media's opinion than anything else, because they don't want to repeat the mistakes that happened last time in both 2018 and also the Shireen Abu Akleh murder, again in the hands of an Israeli sniper that the Israeli government said was actually Palestinians. And Western media immediately disproved that. And then what did the IDF do? What did the IDF do?
I don't know.
When a wonderful voice for good, a Christian woman, a Christian Palestinian, and an American citizen, Shireen Abu Akleh, was murdered as she was on her way to one of these refugee camps. She had a press vest on. She had a press helmet on. She was shot in the neck so that she could be assassinated. Okay? This was a major issue. They wanted to do. Sorry, this is really fucked up. They went to her funeral and beat the shit out of people and ripped the Palestinian flag off of her. Palestinians can't have a moment of peace in this fucking world. They can't even mourn the dead. Sorry. The IDF went in and beat the shit out of the Palestinians that were mourning her at her funeral, that were holding her casket, and ripped the Palestinian flag off of her casket. How is that allowed? How can that continue? How do you not see that? That's in the West Bank. This is a Christian woman. This is not a Muslim. This is not Hamas. This is a journalist that was beloved in the Muslim world. And she was assassinated for speaking out and trying to shine a light on the atrocities. It's hard to look, it's very hard to hold my composure on this. This is something I've talked about for years and years. But when that kind of ruthlessness, sound like fucking Jordan Peterson when he talks about men. Jesus Christ. When that kind of brutality is so normal, so normalized, when that's the everyday existence of Palestinians in the supposed collaborative project with the Israeli government, how can you expect them to do anything but violently retaliate? There's no end in sight for this. And now you have cynical pieces of shit on social media. If you want to talk about social media and people saying stuff on social media, you have cynical liberal commentators that supposedly adorn the politics of radical emancipation, saying, "Oh, how wonderful that Joe Biden is trying to create an exit corridor, a humanitarian corridor for those who are being bombed in Gaza right now to escape through Egypt." That's still ethnic displacement. That is not humanitarian. It is completely unjustifiable. Completely. There is no equivalent. There is no moral equivalence. There is no equivalence whatsoever. And there is no symmetry in the way that this is covered in the Western media. And that is by design. They refuse to show Palestinians as humans. And they have very successfully been able to dehumanize them. There are voices out there There are voices in Israel. There are voices out there who see it, who see the brutality, who see the endless humiliation that Palestinian people have endured. And I stand with them, and I don't care. I will always stand with them, even if there is a moment of violent retaliation, okay? They have nothing. They have no allies. They have nothing in the world. And people celebrate their destruction. It's happening right in front of our eyes. There's nothing. There's no equivalent. It is so horrifying that this can happen in the supposed only democracy in the Middle East, the supposed beacon of prosperity, in a sea of barbaric Arabs, right, who do mass rapes and love to behead people. All of these, some of which are true, by the way, I know. All of these are racist canards specifically to heighten the tensions and to justify what Israel is doing in broad daylight in moments that the world even chooses to care about paying attention to what's going on in Gaza. That's why I wanted to make the distinction that what goes on in the West Bank, this is constant. This is every day for Palestinians. Every day. It's crazy. Like, I know it's, you know, you can say like, oh, land back movements are supposed to be violent or whatever, but there's nothing more violent than this. This is the violence. It's just that it's legalized. It is state-backed. So we are not trained to see it as a violent act. That's the difference. It's only violent or it's only terrorism when it's a non-state actor or a foreign adversary that engages in it. And that's why, if you look at the United Nations, if you look at British or European authorities that have spoken out, correctly condemned Russian atrocities in Ukraine, you will hear silence when it comes to Israel and what Israel has done and what Israel continues to do to Palestinians. Disgusting. Sorry.
I think I can say I don't know. Seeing this.
It's fine. I'm good.
Seeing this and hearing you talk about it, I do probably feel like I haven't been as empathetic with the Palestinian experience as you know what I mean? Like, I can fully acknowledge that I haven't been 100% empathetic with that. And that, you know, my perspective is different. Or, I mean, not right, but I'm just saying, like, seeing this and seeing you react makes me feel like, you know, some of the dealings I've had with people on Twitter and stuff is, like, even though I disagree, is probably not empathetic enough towards this perspective. This is really sad.
This is just a very, you know, it's just one example of many. It's every life is important. Like, you know, the Israeli lives are important too. I recognize that. Just that there's no one out there that will speak out, and those who do are immediately branded as supporters of terrorism. I'm not saying you're doing that, Ethan, but the reality is, when you have the audacity as like a journalist in British media or a journalist in American media to sit across the desk from someone whose family has been murdered and to say, do you condemn the violence of Hamas, when you have never asked an Israeli official if they condemn the ongoing occupation, when you turn a blind eye to it? I'm sorry, I don't give a fuck what like some random person said about land back movements being violent on Twitter, because One is the entire state. One is the entire media apparatus. The other is some fucking person on Twitter. And I don't know what the full scope of their perspective is, but I can tell you, I know the full scope of the perspective of mainstream media and the fucking dogs in America and the fucking violent dogs in all of the European nations, with the exception of Ireland, that have regularly supplied weapons, turned a blind eye to the atrocities, and still to this day cynically and in the most disgusting way declare that any kind of anti-Zionist sentiment, no matter who speaks it, could be Jews, could be Arabs, could be Palestinians, could be Muslims, is anti-Semitism. It's so unimaginable. You have people in England, a woman or a man who had a Palestinian flag was seized by the authorities and was arrested. Now they're talking about possibly declaring the Palestinian flag to be a terrorist flag. That conflation between Hamas and the Palestinians is the policy. That is the policy that is cynically built up, propped up, and defended over and over again, so that when babies are dying in Gaza, when children are being slaughtered in Gaza, when settlers spit on West Bank Palestinians and kill them and don't get punished, and as a matter of fact, the families of said victims get punished, when they're ruthlessly thrown out of their homes, you can still always turn around and justify it by either turning a blind eye to the atrocities or only covering the atrocities when there is any sort of retaliation from Hamas or from the Palestinian side in general. And then, sorry. then we just say, why won't you condemn the violence? Why won't you condemn the violence? You are supporting Hamas.
Let's. I gotta pee.
Okay, I win the argument then.
I'm gonna button out that whole fucking.
The whole last part.
Yeah, the whole last part.
Okay.
No, I feel like I definitely understand where you're coming from. Like, I mean, I 1000% understand where you're coming from, and I do think I can acknowledge, like I touched on before, that I am capable of being more empathetic with their experience.
And I think you are more empathetic by an incredibly wide margin in comparison to the average American. Even though there, of course, and this does not reflect American Jewish people in general. American Jews are at the forefront of demanding the end to the occupation. The Jewish Voice for Peace, if not now, is another organization. There are wonderful friends of mine that are regularly writing about this in very thoughtful ways, and have never ceased their coverage. It's you know, it's so shitty. It's so sad. I don't know what else to say about it. Look, there was another point I wanted to make, but now I'm forgetting it.
Let's do this. Let's enjoy this video, and then I'm gonna go pee, and then we'll move on to another topic.
Okay.
Here, we never got to watch this. This is the mashup of us having a fake conversation with each other. Yeah.
5% of their targets were civilians, okay?
Did you not just see that they killed 700 people?
But it doesn't matter because they're not a fucking real military. They're disorganized, and of course there were people who did some fucked up ass shit, and civilians died as a consequence of that too.
It's war, innocent people die. All right, so let's bring the Iraqis out, Iraqi terrorist groups to your neighborhood. And
oh my God, you're
people murder everyone you love.
Of course they did that, and that is completely fucked up.
There's like a cut while you're talking.
They do a really well. I think they do a decent job of like at least interlacing your audio, so it actually does seem like I'm responding.
I don't know. It seems so far-fetched, but people are believing it. Pretty
Think about
interesting.
what this is wild.
They're saying, yeah, it's wild.
When immediately after,
But like, how fucking cynical is this, man? To create this.
People are saying, I support Palestine. And what they don't mean Palestine, they mean
the
Hamas.
targets that they fucking killed, they're military. That's according to the Israeli
Or
numbers.
even more than Israelis, perhaps, deserve to be burned alive by terrorists.
It's like, bro, do you know what life is like? Have you read a book? Have you, like, watched anything that isn't, like, Zionist copium propaganda?
In fact, why don't you just make it easier? Why don't you just fly to ISIS and do them a favor and just let them, you know, just serve yourself on a platter.
Why is Israel so violent? Why do they not actually scale it back a little bit?
Freaks. Bloodthirsty,
I'm not
savage,
sitting here and being like, oh,
freaks,
that's
yeah.
totally justifiable. That's
They come to your neighborhood
that happens.
and they just start
This is
burning
crazy,
people
isn't
alive,
it?
killing people, kidnapping kids,
Absolutely insane.
desecrating bodies.
I am
And the first
much more
take is,
interested in
you know,
how that happened.
It's pretty fucking, I mean, props, I guess.
Like, if they had done it as a joke, it'd be one thing, but to try and trick people.
I remember what I was gonna say. Okay, this is not about anything here, but it's neither here nor there. But like, you didn't know about the 2018 numbers, right? The march the march to return.
No.
So you didn't know about that. You didn't know about Shireen Abu Akleh. And you are, despite not knowing any of that, and these are just some of the hundreds of examples. There's a reason why you don't know, even though you are empathetic and to the Palestinian plight. Okay, there's a reason why you don't know though, and I think that deserves examination. Why have you never heard of this? Do you want to know why? Because it will never get the same level of coverage that you know, the Israeli retaliation and the justification for it gets.
To be fair, I haven't really been paying attention to the news until like very recently. But
Well, there's a lot of Americans.
but I'm not disagreeing with you. Just trying to defend my own ignorance.
No, I know. It's just, I hope that people that are faced with this reality have a more empathetic approach, rather than turn around and say they deserved it and you deserve it too because you're a supporter of terrorism. You're not doing that, of course. There are those who know about it and yet still push this line, though. But I am a firm believer that if the media was a little bit less interested in manufacturing consent and creating a justification in the minds of Americans for ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, that more people would most likely say this is unacceptable, completely and utterly unacceptable.
All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I want to do all of this, so it might take a while if you're okay with that.
It's fine.
But I think I think that we're having a good thing happening here, so.
Yeah, we're solving it.
I want to keep it going. I mean, yeah, so I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom. Hassan, turn off his mic, please.
Yeah. I apologize for being emotional. I
definitely don't need to apologize.
This has been a long past 3-4 days.
Absolutely.
And there are certain stories that everyone holds on to, you know. There's always a moment that is a radicalizing moment for many others. Like I said, Gabor Mate talked about his Palestinian friends who could not return to their homes when any Jewish person can just go and live in that house, whereas those in the West Bank that have left are, by state policy, not allowed to return. I think that was his radicalizing moment. I don't know. It's really sad. And we didn't even talk about the Canary mission. I want Ethan's perspective on that, especially because there are so many organizations that operate within American boundaries inside of the United States of America that do not have the fucking smoke for Nazis and fascists and anti-Semites, that only have the smoke for random Palestinian nurses, teachers, and students. These are organizations that work to dox and threaten those who have been in support of Palestinians, and we just turn a blind eye to that completely. Most people don't know about it though, and I think that's the reason why they turn a blind eye to it. I think it's ridiculous. It's completely ridiculous. Same with the boycott, divestments, and sanctions movement, which was incredibly important in demanding the end of the apartheid in South Africa. I think that the American government has learned its lesson from that former example and has moved very swiftly and very efficiently to make it virtually impossible to coexist or have a job and keep a job while simultaneously holding the position that you can defend Palestinians and demand a boycott, divestment, and sanctions from the state.
Do you know why it is that, I have to imagine that those laws that are on the books in 35 states about making illegal PDS have been challenged by some groups on First Amendment grounds. Like, how has that not gone to the Supreme Court yet, or has it? Has there been a ruling on that? It just seems so blatantly not.
It's been challenged and won. I think Abby Martin was one of the people that challenged it and won, but ultimately it still exists in, like I said, in a lot of states.
35 is most, yeah. It just, yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't know what the status of any fights over that is, but it just seems so on its face unconstitutional. I'm shocked that so many states have been able to pass that.
Jerusalem Post posted this today over this stupid fucking debate, but they said the Jerusalem Post can now confirm on verified photos of the bodies that reports of babies being burnt and decapitated in Hamas's assault on Kfar Aza, the kibbutz, are correct. And
that was such a, God.
There was a lot of fucking people being like, for some reason, they're like, Hamas would never do that. They would only slaughter 1,500 people. They would only shoot a baby with an AK-47, as if that's not more brutal.
I said this yesterday. I talked about this quite a bit. I think that the coverage of this has been ridiculous. Like the fact that, first of all, the fact that it was not verified until now is insane to me. And the fact that it got all the way to the president, who said I saw the photos when he had not seen it and just repeated it, is wild. Like, and ultimately, it doesn't matter what method of execution occurred when children were slaughtered, when babies were slaughtered. It literally doesn't matter.
Well, that's why I always thought it was so silly when I would see leftists being like, they didn't rape anyone or decapitate any babies. It's like, I guess they're cool then. I guess they're cool.
Shot them.
Yeah, they're cool.
Does
but they did
does
actually.
Seem kind of moot.
No,
but Hamas.
This is why this conversation is frivolous, and I mentioned it time and time again yesterday. That, like, okay, the babies were not decapitated,
they were killed.
or they were, but they're still killed.
Yeah.
So it is silly.
Stupid,
it's silly to have a back and forth on this. However, the only reason as to why the assessment should be made later down the line on how quickly information that is not verified yet can spread all the way to the highest levels of government, and what that serves, what purpose that serves, that part needs a close examination, especially considering prior instances where not that it matters. Again,
I mean, it was true.
It is true.
Yeah.
And it was ruthless, and it was brutal.
It is fucking ruthless.
And this is something that needs to be. This is something that of course, needs to be considered.
That is. I mean,
reason why people were the reason why a lot of people, at least I follow, who have been covering this on the ground inside of Israel, and some inside of Gaza as well, was because of the Kuwait baby incubator situation that occurred in the past, where Amnesty International and the American authorities in the lead up to Operation Desert Storm said that the Iraqi soldiers were taking babies out of their incubators and, like, tossing them and, like, killing them, which is, like, incredibly brutal, right? In that circumstance, that was completely not real. That had not happened at all. And Amnesty International went in and looked at it, and there was even an eyewitness testimony that was offered in Congress that was just a complete falsehood, a complete fabrication, and that played a role in justifying it to Americans that, like, we have to invade. And I think that's the reason why, because the American government has done this before. I think that's the reason why people thought that this was the exact same situation. However, it wasn't the exact same situation, because the baby incubator story was false, whereas babies were still killed in this circumstance. So it's not
matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
But the truth is, though, that this is not going to help anything. This is going to fuel a lot of bad feelings. This being true.
And here's the thing, right? Like, even if those babies weren't beheaded, let's say, right? or they weren't decapitated, whether by gunfire or directly with knives or whatever, which is, I can't believe we're having this conversation. It's so fucking ridiculous. Okay, they still died. It's not like the Israeli government was going to do anything different. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, or it's not like the people that are receiving this information were going to feel differently. Like the goal there is to absolutely demand verification, because you have to do that, because in the fog of war there is so much misinformation that gets presented, and the media should do their fucking jobs 100%. And I do have criticisms on that front, but it's ridiculous to have a constant back and forth on this when nothing will change, and nothing's going to bring those children back.
All right, here's what I want to do. I'm going to move on in the interests of fairness, because part of what I want to do today is call out some really fucking nasty shit I've seen. But and because I want to be consistent and do it all around, and these people are just as deserving, if not more, to be called out. I have a compilation of all the really fucked up shit that Western politicians, mostly politicians, some here like this guy. I mean, this is a rally, you know. This is a pro-Israel protest in New York. I mean, just listen to what this guy has to say.
To my dick!
What do you think the response should be from Netanyahu and the military to Gaza?
Kill all Palestinians! All of them! Now,
So, like, that's crazy, obviously. Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
The
barbaric.
confidence to just say that on camera.
Yeah.
I mean, why would he feel...
There is a level of comfort in saying that, more so than saying...
kill all Israelis,
yeah,
kill all Jews? Yeah, of course.
There's definitely way more acceptable
no
thing to say.
hesitation there, right into the
somehow.
camera.
Yeah.
No mask.
His face is there. He's
the
probably
thing
got
is,
a
why
job.
would he say that? Is that might be a Kahanas flag, I think, too, the one that he's putting up.
one left from the river to the sea.
I can't see.
Will be deceased. And Israel need to do like this.
Oh, and then this whole
No.
shit. Yeah, I've heard this a million times. But
The-
anyway, so that was one. I just want to blast through these.
The flag that I think he's waving is a Kahanas flag, which is of course the psychopathic terrorist cult,
Super far right.
led by the insane Meir Kahan, the rabbi, which Itamar Ben-Gvir is a part of his cult and is a defender of.
Here is Lindsey Graham, the fucking demon.
By the way, that's
himself.
a terrorist organization by American standards. Literally, America has declared that to be a terror organization, as a terrorist organization by Israeli standards as well, and that is the reason why Itamar Ben-Gvir was not allowed to serve in the IDF. So remember that, like, you know, no matter how conservative or no matter how ultra Zionist you might be, even Israeli conservatives are like, that's too far, that's too fucked up. Now that guy runs the police force, and Benjamin Netanyahu gave him a Praetorian Guard, or said it offered him concessions on building out a Praetorian Guard specifically for him.
Netanyahu's going to be remembered like the man. He wanted this legacy of being Israel's protector so bad. He served for what, like 13 years? People are going to spit on his fucking grave, dude. Anyway, here's Lindsey Graham on Fox News, international news, the most popular news show in America, I think.
We're in a religious war here. I am with Israel. Do whatever the hell you have to do to defend yourself. Level the place. We're in a religious war.
Psychotic.
So, but the first guy that we showed, and what he's saying is also exactly what's going on in Gaza. So that is why I always say there is no equivalence here. Like, there is no
just as much. And
there is no power or no like serious no genuine voice that is channeling this kind of wanton indifference and this kind of like callous celebration of like genociding all Jewish people, which is completely unjustifiable, of course. like there is no equivalent on the there's no equivalent on the Palestinian side.
You're right. You're right.
And it's not represented in
these
the
are
media
like-
or reflected in any way at all.
I understand what you're saying, and the crazy thing here is that these people are posting it on their social media. This is Nikki Haley posts this on her YouTube. Lindsey Graham posted that clip. That motherfucker clipped that because it felt
he
like it was
posted it
clipped,
himself.
Right? He posted that on Twitter.
Yeah, that's
Bro,
so crazy.
it's not just Republicans, by the way. Democrats
This
have
is
said
the worst I
similar.
found.
Democrats have said similar things as well. I mean, what's his name from the Problem Solvers Caucus? Gottheimer, Josh Gottheimer. They were having a closed door meeting, and he could be heard screaming that, like, you know, all Muslims. What was it? That's a Democrat. Oh, here, I'll show you. I'll read it.
Meanwhile, here, let me play this Nikki Haley video. Message to Netanyahu.
And what we have to understand is this is the reason that we have to unite around making sure our enemies do not hurt our...
I do have to say, also looking at this, it strikes me as a little bit silly that they're showing... Oh, God damn it, it's so fucking slow. That they're showing, like, a, you know, essentially a hole in the ground as evidence for, you know, the
Leveling
damage,
the city?
the damage that Hamas has done, versus like the shots of Gaza, where like literally entire city blocks are demolished. It does strike me as a little fucking goofy.
Sure our enemies do not hurt our friends. America can never be so arrogant to think we don't need friends, just like we needed them on 9/11. That's why Ukraine needs us when Russia's doing this. That's why Israel needs us when...
There's like some playground politics.
That is the most
You need
disgusting.
friends.
That is
We
the most
need
disgusting
friends.
comparison. Like the fact that every fucking Ukrainian official has come out and been like, "Wow, what Palestinians are doing is exactly what the Russians are doing to Ukraine," is so fucking... Oh my God, I don't even want to get into it. Okay, I don't
Let me
even wanna
finish
talk
this
about
video.
that.
Yeah.
Dogs.
Hamas and Iran are doing this, and I'll say this to Prime Minister Netanyahu, finish them. Finish them. Hamas did this, you know...
I mean, that's fucking crazy. And I mean, again, the result of this shit, of these terrorist attacks, is basically, you know, the Western world being like, here's your blank check to kill as many fucking Palestinians as you want.
It's so 9/11 again. It's so scary.
This only works when only one side of the conflict gets coverage in the eyes of the American population. They would do this on Fox regardless. It only works because of the insanely Islamophobic sentiment that is just so commonplace since the post 9/11 universe that we exist in. And not only that, but also that's why the conflation of Palestinians and Hamas is one that is by design, because the victims are still the Palestinians, not Hamas, and there is no way to effectively neuter or destroy Hamas with an endless bombing campaign in Gaza. The only way to destroy the influence that Hamas has is by starving it out. And I don't mean literally by starving the entire Gaza Strip. Starving Hamas and ridding it of its influence requires you to treat Palestinians with dignity and offer them equality and follow through on the former promises that the international community has made and turned a blind eye to Israel not following their commitments on.
Fully agree with what you said. Like, again, it's important for everyone to acknowledge that Hamas is the result of, you know, Israel's treatment of the Palestinians. And it's just, you're right. If you, I think it's obvious, but I guess people don't want to confront it, but the obvious solution is to don't give them a reason to turn to terrorists. You know, pretty obvious. But there it is. Here's Marco Rubio. There can be no ceasefire, negotiated solutions, or peaceful coexistence with depraved barbarians who murder teenage girls, children, the elderly, and then dump them in the streets of Gaza so bloodthirsty crowds can desecrate their bodies. Hamas must be eradicated, and Israel must respond disproportionately, in all caps, to this and any future attacks from the enemy. I mean, what he's doing here is, like, the Hamas murderers are 1,000% barbarians who murdered children, teenage girls, which specifically he has a problem with. He goes, who murdered teenage girls? What about teenage boys? We don't care about them. Just like the weird focus. What? Right? Anytime,
a little odd.
Anytime you call out teenage girls, and in any context, I'm gonna raise an eyebrow.
Check his hard drive.
He just likes them, you know.
Yeah. By the way,
But to finish my point, he was saying he's conflating Hamas, who are bloodthirsty murderers, to justify killing Palestinians. Disproportionately. And again, like, I don't know if they, like, the videos that I saw that made me emotional before, of the Palestinian dad, you know, with his daughter, holding her like this, like she was like gray and fucking dead, like an 8-month-old baby.
Yeah.
Like a beautiful newborn, innocent, beautiful child. Like, I don't know if and he's this man. I don't know if Marco Rubio has ever seen anything like that, or if it would change him. But I can't imagine that seeing that would not have an impact on these fucking ghouls to see what they're actually wishing for.
It might not be impactful for Marco Rubio, but it certainly would be impactful for many people who are completely oblivious to what's going on, which is precisely the reason why that never gets any coverage. This isn't to say that, like, Israeli civilian casualties are acceptable or good. It's just that there is coverage on that endlessly, understandably, and never any coverage on the humanity of Gazans. I've talked about another aspect of this too. We in the Western world live in the comfort of the imperial core, and we live in a comfortable security blanket. So for us, if we live in like Connecticut or Iowa or whatever, of course we empathize significantly more with Israelis that were attacked by this horde of scary Muslims. Like, of course we empathize with that on a spiritual level because we can't understand the entire building blocks being removed. It is far too alien for us to comprehend the fear and the reality of that kind of devastation. We look at that and we go, oh, this is just like Baghdad, you know, which is an enemy that deserved it in the minds of Americans. So that is also another reason why I think Americans are immediately and unconditionally in support of, you know, the Israeli occupation.
Here's Ben Shapiro. I mean, no surprise here, obviously, but still.
Oh, he's been baying for blood nonstop.
I mean, here's a video. The UN Special Reporter for Human Rights in Palestine. We are horrified by what's happening, and we are calling for a truce. And here's a video of, you know, Gaza being bombed by missiles. And then Ben, in his infinite empathy and human nature, told them that they can fuck right off. And, like, this is such, all these people, but looking at Ben, I mean, it's such a lack of human empathy. It's like, it's just fucking evil, man. But there it is. That's Benny Boy. And one more, again, no surprises here, but Charlie Kirk.
These people betray principles of Judaism and centuries of Jewish history of always siding with those who have been oppressed, always being at the forefront of social justice and fighting for emancipation for all people. It's really, really, really disgusting to see that. 100%.
I didn't want to read this one. So, basically, showing all these ghouls, feeling very comfortable with no pushback, expressing their desire for genocide in Western media. Oh, here is an Israeli. Hold on, who said this? Okay, so here it is in Hebrew. This was from an unnamed defense official told Israel's Channel 13 that the Palestinian territory, home to more than 2 million residents, would be reduced to rubble. Quote, Gaza will eventually turn into a city of tents. There will be no buildings. The ground maneuver will surprise Hamas, the official said in a stark warning to the terrorist group behind the weekend assault that killed more than 1,200 Israelis.
I mean, the Israeli defense minister literally said, we're shutting off the electricity, we're shutting off the food supply.
I don't understand
And we're
that.
shutting off the water into Gaza because we're fighting human animals, or a better translation, I think, was beasts. Like, but ultimately, though, that's collective punishment. It is a violation of the Geneva Suggestions. I don't want to call it conventions. This has happened for far too long. You can't attack the press. You can't attack, medics. They killed. There was the Red Crescent guy who was crying in his ambulance because he could not. He had seen far too much death and destruction, and a couple hours later, he got bombed. They allowed him to enter a site of the rubble, a site of the bombings, and they bombed him and killed him. Like a couple hours later.
Okay, so
directly just a violation.
at this time, I want to turn my attention to some of the very evil takes I've heard some prominent folks making about Israelis. Here is one such example of a dude, and this guy is very popular. He has 1.6 million subscribers. He is a very popular political YouTuber
I can't see anything.
called Second Thought. Sorry, this.
Oh yeah, he's my friend. I like JT.
All right, well then you tell me what you think about this. He said, "What's going on in occupied Palestine is unprecedented. No doubt we'll have wall."
Is it on? Wait, hold on. I don't have my glasses today.
It's just the.
I'm not
text is
gonna be
really
able to see it. I just had to click on it so I can read it. But go ahead. You can read it out. You can read it out loud.
Here, you know what? Let me show you this.
Is it on the Google Doc?
Let me show you the video first. This will be easier for you. He basically says the same thing here. So here he is doing a podcast.
I've been on. I think is this deprogram? I've been on the podcast.
I don't know what it's called, but this is just a clip from
Yeah.
So here's his take on this, and let's listen.
Thank you very much. He says, did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news? I don't care.
Yeah, the occupiers
I don't,
are not civilian.
First of all, just straight off the bat.
The person that's talking is Hakim. He is a doctor in Iraq, and of course, just to put this into a decent frame of reference for those who are unfamiliar, I think he will probably have a much more ruthless position on the matter, considering how he feels about American forces and what they've done to his
This
home
I'm pretty
and
sure is
family.
all second thought.
No, the one who said.
No, I know.
Yeah.
Here.
Thank you very much. He says, did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news?
So wait, who's talking there?
That's Hakim.
Okay, so second thought's the one who says, "I don't care," and laughs.
Wait, say it.
I don't care.
This
No,
guy.
that's Hakim.
I don't.
The guy with the accent.
Yeah, that's Hakim. Second thought is an American.
So second thought is the guy who's asking the question.
No, Hakim is the one who read it. He's reading it from chat. It's a
Thank you
super
very much.
chat.
Did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news? I don't care.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, he agrees with him, so let's just fucking listen
go
to
on.
the clip.
The occupiers
I
are
don't-
not civilians. That is what it comes down to. Like, if imagine,
French-
like if
Sorry, go on.
Germany, let's say Germany, to be non.
That's him, right?
I think, yeah,
Yeah.
I think so.
Controversial.
And not that it matters.
invaded the United States, and they said, you know what, Cincinnati, Ohio is our ancestral home, and everyone knows that's blatantly false. But they take your home, they murder your grandma, they bulldoze like your neighbor's house. Are those people civilians there? No, they're occupiers, and those are criminals. That is, there are no civilians there. In the
So-
illegal-
You wanna pause it?
according to second thought, he says that every Israeli is an occupier, and there are no citizens there. In response to
There are
decapitating babies, which I can now say.
There are two different schools of thought here. So, the first is
And the take in the
19
comments is based.
Yeah, of course. The 1948ers believe that there's two different schools of thought within, I would say, anti-Zionism. Those who believe that all matter of settlements that were propped up even in the inception of the Israeli nation state are unjustifiable, and that they are settlers. So they extend beyond your perspective that you agree with, which
just
is
because-
West Bank is a settler occupation.
I think it's an extremely evil thing to say, what he said.
Let me ask you this.
No. What do you think? What he said is evil?
I think it is, one, unproductive, and two, it does not meet the realities on the ground, and it's not a viable solution.
Calling, or just to be clear, calling babies
No, of course not.
settlers.
Of course,
And they're not even living
They're
on.
not.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
they're
okay.
babies.
So I
Now,
just want to
listen,
say,
listen.
I just
I
want
have a
to
question for
say
you. I have a
that this
question for you.
guy's a fucking evil piece of shit for saying that.
Can I ask you a question?
Can I finish? Let me finish the
Okay,
video.
we'll finish this, but I do
Yes.
have a question for you because
Yeah.
I think you're going to agree with something I'm about to say.
Yes. Let's just finish it and then we'll talk.
invaded the United States, and they said, you know what, Cincinnati, Ohio is our ancestral home, and everyone knows that's blatantly false. But they take your home, they murder your grandma, they bulldoze like your neighbor's house. Are those people civilians there? No, they're occupiers, and those are criminals. That is, there are no civilians there in the illegal military occupation.
Yeah. So that's number one.
I mean, that's so callous. It's kind of hard to fucking even believe just how flippant he can be about calling babies militants that are deserving to be killed.
Very beautifully put. Number two, much more importantly, the track record of Palestinians has been 1,000 times better than that of the Israeli occupation, despite the fact that Israeli occupation does not need to brutalize. They already have all the power, but they still choose to do far worse. The worst that will happen to a person in the Palestinian custody is that they're going to be like auctioned off for a prisoner swap. which is the historic track record also.
Yeah. And of course,
he's not wrong about this. This is the original goal for the military, the excursion. At least if you believe.
I'm not exactly having a ton of faith in the dudes that decapitated babies to treating their POWs really well.
Well,
I think that's kind of a psychotic take too, where it's like it's like, why are you trying to give Hamas the benefit of the doubt on this one? You know, being like, oh, they treat their prisoners fucking awesome. You know, let's not try to do that.
Okay. So,
but anyway, and that combined with just the callous, the laughter.
Listen.
Hold on.
Did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news? I don't care.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they're laughing about it.
So let me ask you. Let me pose a question for you.
Go ahead.
So you have said that those in the West Bank are fundamentalist settlers. Are you familiar with the international law surrounding the justifiable forms of violence towards?
So first of all,
terror.
I don't put any stock, frankly, in whatever these quote international laws are.
Yeah, it's.
But no, I'm not familiar with whatever that says.
Technically, the reason why the IDF has to exist in the West Bank and behave in the oppressive manner that they behave is because Palestinians, and this is going to sound very radical and possibly very violent, but this is a matter of law, and maybe even if you agree with this, a matter of morality. Palestinians have the legal ground to violently seize back their own homes from the settlers. This is a reality, and that is precisely the reason why they have to exist under endless occupation in the West Bank.
You know what? And that's why I say, if it was settlers, that would be a lot more understandable. Yeah. But let's not obfuscate, okay? I understand what you're saying. But this dude just called babies militants.
No, I understand. And there are baby settlers as well. But there are baby settlers as well. There are babies in the settlements.
But the babies that killed were not.
I know.
Okay, so
here's now that we established that. Yeah. No, hold on. Now that we established that, the other school of thought here is that all matter of Israelis living on Israel proper are they're also doing the exact same thing in the eyes of some. I do not agree with that because I don't think that is a reasonable solution, and it's not realistic anyway, and that only will lead to the complete evisceration of Palestinians, and far-right Israelis will use that to continuously radicalize just regular Israeli citizens in their endless bombing campaigns and ethnic cleansing campaigns and the brutal occupation. This is why many thinkers, I believe even including Norm Finkelstein, who has dedicated his entire life to speaking the truth about Israel's occupation, and Noam Chomsky and many others, even Edward Said, as I brought up earlier, believe that the de-Zionification or the displacement of Israelis from Israel proper, Jewish Israelis, is it's not justifiable and it's not realistic. It's more so a single state solution, at least one that I advocate for, because I know a lot of people advocate for a two-state solution. I'm a one-stater, which would
Was there a question?
What?
I thought you said I have a question for you at the beginning of that.
I gave you the question. You already answered it. You said I know your position on like violently seizing back your land from settler occupiers.
Yeah, that's not what they did though. And that's
these
who
guys.
he's talking.
No, these guys, or at least I assume Second Thought has the perspective that all matter of Israel is all matter of Israel proper is considered settler occupation.
And he's evil for thinking that. He is. Right after babies were murdered and decapitated.
All I'm saying,
let me read his further.
If he said this in 1949, I'd have a different opinion on the matter.
You
can't say this in 2023. I agree.
Let me read this. Thank you for agreeing. What's going on in occupied Palestine is unprecedented. No doubt we'll have wall-to-wall coverage of atrocities now that it's the genocidal settlers on the receiving end. This is what liberation struggle looks like. Solidarity and victory to the Palestinian people. Again, just to put the timing in frame here, he says, no doubt we'll have wall-to-wall coverage when Israel responds. This is while Bodies are still bleeding.
Well, I guess the second part did come true. He wasn't wrong on the second part of that conversation, at least. Okay.
What, solidarity and victory to the which part are you referring to?
Wall-to-wall coverage when Israel responds.
Right, but like, and this is my problem. So as the bodies are fucking still bleeding out, and he's saying this is what liberation struggle looks like: beheading babies, burning families alive, solidarity and victory to the Palestinian people. This is pro-Hamas. This man is supporting Hamas.
I think his position is that people that have been trapped, and I can't speak for him, but you can if you want to talk to him. I'm sure he would be willing to come on and speak his piece. I've already mentioned that I don't find this to be particularly helpful or productive as far as this conversation goes, not because like I am tasked with defending the positions of other people or even criticize them. It's more so that we know what is currently happening. We are now 3-4 days removed from October 7, and we know what the retaliation looked like, and we know what the occupation has looked like every single day.
That was an obvious reaction.
So that's why I'm saying,
again,
that's what I'm saying. Like a YouTuber with
hold on, this guy's influential.
No, I know, Ethan, but his influence is nothing in comparison to the multi-billion-dollar media
I
operation.
just want to call this guy out. That's what I want to do.
You can call him out.
I just spent
and you can ask
2.5 hours calling out Israel. So now this guy, second thought, he's supporting Hamas. He is pro-Hamas. That's what
call him out.
Hold on.
Okay.
Solidarity and victory to the Palestinian people. Again, the timing that I keep mentioning, as bodies are being counted, is pro-Hamas. That's it. That's it. There's no other way to interpret that, and it's evil. He continues, imagine someone comes to your town, murders your neighbors, kicks you out of the home your family lived in for generations, and relocates you. Are those occupiers civilians? No, they're criminals and accomplices in genocide. Once again, referring to babies who were decapitated. At least, but again, that doesn't matter. 40 babies died at this kibbutz. Okay, kids also, children, families. Peaceful kibbutzim. Many of them actually pro-Palestine advocates. He said that they are criminals and accomplices.
Okay, we don't know if they were pro-Palestine advocates. Let's not go that far.
What? That's positive. That's.
What you
think that none of the people killed were
I mean, I don't know that. I'm saying, like, I don't know why you're adding that. It doesn't even matter because ultimately,
it does matter.
They shouldn't die.
Okay, right.
My position.
But it does make it especially ironic when he's calling them accomplices in genocide when their only crime is being born somewhere.
No, I agree with you.
It's evil. I just want to say that.
I agree with you.
Okay, good.
I don't disagree with you on this at all.
Thank you.
But that's not my. But.
Bro, I'm just calling it out.
Okay,
this guy's a fucking. He's a
scumbag. If you want, you have the opportunity. You can speak to him if you want on this particular issue.
I'll think about it. But
so I don't know why you're.
I'm not demanding you respond, but I simply, as a matter of doing this show, want to call out the people that disgusted me, because again, I hear this all the time. People go, "Oh, really? Well, show me an example."
I know, but
here's one.
No, of course there are examples of this. It's just entirely and utterly inconsequential, and I 100% stand by that.
It's not. He's an influential man. When you're expressing these kinds of.
Okay, let's walk through that. What do you think is the negative consequence of this? Do you think that people are going to see this and go, "Oh, I should go to a"?
So should I not care about it?
I think that if you look at the reality, and I know you recognize it, a YouTuber saying this kind of thing and spending any time or any effort on this, when your moral position is clear, when mine is clear, spending any time on this whatsoever to be like, we got to clean up our own homes here, deviates from the actual message that must be unflinching. The message is that these violent means of ensuring that the occupation continues is going to inevitably lead to more violence
This man,
that Israelis will be subjected to as well.
Normalizing murdering civilians.
He has no capacity to do so.
And the result of that.
I think a better argument would be that it's anti-Semitic. You could say that, well, not what he's saying, but that it could lead to people listening to what he's saying and then think that like all Jews are responsible.
Okay,
and
so
think
it's
that like
consequential. The stuff that he's saying matters.
That would
but
be.
My point is, if I can finish my point, is that this guy who proposes to be such this Palestinian advocate, he is encouraging the murder of civilians, babies, etc. In an effort to free the occupation.
I don't think he's encouraging it. I think he's justifying it.
No. No, he says, hold on. No, he says this is what liberation struggle looks like. What's the liberation struggle about murdering families? But I wanted to say that this guy who purports to care so much about Palestine, his advocating for killing civilians, the result of that is going to be basically what's happening in Gaza now, which is that Israel, which is, again, genocidal, violent, psychopathic people in power are, it's like the result of this is Netanyahu gets more power and consolidates when people already fucking hated him. The international community that was giving a lot of general support for Palestine and Gaza and all that.
No.
There was a lot of I know you're going to debate me. There was a lot of sentiment, especially in Europe, for being like, "Yo, we need to, we need to look at this."
The entire planet, the entire planet has regularly condemned the illegal occupation time and time again. You know who has said "fuck off" to that? The United States of America and Israel, and sometimes Ukraine. So. It does not matter what the condemnation even looks like. It doesn't change anything. Palestinians.
Let me finish my.
Okay, go ahead. Finish your point.
The point is that the result of this, these people are pro-Palestine. The result of this is literally the opposite of any possible intended consequence, which is Netanyahu gets more power internationally and domestically when people already fucking hated him and his government. The Western countries are basically backing up Israel's genocide and encouraging it and sanctioning it. The Gazans are now being bombed. Their food, power, water is being shut off, although that happens regardless at times.
Always.
But so
if the argument here is that if Second Thought had not tweeted this, or if other YouTubers and other people on Twitter had not tweeted their celebrations, that do we think that the world's perspective would be different on Israel's bombing campaign currently? If you think that, like, legitimately, if not a single person had tweeted this, do you think that the situation on the ground would be different?
Does it matter to you that this might be anti-Semitic?
Oh, wait, what do you mean?
Well, you're saying you're treating this as if it doesn't matter at all, and that's
yes,
you're not.
I don't think it matters at all.
And you're not Israeli.
Yeah, I don't think it matters at all in the grand scheme of things whatsoever.
So you're saying
because the question I
hold
posed
on. Your point.
Answer my question,
Go ahead.
please. Let's say JT and Hakeem or any number of different Twitter users had not been so callous in their indifference for civilian casualties in this situation. Not a single person had tweeted anything. Do you think that there would be more support for Palestinians?
Obviously not, but listen to
so
what
why
I'm
are we
saying,
having this
bro.
conversation then?
He's influencing people. He's not. Is this tweet going to change what's happening on the ground? No.
No, of course
But these opinions being broadcast by respected people in politics is going to contribute to fucking more violence. He is.
In what regard?
Because people
like,
who
do you think
sympathize with him are gonna be like, yeah. I mean, he's basically
Do you think
He's
Palestinians are going to see JT's
no, the
tweets?
acceptance of people, and that's fucking anti-Semitism, bro.
The acceptance of what people?
The acceptance of people internationally who look at this guy saying, "Let's fucking kill all the Israelis because they're all occupiers."
I don't agree with that take. That he's making.
I'm being
here.
hyperbolic.
Yeah.
But it's not that far from what he said. I mean, he's called every Israeli an accomplice in genocide and an occupier.
It's like freaking out. It's like freaking out when the Iranian leadership like fucking burns an American flag or whatever and be like, they hate us. They're gonna come for us. They're gonna kill all of us. Like there is no conversation to be had here that is like serious because,
Bro, I just disagree. I mean, you were telling me today how much influence I have. Why does it not matter that people use this?
The
kind
influence
of
you have is upon your
man has
fan
influence.
base. The influence you have
And
upon
that
your
doesn't matter?
The influence you have upon your fan base was specifically in regards to okay. Let me dial it back real quick and explain something. This is a basic fundamental that I believe in. I believe that our culture and our attitudes are entirely reflected on the material realities on the ground, that our material realities guide our culture and our attitude towards certain things. I don't believe that you can move the needle in the other direction. I don't believe that you can tweet a revolution. As a matter of fact, many people laugh at hashtag activism and whatnot, but I do think that it goes in the opposite direction. I do think that you can't make a super sweet YouTube video that ends up destroying the white supremacist court structure in the United States of America. However, I do believe that if you go in the other direction and promote more of the state-sponsored violence, you absolutely can motivate people to feel more justified and demand more from their governments.
Which is what he's doing,
do this.
right?
So if and only if there was a real, legitimate, well-established military machine that was capable of going and fucking killing every single Israeli citizen, like you said, he is justifying for, this would be as damaging as the average Israeli defense of the Israeli occupying force. Only then.
I just find it odd
And
that
even
you have
then,
to do the
and
whole
even
what about
then,
thing about this.
But Ethan, even then, there is no comparison because guess what? What he is saying as a singular YouTuber is represented by our elected leaders, is represented in the reality on the ground in the way that Israel is continuing its occupation and its bombing campaign in Gaza, which is why I think it is utterly and entirely a distraction to have assessments, to make assessments over.
Listen, I'm sorry that I care about it. I guess I'm just an emotional fucking idiot.
I'm not saying that at all. I perfectly understand why you care about it.
But it's important to me.
I understand why you care about it.
I disagree with that premise.
I think you should have him on
to
to ask
you
him.
disagree with
I think you should
his
have him
premise.
on to ask him. Because I personally disagree with this assessment.
Yeah.
And I think it's unhelpful and unproductive overall.
Yeah. Okay.
But
we agree. But I think he's evil.
But
He's
I
a
also
scumbag.
will point once again that what he's saying here is the Israeli policy in the other direction. It has been the reality in the other direction.
Which is not good.
I know you don't agree with that, but I'm saying because you don't agree with that, it is...
This is the main problem I'm having with all this stuff.
I know that's the main problem you have with all this stuff, and that's why I'm trying to say it's not even remotely a point of contention, and it's not even remotely equivalent, and it's not even remotely
I don't think people
productive
should be
to have this conversation.
This guy's way too comfortable just going out there publicly and being applauded.
What do you think is the solution here? What should be done with him for saying that?
What criticism doesn't stand on its own? Why do I need to like be punitive?
No, you said you're upset. I mean, I think you're well within your right to be.
I'm criticizing. I'm criticizing. I'm not asking for.
I think you're well within your right to be critical of it.
Yeah.
Like I said, though, I will reaffirm my position that if he was saying this about Palestinians instead of Israelis, that would not only be not condemned at all by a singular person, that would be the specific policy position of the entirety of the Western world.
Israelis and the Western world are monsters, then we shouldn't care when the opposite people are monsters, because it
Not
doesn't
necessarily.
matter.
I
Well,
think
that kinda
because
seems like what you're
I think
arguing.
no, that's not what I'm saying. Because I don't agree with what he's saying, regardless.
But
However,
why does it matter then? if
however-
we're just taking this comment and I just want to point it out for the evil it is, like why does it? I just don't understand
I
the
told you
need
this
for.
already. Any issue to be taken up with Westerners and the optics of like what they are saying should be talked about with respect to the impact that those words will have. Which is why I said, if you think that this is genuinely going to be impactful, then that's another conversation to
I
have.
think it matters. I mean, I wouldn't say it doesn't matter. But anyway, clearly you don't agree, and that's just my opinion on the guy.
I do not agree with his assessment. Yes.
And so let's moving on to. I mean, we've talked about.
But I think you would agree with his assessment if he was talking about settlers in the West Bank, though, right?
I mean, I wouldn't go so far as to say that, you know.
Kill babies in the West Bank. Of course, you wouldn't say that.
But like theoretically, I don't think settlers are civilians.
They're not.
But
They
he's
are not
talking about
recognized
all
as
Israelis.
civilians by international law. They are
Talking about all
technically
Israelis.
considered terrorists.
That's an important
I agree.
distinction that he's not making.
The distinction that he's making is that he's going by. He's talking like it's 1952. You know what I mean? That's the difference. And it's not 1952. You can't make this assessment.
Thank you. You know, we were talking about. Let's see. Man, this video's sick, dude. Again, I know you're gonna say this is just like a small rally that happened, but there is a certain level of comfort. I mean, this doesn't seem like a small rally, frankly. There's a lot of people out here, and they're just out there. And here's the speech that one of the organizers has to say about the
What is
Hamas.
this?
Oh, you haven't seen this?
I can't see. Well, first of all, I can't see anything
full
because I don't
screen
have
it.
my
I'll-
fucking goddamn
sorry.
glasses. I
Here,
forgot. But also, secondly, I mean, yeah, I don't know what the fuck he's gonna be.
Well, it's crazy. It's crazy. But listen to what this guy has to say.
Broke through the fence. They put the F-35 on.
What is he saying?
You'll hear it. It's a little fuzzy right now. Here.
And as you might have seen, there was some sort of rave or desert party where they were having a great time until the resistance came in electrified hang gliders and took at least several dozen hipsters. But I'm sure they're doing very fine despite what the New York Post says. But nobody had seen this coming. Every Israeli official said it was a complete surprise. And I think we have to sit with that. Because as of just a couple days ago, they said that surprise wasn't possible. They said we control every inch of Palestine.
No, they don't!
They said we have walls, we have cameras, yes, we have traitors too, and there's nothing they can do that we won't see in what we do. They were so arrogant. But just less than 24 hours ago on the land, from the sea, and from the air, the people of the Gaza our people from Gaza, our young people are riding their bikes through these settlements where they were told they could never go because of apartheid. Our farmers, the farmers of Gaza, you know they say that they can't even have tractors. They say that's terrorist equipment. Well, unfortunately for them, the tractors of these various so-called kibbutz settlements have been liberated and taken back to the farms.
I mean, that's insane.
I don't even. Yeah. Okay. Like.
Okay.
I don't.
Just criticizing people. You don't have to comment if you're not comfortable about it.
Okay. I mean, I have no.
I mean, he
no,
was just like, I don't like this shit.
Okay.
It bothers me.
I understand why. I understand
He
why
goes,
you don't like
the
this.
electrified hang gliding heroes flew in and killed a bunch of hipsters partying. They were having so much fun at the party till these fucking heroes showed up and mass murdered everyone. Oh, and we liberated the kibbutz, by the way. Everyone's cheering. We liberated the kibbutz, aka beheading babies.
I will once again present to you the same exact question. If this rally was not held and if he had not said those things that I do not agree with, Do you think that there would be a difference in the analysis and the way that Palestinian people are treated? Do you think that there would be a difference in the bombing campaign that's going on? Or do you think that this is, once again, the violent sentiment of those who are siding with the oppressed that is ultimately utterly and entirely inconsequential?
I'll tell you this.
Because
I know
all
that's
this
fucking
does,
evil.
all this does,
I know that.
All this does,
and I have no problem to say it.
All this does is to serve a singular purpose, and that purpose I do not believe you are on board with, but that purpose is cynical. When people go, look at these guys, they're all violent. That is, by design, what mainstream media in America is doing when they constantly, exclusively cover the Palestinian side.
That's not what I've done
specifically
here
about
today.
like these guys. I know you're not doing that.
I've just spent 2.5 hours talking about.
Even I know.
So I just want to listen. I just want to say this guy's evil. He is. He's a evil dude. There's just, you know what I mean? Like, fuck this guy and fuck all these people. That's just not it, man. And once again, this is right after. This is right after it all happened.
Yes.
And we're talking about the hang gliding heroes. I mean, I'm sorry, but it's sick, and I think it needs to be called out. I don't think it's good to normalize this kind of shit.
We should keep calling it out. We should only call this out, which is what many are doing. Whenever there's any mention of, you're not.
About us.
I know you're not.
Yeah.
But this is why I'm like, there's not
I'm calling both out.
There's not a single outlet that ever legitimately
I don't belong to those networks.
the ongoing and never-ending plight of Palestinians.
I'm just trying to
only
call
talk
out
about
both
Palestinian activists
sides.
like this. They show these pieces of footage and go, look how violent these guys are. Look how violent the left is overall. These guys are all leftists. Look at them. They're leftists. They love terror. They love terrorism. And we are talking about this in a country where, like, there is no, like, the guy you brought up, JT, okay, who I disagree with on that front. He has had the Department of Homeland Security visit his home for his for a YouTube video that he wrote. No, not for that. It was a YouTube video that you would agree with if you watched it. It was about the Department of Homeland Security in and of itself. I believe it was something about the CIA. Like, there is no real legitimate, genuine, and continued support for Palestinians, and there is no legitimate, real, and continued leftist momentum happening. Especially one that is, like, associated with any kind of tangible move on the ground. So that is why it is, you know, frivolous to have this endless back and forth that already is happening all over mainstream media. There's no, especially in America, they don't bring up like Mohammed al-Kurd, whose home was violently seized. They don't have him on to talk about these issues. They just go, look at these crazy.
I don't think. Listen, I don't think a 30. I don't mean this. I don't think this monologuing is essential to calling this guy evil. That's all.
All right. Are there more wrongs committed by Americans who are speaking on Palestine that we can go through? I'm down to go through more of it if you have more.
This is a massive rally in Sydney, Australia, and again we bring up the issue of, like, it's inconsequential. Well, according to this massive rally outside the Sydney Opera House, they're not making a distinction between Israelis and Jews, actually. I'll play it for you. Gas the Jews. Etc., etc.
This is the out of everything that you've shown me, this is demonstrably the worst. Like, because this has genuine impact on the ground in whatever nation that we're talking about. That is unequivocally and uncritically anti-Semitic, completely indefensible. No additions to that
Can I ask you a
whatsoever.
question then?
What?
Let's say that one of this.
And that does lead to, I think, furthering anti-Semitic, and not only is it unproductive, but that does, I think, lead to a real and tangible impact on the ground.
So let me ask you this.
What's up?
A fan of Second Thought who's listened to him dehumanizing Israelis that way, do you think that listening to him might inspire one of those people to be like, hey, I'm going to go join this, you know.
What, Hamas?
Well, no, I mean, it's a according to it's a pro-Palestine.
You think a fan of Second Thought's going to see, okay, let's walk through it. You think a fan of Second Thought's going to see that and be like, I'm going to go to Gaza, I'm going to join Hamas?
That's not what I said. I said he's going to go down to the Upper Sydney, at this location, and be like, hey, yeah, fuck, let's gas the Jews. Everyone's saying it. Nobody seems to care.
I guess it could happen, certainly.
Okay.
Okay. But once again, I mean, this is fucking gross, by the way, 100%. It's just ridiculous. It's disgusting. What I was going to say is, I'm still thinking about a Second Thought YouTube fan being like, I'm gonna go rise up in the global jihad and rise up against Israel and purge it.
I understand that.
May
you
Allah
think that,
guide my weapons.
I understand you think it's silly.
I do.
But again,
I do think it's
I'm
silly.
responding to your point about how none of this matters, and I disagree with that premise. I do.
Yeah, that guy.
This is how I'm portraying it.
He's like, it's time to do a jihad against Israel and all the Jews.
You're not, yeah, but that wasn't my point.
No,
He's just going to join the rally.
Let's be serious. Let's be serious. You're right. I think that conflations, no matter who's doing it, of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism are very dangerous. And I think that saying that, saying anti-Semitism is like fuck the Jews when you're talking specifically at a anti-Israel rally or a pro-Palestine rally is really fucked up. Completely unacceptable. And yeah, I don't know what else to say about it other than, yeah, of course I condemn that. That is, I mean, there's always people that try to sneak in little anti-Semitic shit in my chat all the goddamn time. Whenever I'm talking about these stuff, they're like, ooh, why do you think the American media turns a blind eye to this? Maybe because they own it. And I'm like, okay, motherfucker, Jews don't own the media, wasps do, okay? So shut the fuck up. Like, there is always going to be people that try to take advantage of these sorts of things. And ultimately, the reality on the ground is unchanging, and the opinion of our governments are unchanging on what do you call it? The way that we turn a blind eye to one side of the atrocities and also completely justify the reaction that the state engages in. But yes, I do think that could lead to, I do think that is anti-Semitic, and that will lead to anti-Semitic sentiment spreading. It is completely unacceptable, and it should never be normalized, and it should be fought against.
That's all I'm trying to do.
That is not what that is not what being a defender of Palestine is about.
Right.
That is not what being a defender of the emancipation of all people is about. It's completely ridiculous.
And so here, this is one more. This happened in Brighton, in England. I'll just play it real fast. Another rally.
Dude, there's gonna be. It's like that dude who like. There's some random fucking guy who like who Googled swastika and like pointed it at.
I'm not showing that one because that one's silly. It's just
no, I know. But my point is this, right? There are always in every kind of protest, there are going to be charlatans, clowns. What matters is not necessarily like the BLM protesters that are saying fucking kill all white people. When you find them in a fucking BLM protest, what matters is like the actual action that the state is taking. So that's why I never, for even a singular moment, am ever going to hear the calls of like the ethnic cleansing from like random Kahanis on the ground celebrating Israel's actions against Gaza and be like, wow, this is truly important, because I know that their opinion on the matter is inconsequential.
It's not like this is true.
But
I'm
it's
not
also
making a whole,
policy.
I'm not making like a mountain out of it. I'm just saying that it's fucking gross. And I mean, do you deny that there's at least there are a lot of people that believe this shit? There are.
Of course, anti-Semitism is certainly a major issue.
And I think it's important to make a good effort to separate the issues.
Yes, I do agree with you, and I do that all the time. But like I said, the reason why I look at this and consider it to be utterly unproductive is because having random charlatans and people who have violent opinions.
Yeah, I mean, these are well-attended rallies.
Yeah, but I know.
Yeah, and organizers.
But this
of the
does
rally.
not. But this does not reflect upon, again, the situation on the ground. It does not reflect on people who are defending.
You know what? I'll say this. I agree.
Okay.
I agree with you.
So
yeah, we don't need to argue about it. I agree.
I have to pee again. God damn it.
Right. I'm getting too defensive. I agree with you.
And I don't know why I'm like why I have to, you know, I don't know why I'm going through each individual protest to be like, this is bad.
Well,
this is bad.
Right. Well, we just did it with the
what?
With the you know, the genocidal monsters who are calling for the death of, you know.
Yeah, we glanced through it, and my point there wasn't necessarily to be like, this is the opinion of these guys and their moving policy. I know that their opinion doesn't matter because the policy is already set. The policy reflects what they're saying. I even told you they're comfortable saying those things because there's no punishment that I even expect them to withstand for those statements, because I don't care about their statements. I don't care about the public opinion in that regard. I care more about the actions of government and what the media is doing. And I think everything that you've shown me thus far is subject to a role reversal that literally is the reality. A role reversal that is actually demonstrably what the media is pumping out.
That's what I agree with, and I've shown both sides, and I just don't understand the insistence that it just doesn't matter because the other side is doing it. You know, it's like, I don't know, man. Fair. I mean, this.
For me, yesterday was a victory. As a Palestinian, yesterday was a victory. For freedom fighters and residents to break out of a 15-year blockade so successfully under the inhumane genocide from Israel was so beautiful and inspiring to see. It shows us as Palestinians, and it shows the world as us from Palestinians, that we will always fight and we will always resist, and we need to celebrate these acts of resistance because this is a success.
Yeah, and again, this
like so she's saying this is an act of resistance. This is like it's happening while this is like on October 7th or October 8th, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like a displaced Palestinian woman.
Yeah. So she said the mass murder of civilians is inspiring and beautiful. She said that.
Okay.
And then she also said,
Didn't you originally maintain the position that like, yeah, displaced Palestinians are gonna have they're going to say things that in the heat of the moment are impassioned and oftentimes not empathetic to the civilian casualties on the other side? I mean, it's just. That's
the point is that people see this stuff and it matters. Especially, you know who it really matters to is like, you know, the demons that fucking want to actually kill the Palestinians, because this is like the perfect, you know, ammunition.
Well, don't you feel like you're also serving their purpose then when you endlessly talk about the
First of all, not endlessly talking.
Not endlessly, but like
videos.
showing this and like parading all of this. I think that.
Well, first of all, It's a political show. We're talking about all this stuff.
I agree.
And you know, I'm just showing what I've seen that bothers me.
I understand.
Does it help the conservative apparatus? I don't think me watching this now. I mean, these videos are all super viral. I didn't dig this out and put it out into the world.
I know. You know why they're super viral? Because of the things that you mentioned.
Shocking.
Yes. No, the reason why they're super viral is because you're right. It does help present all Palestinians.
I think it's super
and
viral
all
because
of
it's
those
shocking.
who are demanding emancipation for Palestinians in a negative light by appealing to the understandable human emotions of saying like these are dead babies. You reflect that and you
Beautiful,
show
inspiring.
you're celebrating dead babies. You think that that's a revolutionary act. It's gross and it's disgusting.
Okay.
Right? So that's the major reason as to why these videos get played all the fucking time, and the role reversal of said videos is reflected as current existing policy in both the United States and also in Israel.
I think
it's so much so that they don't even show in America Israelis who are literally pushing back against the administration and say that the violence is caused directly by the Israeli administration's positions. Like, that's how fucking bloodthirsty we are here in the Western world. It is like the condemnations only work in one direction, and I have done it over and over and over again, and I will continue to do so if presented with this kind of thing. But the reason why I think this is an unserious or frivolous conversation to be had is because of rallies being conducted, ultimately not yielding any sort of serious results in general, and certainly not on behalf of Palestinians. If you look at the 75 years of brutal occupation. Like, and I don't think Palestinians on the ground give a shit either, for the record. Like, they don't, like, this is not going to, if this footage did not exist.
It is going
if this
viral because
rally-
it is shocking, though.
Yes, if this rally did not exist, like, would one singular baby not be obliterated in the Gaza Strip? No. So I don't have a, like, I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? Or if more, if more rallies
matters,
existed on the other side of people, because there's tons of
matters,
of counter protesters.
I disagree.
Like the first footage that you showed were literally counter protesters of a rally where people were talking about solidarity with Palestine. Remember the Kahanas guy who was like, obliterate all the Jews that we like, move past, because I think it's frivolous and inconsequential in the grand scheme of things, because the American government is going to do what it's going to do, and Israel is going to do what it's going to do, regardless of whatever people fucking say on the ground, and that the overarching consensus view on the Palestinian front, due to things like this being highlighted and not necessarily the voice of activists who do not say things like this, is already entirely and deliberately on behalf of like all Palestinians being terrorists. It's just, this is why I say it's unproductive, because there is no one who is being promoted in mainstream media as like a good voice for Palestinian people, and those who do actually say, I condemn the violence, but here is the reality of why this violence occurred.
They weren't all Palestinians that I showed, but listen.
No, I know. But
I understand.
But you understand what I'm saying,
yeah,
right? Like, this is a deliberate way in which you look at.
But I also think that this
person or different rallies, and you cast a negative light on the entire Palestinian liberation movement.
That's
not saying you're doing that.
That's why it matters. Like,
I know, but it's
all
like,
matters.
It's optics. It's an optics conversation, and in the grand scheme of things, having an optics conversation about like, oh, I can't believe they said this. Look at how violent they are, while simultaneously, well,
I'm not they. This, you know what I mean? Like, I know what you're saying.
Okay, how
but it feels
violent
personal
these
'cause we're
specific
having a
individuals
conversation about
are, but like at a certain point, this doesn't serve any other purpose than what Ben Shapiro would do, to be like, look at how violent they are, and that is the mechanism of manufacturing consent working in unison. Yes, there are people that say condemnable shit this does not change my mind on Palestinian emancipation, and it should not change your mind.
No.
If you're watching at home, I know it doesn't change your mind.
But it
either.
it probably does have an influence on people being more hateful, more dehumanizing to Israelis, and in some extreme cases, anti-Semitic.
Eden, when you see a video, you're in support of Black Lives Matter.
She says we need to celebrate these acts
you're
of
in support
resistance.
of Black Lives Matter, right? You're in support of Black Lives Matter as a movement in general. You are.
I mean,
I know you are.
Okay.
I mean, come on. When you see videos when right-wingers in America present videos of Black Lives Matter supporters and activists and even leaders saying, you know, that cop died and it was good that that cop died, and they show that and go, look at the situation. These guys are all violent. They all want to fucking kill cops. They all want to kill white people. They show wanton and callous indifference to the death of whites in general. When they show footage like that, does that change your perspective? Do you also think...
Not mine, but maybe some.
Okay, it changes some people's perspectives. Do you think that those videos or the weaponization of those videos is what serves a purpose in changing people's minds, in propagandizing them against Black Lives Matter?
Yeah, it's part of why it matters.
No, do you think it's the singular act itself, or is it the propagandizing of and the weaponization of those videos that serve a purpose in you know, creating anti BLM sentiment?
I don't think it's, you know, BLM. You're talking about different situations. I don't even know.
What do you mean?
I don't know if it's comparable. I mean, we're talking
Palestinian
about
emancipation.
I mean, they're like, hold on.
And
BLM. We're talking about like riots. We're talking about like breaking into buildings. In Israel, we're talking about murdering 1,500 people, decapitating babies, burning families alive. That she called beautiful. We need to celebrate. So the severity of it is not the same.
Okay. Black Lives Matter is an emancipatory movement to stop the disproportionate killing and targeting and stop the disproportionate killing and targeting of black people in the hands of the police, right? Under a white supremacist criminal justice system, these issues have gone unnoticed for far too long. Palestinian liberation is identical as far as the struggle goes, which is extended beyond the treatment of black people under a white supremacist police force, but literally is a legalized apartheid structure. Okay? So these are both emancipatory causes. Do you think that when people bring up random footage of like Black Lives Matter activists, or even the Hamas thing, the BLM, the BLM Chicago account that's like unaffiliated with anything, posting a photo of the Hamas parachuters, right, and saying this is Palestinian emancipation. Do you think that when people do that, they're doing that because they genuinely think like, oh, we need to clean up our message here? Us BLM supporters, we need to clean up our message here.
I think it's more about like influencing not just the people who are there, but also the people who constantly see this kind of language and think that that's the language of like of the resistance, or that's the way that we should be talking about this.
Okay. So the more positive situation in that regard, if you were faced with that, if you were faced with someone showing you this kind of footage, and you as a supporter of Black Lives Matter, you would say, yeah, this is silly, this is ridiculous, right? Like, yeah, it's bad, but also this is not what is reflective of the actual modus operandi of the movement in and of itself,
Right.
and their cause is just.
I don't know if we're getting lost in the woods a little bit, because I agree with you in that it's not an accurate representation of like the people as a whole. It just bothered me, and I wanted to call it out.
Okay, but you understand why like it can be, not saying you're doing this, but it can be used to effectively propagandize and neuter any kind of emancipatory movement.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, good. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
You're not doing this because you do, I think, I know you are empathetic to Palestinians and their plight. However, many people in the media that are significantly more powerful and more influential than you and I combined times 10 are doing exactly what you just showed me, showing footage of this round the clock, and effectively radicalizing people against the Palestinians and the Palestinian position when an endless bombing campaign has currently taken the lives of more than 500 children. More than 500 children in Gaza. This is why I find this conversation to be utterly and entirely unproductive, especially because we are an independent media outlet in comparison to the sea of mainstream media conversations that are being had on exactly this issue. I understand where you're coming from when you are afraid, as a Jew in America, about the possible anti-Semitic, the rise in anti-Semitism. Of course, your co-host, myself, and many other people I love are we are seen as Muslim regardless of what our position is, and Islamophobia is also ever present. So I am sympathetic to your fears on multiple different avenues. However, this is why I think it's a conversation that's being had all over the media. I don't know why we spend any additional time on it here, because it does have a intentional or unintentional way of casting a negative light on the emancipatory struggle of Palestinians, especially in the West.
Right, but I mean, it still is happening though. So like, should we not show it because it makes them look bad?
I think it's fine to show it and say this. I think it's unacceptable, and I think optically speaking, this is not something that should happen.
Like,
but also
basically what you're saying.
But also do it in the framework of like recognizing the overwhelming amount of media in the opposite direction that is the regular everyday
and just to be
media
clear,
coverage.
we did spend the first 2.5 hours doing just that.
No, I know, I know, but we talked more so about the real issues on the ground in the first 2.5 hours. Now we're talking about the optics.
Yeah.
Now we're talking about the optics and how certain things are received in the West. And if we're going to have a conversation about like media narratives or how certain things are received in the West and optics, then that's an entirely different conversation that is devoid of
All right. Listen, I see what you're saying.
What's going on the ground.
I think yet again, we're basically in agreement. There's one more thing. I know this is fucking insane. This is the longest episode ever. It's already 3.5 hours, so thank you for staying.
Half the crew's left.
Are you serious?
I'm exaggerating.
I didn't even.
Some people had to go.
Yeah. There's one more thing that as is a dual citizen Israeli, as someone who knows a lot of Israelis, and by the way, knows all the horrible things that the IDF does. After I saw you say this, I was quite shocked because I hadn't heard that. And in my research, looking for it,
I have to be.
Go ahead, I'll wait for you. No, well, I'll wait for you because I want you to see it. Go ahead, I'll wait. I'll talk to Dan.
Hey, what's up? Can we talk about the Taylor Swift movie yet? Because we're 3.5 hours in. I feel like we're running out of time. We're not going to get to it.
Oh, it's a movie.
It's
a lot more than just a movie. You're underselling.
Are you kidding me?
Did you not read the write-up I sent you last night?
It's an experience of a lifetime.
Eras.
I sent you a 13-page document that I spent all night on this morning, and you didn't even look at it, did you?
Is it in IMAX 4D?
God, I'm not answering that for you. You do your own.
Read it.
You
Now
figure
you're
it out.
I'm so upset.
Why aren't we talking about the important things? Kidding.
Do you think that it is in IMAX 4D though?
Of course.
You can feel her
I
spit.
damn hope so.
The 4D experience. Oh God. Can while we're waiting for Son to come back, can I just play this banger Trump?
Yeah.
Totally unrelated to anything.
Good idea.
Doesn't have anything to do with Israel, but very important nonetheless.
Quiet.
Oh, let me turn it.
I hope you can hear me back there.
Oh, you couldn't hear it. See, his
and I'm glad it's such, because this is the worst microphone I think I've ever had. I hope you can hear me back there. Justin, don't pay the bill for this mic. I'm blowing out my voice talking to this stupid mic. This is the worst mic I've ever had. Okay, now we'll get back to the speech. I'm trying to get their attention. Turn up the mic.
Turn off that mic.
It sounds fine.
Is it okay?
Eli, what's up? Something?
I had
And then I don't pay a bill, and they say Trump
Oh, do I want a
doesn't pay
coffee?
his
Fuck yeah.
contractors.
Thank
Fuck
you, Early.
yeah.
I love when Eli asks me if I want a coffee, because it's like, let's go. It's a coffee time. Let's do coffee.
I want to say, actually, because we have a moment here, this has been really emotional, and it's just really nice to see both sides being able to talk and have a civil conversation.
I agree.
And educate each other. I've learned stuff from what
I
Hassan
learned
talked
stuff,
about
no
today.
question about it.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, yeah, I definitely feel like I was moved in ways that I didn't expect.
That's nice.
And I hope that people see, and I hope the audience agrees and doesn't ascend into dumb fucking.
No, well, obviously we have the chat off, but we do have our members Discord, and I've been monitoring that for the discussion that's been going on, and yeah, I think there's a lot of appreciation for the conversations that have been had today. In fact, there's so much appreciation that we just ticked over to 2 point. We're H 2.94, baby.
Wow.
We're almost back to H3. We're almost back to H3.
60,000 is a lot at this rate.
Yeah.
What were we talking about?
So Ela was just saying, first of all, that she appreciates that we're able to have this conversation, and I was saying that I've definitely been moved in ways that I didn't expect in having this conversation. And further, I said that I hope that people. It's a hard conversation to have, and I don't think a lot of people are sitting down and doing it in this way. And I respect you, immensely. And I really appreciate that we can do this. And I hope that people in the comments don't descend into dumb fucking name calling, and that actually can just like be civil like we've been. If you know what I mean. Okay, here's the last thing, Hassan.
All right.
If you're ready.
No, I'm ready. Holy shit, it's 2 p.m.
Sorry, bro.
It's all good.
It's definitely going longer than I thought. But so I saw this, and my first thought was like, that's horrible. But I couldn't really find a lot of evidence to back it up. And like, well, let me play the clip.
I saw on the news today a guy who lives in Gaza said that Israelis are raping Palestinian women. Yes. Israelis raping Palestinian women is a well-documented part of Israelis' apartheid apparatus. So that part is not, that part, of course, comes with a...
Anyway, that's the heart and soul. I mean, I don't necessarily have to...
There is a...
I don't have to watch the rest, because
there's a gag order on that was recently released on an Israeli soldier that had raped a Palestinian woman, and this kind of there it is. The IDF removed the gag order in 2016.
He was arrested.
Yeah.
And he was publicly shamed. How is this systemic rape as part of the institution of Israel?
The same concept exists in the American police force, where any kind of sexual act under the coercive institutions of like being incarcerated is understandably and also technically and morally considered sexual assault.
Mm-hmm.
There are reports of Palestinian women in captivity talking about that experience.
So let's see. I found one of the sources. I saw you like this tweet by this squirrel guy. So I just looked into
a squirrel.
Yeah. So I just looked into all the sources he posted because I was genuinely curious to know if that was true. And I mean, so besides that article I just pulled up, which is like the one really prominent example I could find of an Israeli guard raping a Palestinian. And again, he was arrested and publicly named. But the other one, one of the ones that you quoted was like, I don't even know what the fuck this is. Care.com is literally just like a little blurb. Palestinian females freed from Israeli detention said more than 15 fellow Palestinian women were raped by Israeli interrogators to force them to confess to charges leveled against them and collaborate with the Israeli intelligence. quote, Israeli investigators and intelligence officers keep videotapes of raping to blackmail the female detainees. She told IslamOnline.net, which is another website. So according to, I guess, this website, which I then went to, which just doesn't...
Oh, well, that's not going to be too helpful to you, is it?
Well, I translated it.
You can translate it.
Yeah, but like it just, I don't understand. This doesn't seem like super credible, at least, or I mean, it might be credible,
Do you have an issue with CARE or Islam.net or the?
Well, what is this?
The lack of.
I mean, listen, that's a huge claim. 15 Palestinian women were raped.
Mm-hmm.
I was sexually abused and photographed, she said. But like, what? I don't know what this is. What is this?
What do you mean?
Is this a source?
You're asking if it's credible.
Yeah. Yes, CARE is credible. I think, at least.
What is
CARE is
There's no source. There's like nothing here. Like shit. I mean, that's a pretty extraordinary claim. I mean, fuck. Like it's serious to say that the Israeli apparatus is using rape systemically to oppress the Palestinians.
I think it's
and
one of.
There's so many horrible things happening.
I think it's one of the many things that happens under institutionalization, and it happens in America as well, regardless of the same amount of care and consideration being given to those who are incarcerated in America. It's a similar concept. The CARE is the Council on American Islamic Relations, by the way.
Okay.
I just to say, my dad's part of CARE, the Michigan chapter.
We love CARE.
There you go.
My only problem is that there's like literally no source to this.
I agree that doesn't seem the best. That information is not presented in a very clear way.
But because the dude that posted this, that you liked his tweet, used this as a source, and I don't know what this is. It just doesn't seem very. I mean, I don't.
Well, you didn't know what CARE was.
I didn't know what CARE was, but like,
right.
I just came to this. I just typed in the headline that I saw,
right,
and I got to this page, and I tried to do more research about Israeli guards raping Palestinians. I found like another. Let's see. There's a tiny. Or no, not this. Frankly, there wasn't much else other than like sporadic, isolated, unconfirmed, kind of nebulous accusations. And I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm just saying like. This one article is the only real significant one that I could find, and the dude was arrested.
They do have, one of the, I think one of the reasons as to why it is not as widely reported on is gag orders. You can remove them from time to time, like it happened here, but
there's no evidence for that.
It's not incredibly well. It's not as incredibly well documented as. Some of the other things that Amnesty International has access to on the ground.
Okay. It's just I don't know. It rubbed me wrong a little bit because it's just a big claim to make, and I don't know. Like I'm not saying it's not true because the IDF is horrible and they do horrible things, but like it's a special kind of evil the way that you describe it that once again I think dehumanizes the Israelis.
Today, a guy who lives in Gaza said that Israelis are raping Palestinian women.
And his sources, a guy in Gaza said this, which, again, I just want, like, one reputable source.
Israelis raping Palestinian women is a well-documented part of Israelis' apartheid apparatus. So that part is not...
Well documented isn't true.
Yes. No, I think you're absolutely right. I think I should have used my words more carefully when saying that. It's a comment in passing, and that does have serious impact. I agree with you.
Okay, thank you.
I think that the partnering of the instance that you just showed, on top of the gag order, on top of the treatment of institutionalized people in general, and the sexual violence that they are subjected to, that is considered legal in both America and everywhere else, due to a lack of getting adequate coverage to their issue.
Your point is that and the incarcerated are abused.
On top of that, and on top of that, one thing that is not technically sexual violence but coercion of a different magnitude is for example, gay Palestinians being blackmailed specifically to become sources of information.
I haven't read about that.
And things of that nature that still would be factored under that. You're right, though. I should have chosen my words more carefully.
Right, and listen.
And there is, I will present you more information on that as well.
Well, what does that mean?
Like I'll
look into
come
it.
back with more information for you.
And again, like everything you're super credible. It was just this one thing. It just rubbed me a little bit wrong. And like, listen, that's it. But I appreciate that you.
No, you're.
Thanks.
I think it's fair.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you saying that. That was basically my that was, of all the things you said, that was the one thing that I was like, I don't know about that. So I'm glad that we talked about that. The other things I don't know if you want to talk about was my spat with your friends, which at this point I'm like just fully apologetic towards them, after talking about it and really, I don't know. I got more of an emotional insight.
No, it's understandable.
From you today that impacted me. And even though, I felt provoked, I understand why, if in my opinion, they're not using the most delicate language because they're fucking angry and pissed. You know what I mean? And so, like, I need to be more charitable, I think, and less reactive, because their pain is valid, and I need to acknowledge that, and be more forgiving of less delicate language.
Well, I'll get back to you with more information on the documentation on rapes under incarceration.
Okay.
Because there are more studies.
Okay.
That. I mean, there is more.
Well, great. I mean, that'll be nice. We'll figure it out.
Okay.
Yeah. Specifically, this.
Can I make one point on that?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Rape under incarceration in a carceral structure in general is very difficult to study and document. The fact that doing so inside of an apartheid structure makes it even more difficult to document. And even then, there are still obviously witness testimonies that you can rely on in situations like this. I mean, okay, well, I'll
like the care thing was the only thing I could find.
there's definitely more. Ethan, that's
well then
it's an inevitability that it happens. Basically, it's not like
I'm not
you're
saying it doesn't
not
happen,
correct,
bro. I'm just saying, like, I just want to know more. I just want a reliable source, and I just don't know what this is.
It's almost all on testimonials from Palestinian women, and that's, it's not exactly considered to be.
I'm not even finding the accusations though.
Okay.
Like, I'm not even calling women liars or something. I want to make that clear. Like, I'm not saying like they're lying. I can't even find the accusations to read. I mean, this is the only one, and it doesn't even say who's talking or who they're quoting or anything. I mean,
okay.
It's just nothing. But like, I'm open to the conversation, of course, and if that's what's happening, I think it does need to be talked about. That's all.
You like men as well, not just women.
No,
okay.
I understand that men can also be raped and sexually assaulted. Of course. I mean, that's something that I did read, which I consider just kind of sporadic and nebulous, because it was just hard to pin down a systemic thing that I could point to. Was just like, yeah, dudes were being like, penetrated with foreign objects. I mean, obviously that is also rape.
Yes.
Horrible.
Okay, good.
Sure.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, in short, in closing, this dude, Mohammed, I mean, again, I apologize too, and Frogan, I apologize to. Is that how you say it?
Morgan Frogan. Frogan is a foot soldier and
Yeah,
has been
I
a,
hate that,
has
you know?
been a longtime fan of yours. You know, there are going to be other foot soldiers who are also of a Muslim background that may have said things that would upset you.
Right.
And that's something to consider when, you know, reacting to them.
You're right. I think the takeaway.
That's what I was trying to say when on the phone.
Less reactive, more charitable, and understanding. You know, their reasonable and warranted anger at Israel.
Oh my God.
That's it. That's everything.
All right, perfect. We did it. We solved the conflict.
I thought, like, first of all, I mean, we talked about a lot of shit. And I do feel like I was genuinely influenced by some stuff that you had shared.
Are you moving towards wrapping up?
Hello. We are all domestic terrorists.
That's right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are all domestic terrorists.
And I got myself a tasty coffee with that flavored cream in it.
Yeah?
Feels good.
Dude, I feel like the skinnier you get, the better you get at debates. And you've owned me too hard. You know, let's just get it out of the. Let's just start off by saying, you know, this is the last episode of Leftovers.
Yeah, after our last episode, in the heated debate that we had, I realized that I was a class traitor, and that
I don't know why people said that, because like, that's a good thing in your situation to be a class. Like,
I don't think they meant it like that.
Yeah, like that doesn't make any sense.
I like what you're saying though.
Like you'd be like Engels, you know what I mean? Like the guy who co-authored it and was like facilitating it, but also like had a factory. You know what I mean? So that's not a bad thing. Engels was a class trader.
That's right. That's me. I'm Engels.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But there was crazy fallout from our last episode, which is kind of nuts because, you know, ignoring all that though, it seems like a lot of people did like the conversation. I myself am pretty ignorant on the methods of governing and histories and all that. So I do think this conversation of, I'm not even going to say capitalism because that seems to trigger people. I'm just going to say social democracy. Because when people hear me say capitalism, they shit their fucking britches.
Yeah, because there's a lot of, well, first of all, we're online. So no matter what you say, people are going to be very passionate about it. One of the things that I do quite frequently is yell at people to be normal, because people just have no fucking way of being normal online. So there's that problem. And then the other side of it is like, there's a lot of, you know, baby socialists out there who are like on their own journey, okay? And they get like really passionate. And the goal always is like, oh my God, we have to convert every single person to socialism immediately.
Or anyone to the right of me is part of the problem.
There's that too, but of course, you know, it takes a while. It takes a while to engage in any kind of movement building, and it's something I stress quite a bit.
It's hard to tell how much of it was. Anyway, regardless, I was actually invigorated by the conversation in that, you know, I don't know what I'm talking about. And so I've been thinking about our conversation a lot, and I've been educating myself a lot. And I want to continue the conversation today, but I don't want to have a debate. I want to have I want to go on a fact-finding journey for myself about how socialism is addressing certain issues versus social democracy.
Okay.
And to understand from you, a socialist, what really that is, and how would it be, you know, enacted. Dan, are you a socialist, would you say?
I'd broadly I'd say so, sure.
Dude, we're about to get executed after this. Ethan's called.
Dude, everybody was riding for you guys.
This is Ethan's McCarthy trials. It's like, would you say you're a card-carrying communist? Okay, very good.
No, being a socialist is cool, apparently, online.
No, dude, it's like
sick.
there
No, he's
are.
Right.
For
What?
as
super cool.
It is
for as
dope.
many
It's
for
cool.
as many
It's
like
dope. It
very
is
low.
cool.
Well, of course, there's a
'Cause
lot of
you're
there's
for
a
the
lot of people
people,
here.
bro.
There's a lot of people here that would be like there are very few places online where you can just be like out and about and openly defend any kind of economic organization, society beyond capitalism without a tremendous amount of scrutiny.
Well, I got
we do exist
roasted
under a
in our
capitalist
community.
dogma. Well, of course, the other side was defending you. That's why you didn't notice it. You know
See,
what I
that's
mean?
not good though. I don't want Tim Pool defending me or whoever. I didn't watch all the.
No, I don't think Tim Pool did anything.
Absolutely.
But one of his commanders, the guy who's like always the really weird like failed musician guy.
That I
He
think
was, like-
describes all of them.
Yeah, that's true.
But I want to better represent my position because I don't really know a lot, and I feel like I've done a lot of research in the week following.
The conversation.
So,
What did you do? What did you read? What kind of research did you
I
do?
had a very in-depth conversation with ChatGPT.
Respect. Okay, that's good.
I asked it really kind of.
Well, Ben Shapiro thinks it's socialist, like ChatGPT socialist. So like, ChatGPT probably
ChatGPT
Lenin.
is
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
ChatGPT keeps it so real. You don't even
Yeah,
know.
ChatGPT Lenin pilled you.
So,
Yeah.
is Lenin a socialist or a social democrat?
No, that's Lenin is the revolutionary figure that is probably more important than Marx even.
What's his deal? He's just a socialist.
Yes, he's
All right.
the first. Like, I mean, we're the father of the USSR.
That was a nice legacy to have.
Could have been.
I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
Could
I
have been.
shouldn't.
No,
I'm gonna
no,
get
no, no,
started
no, no.
already.
You're no. There's nothing. I don't think it's that controversial to say that like.
Yeah, I mean USSR, or well, Joseph Stalin was basically. Whatever. That's not what I want to get into right now.
Stalin definitely had a lot of issues. I will admit.
First, I want to say that I promote my shit all the time on the show, so now I want to give Hassan a
You
shout out.
can't. There's no reason to promote it. It's already all sold out.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Good for you.
New ideology drop, immediately sold out. Kind of annoying that it sold out so quick, but I'm sorry, except for the hoodie that I'm wearing currently. That's it.
Which one is that?
This
one?
Haas anger management one. Yeah.
Get the president on the phone, quick.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to hear it.
Buy,
Buy,
sell.
buy.
Buy,
Yeah.
sell.
No, literally, yeah, that's the vibes.
Buy
That's
it
the vibes.
now.
Yeah.
Nice. Good for you. Scum, capitalist scum.
I fucking love it, dude.
I'm just kidding. I know you work with unionized people for that. Of course, pennyfresh.com is that sale going on. Support my exploited workers today.
Still?
It's ongoing. Most of it is gone, but it's worth a browse. All right, so I don't want to do all this news shit. I want to get straight into it. Oh, I have a separate doc. Okay, that's
Damn.
That's why I didn't see it. Hold on.
Dude, this man has his own doc, dude.
Oh,
well, no,
shit.
because I put
You got some notes. That's fair.
What email is this? I say let the conversation begin. All right, let me just share it.
While you're looking for that, though,
The one
can I
in the
just...
chat said chat CCP.
Chat CCP. That's
Yeah.
good.
That's really good.
That's funny. I love that.
I'll just announce some breaking news I saw right before we went live. But Rupert, our boy
He died.
Rupert, did not die.
Yeah, he died.
He didn't die.
Oh.
Can only hope.
But he has stepped down. The Rupert Murdoch era is officially over.
I've seen enough secession to know that he's gonna come back.
That's actually not a bad assessment.
He's not gonna lose.
Yeah, Lackland is the fail son. He's not
sure.
gonna be able to fucking pull through.
Yeah.
It's bullshit.
Where's my document?
Dude, first he got cucked by Tucker Carlson, and then like had to divorce his fiance that he was gonna get married to, and now he's like leaving his empire behind. What's happening to Rupert?
Happening to Rupe?
Ruby, you've lost your touch, brother.
The guy I had sex with who smoked crack with me.
That's what he wants to do in his retirement.
Yeah.
He wants to go out with style. Okay, here it is. I found it.
That would be so much better than whatever the fuck he did up until this very moment.
Smoke crack and die.
Just like go out in style. You don't even need to die. Just like have gay sex, do crack. You know.
I would do hair in my retirement. I wouldn't mind doing heroin.
Really?
Just to ease out. Just be, just fucking. Cause like, who cares if you get all strung out and it's like, who gives a fuck?
You're like, you're making an argument.
You're making the best of your time.
You're making an argument for palliative care, which I feel like.
What is that?
It's like end of life, like death care, basically.
Is that hospice care? They do that.
No, I feel like there's this assessment from economists that there's going to be a major, and it's already started, a major boom in the geriatric care and palliative care.
All the boomers are dying.
Because like the last, like what you would consider middle class of America is all in the boomer side. I mean boomer like in a boomer zoomer terminology. I mean like anyone over the age of fucking 50.
Like actual baby boomers.
They're not actually, some of them are baby boomers. But they are all the people that are like desperately holding on to like whatever assets they have remaining.
Yeah.
So now they have money and they're the only people that have money. So you have to figure out how to like meet their needs.
How do we get it from them?
By insanely expensive.
We should make a hospice
shit
care.
like that.
We should get their money, bro.
Oh, we should jack up the price of
Let's
hospice
get
care
their
to kinda
fucking money.
extract all that money.
Yo, that's my money. Give it to me, bro.
Yeah.
Here, take this fentanyl and shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I feel like that would be pretty fire though, like what you're saying.
No, but seriously, what's the drawback to just going full heroin? Because listen, there's a reason people get addicted to it. Because it's good, it's fun.
Well, wouldn't you argue that morphine might be better?
But like, there's massive consequences.
Yeah, I mean,
it's the same drug.
Right, in a way.
It's just
that
a matter
already
of
happens
intensity.
with morphine
But
trips.
there's no drawback because obviously you don't want to be an addict during, the middle of your life. There's so much you need to do, and being a heroin addict is just not compatible with living a normal life. But if you're in a retirement home, then
I feel like it's also more ethical than the
Let's
way
get
that they
it.
currently operate those places because it's like full of fucking theft and like assault.
our boy David P&P is making a cleaning, dude, suing all these elderly homes. Anyway, let's move on. Let's
There's
get
a lot of awful
we have a
shit
lot to
happening there.
discuss, but we should get into that.
But like run an elderly care facility.
And then all the fans can send their parents.
Yeah.
And we'll kick it back to them. We'll give
And
them
we'll
half.
just fucking give him heroin. And then, the goal is we take
Kill them
half of
fat.
the inheritance. We take half of the inheritance, and then the other half goes to the children.
It goes back to them because they weren't going to get that money.
And that way, it doesn't even get hit by the estate tax because we already fucking taxed them.
Found it.
Boom.
Genius shit. All right, first I want to make this
People say
clear.
capitalism is not innovative, but we just innovated under capitalism.
I agree.
So fucking true. That's the entrepreneurial spirit.
I
right
agree.
There.
This is some shoot. By the way, Gary Vee is gonna do this.
You might already.
Yo, I got a great idea. Let's make NFT critters out of your dead grandparents, you guys.
Bro, I saw like a statistic. I don't know how fucking true it is, but like, I mean, it feels very real. 95% of the NFT marketplace is now $0.
Yeah.
Like, it's collapsed entirely.
Of course it is.
So crazy how none of those people, none of those fucking charlatans that were advocating for this shit and trying to get you to hold the goddamn bag have been punished for it, including Gary Vaynerchuk, as a matter of fact.
He's
Many.
been real quiet on the V Friends front.
Dude, it's like it should be studied how fast the media jumped on that train and was like, or at least alternative media outlets.
Have you considered this, though?
Jumped on it and were like pushing for it.
Have you considered this?
Fortune favors the brave. Don't show that to me. I'm gonna buy crypto right now, dude.
Have you considered that Matt Damon thinks fortune favors the brave, aka the dumb?
Matt Damon, son
AKA
of
the bro.
a like activist teacher, actually legitimately like a pretty, like back in the day at least, like old die-in-the-wool lefty, fucking shilling cryptocurrency. You can't, you know.
Fortune favors the brave, my friend. All right, so one thing I want to make clear before we engulf on this conversation is that me and you pretty much have like 95% crossover in terms of like our goal for the welfare of the people of our utopian society.
Yeah.
I mean, my guiding hope in social democracy is that you can take the both of best worlds, socialism and capitalism, and create a world where the poorest are cared for, where people can get free education, where people can get free housing, or not free but guaranteed housing, where they get a guaranteed education, higher education, all this stuff. Okay? So let's talk about this. Now, my first question is this. Given that, you know, in a social democracy, we can regulate things like taxes, housing, higher education, sharing jobs, and all this kind of stuff, what are the problems in social democracy that we need socialism to address? What is it socialism does that social democracy doesn't do?
So, social democracy is still capitalist, with you know, serious, severe market regulations, right? Some forms of viable social democracies you can point to right now is places like Norway, an example I use regularly. The issue is twofold. One, social democracies don't address some of the domestic problems because when there's still capital accumulation.
So which domestic problems?
Domestic problems such as labor issues, homelessness, like there's no way to fully eradicate that because the inherent class contradiction between the owner class and the labor class still
I feel like
exists.
that's an assumption. I don't know that that's true. That there's just going to be, there's not going to be homelessness in socialism, but there will in social democracy.
Well, the idea is that completely abolishing the profit motive in certain commodities like housing, for example, will address that problem because then you're making housing specifically for need rather than so you can make money off of existing units.
Right, but right, there'd be government housing, like for example, like I think that exists in Sweden.
Yeah.
Where if you're homeless,
places.
What?
Yeah, it exists everywhere.
So that's what I'm saying. There's not a profit motive. There's a humanitarian effort to house the people that need homes. And
sorry, he was eating a napkin.
You know, so I don't know what you mean that there's homelessness won't exist in socialism, but. Oh, nasty.
Oh, yeah, she's eating all your tissues. Sorry.
That's gross.
Nasty girl.
Yeah.
Shame on you.
Yeah, she being a nasty girl today.
Better used to do that.
She being a real freak. Sorry, what
like,
were you
what's
saying?
the homelessness in Sweden? That just as a, I mean.
Oh,
gotta
before
be
we look
really
at those
low.
numbers, something to consider, something to remember always is that homelessness is tracked very differently in different countries.
Okay.
So, like, those numbers will always be, those numbers can be very different. Like, you could think like, oh, it's so much worse. Like rape statistics in Sweden, you look at that, I think Love can attest to this too. You'd be like, whoa, what the fuck? It's crazy out there. People are raping like crazy. And it's because they have a different methodology for tracking rape. Like, each individual act of sexual assault is tracked as like is written up as like one individual
So then
act.
the actual number then isn't that important. But we acknowledge that in a social democracy that's run ideally, the homeless and whoever else needs a home for whatever reason would be provided one. So I don't understand what socialism does better in that case.
At the end of the day, these countries, the social democracies that we were talking about, still have a lot of wealthy individuals, a lot of people who are making money off of finance capital and capitalism in general, and their interests are always going to be to further erode the welfare state as best as they possibly can in an effort to claw back all of those areas that they could still technically
You're
privatize.
putting that on them, but that's not. If you have a strong social democracy, that wouldn't be possible.
Well,
my question to you would be, if everybody's provided for in the society adequately and fairly, then why do you care how much money somebody has?
Because, well, first of all, I don't, but the real reason is not necessarily money, but more so how people make their money. And how people make their money being through capital accumulation is always going to work to erode this nation, the social democratic state that you're mentioning. And the example I will use is Europe. Because, like, if you look at European social democratic reforms throughout history, things that a lot of people take for granted, even the NHS in the UK, for example, is not immediately privatized, obviously, but it is crippled under conservative administrations deliberately, specifically so that they can inevitably privatize certain aspects of it. It's kind of like how the same neoliberal reforms under the Reagan era wanted to openly starve the beast, the American government, which is why Americans no longer have any sort of confidence in the government to do any kind of social amenities, any kind of offerings, right? Like, you understand, you and I, we both are in the highest tax bracket. We live in Los Angeles, California. We pay a fuck ton of taxes. We pay like European taxes, right?
Yeah.
And the reality is we both recognize that those taxes don't necessarily go to the places that we would love for them to be spent on. Roads, schools, libraries.
What's that have to do with social democracy? That, like, my utopian social democracy?
Well,
because all that money in this, situation, it does go to those places.
Because America is still a capitalist nation, just like all of these other countries are.
Yeah.
And in a capitalist nation, you are always going to have the influence of capital.
Well, let me ask you this then.
Okay.
In a socialist nation, on the other flip of the coin, wouldn't you also have a similar movement of people, a party of people wanting to move towards capitalism?
There will always be, yes, people
what's
who are
the difference?
Counter-revolutionary.
Well, not just that. I mean, there's a move, because capitalism, social democracy, there's a certain level of individualism that you don't have with socialism, perhaps I would say. And so I would ask you, what's the difference? You're saying that social democracy nations the rich people are always gonna be trying to erode the system. That's an assumption, by the way.
Well, it's not an assumption necessarily as descriptive in comparison to, like, it's descriptive if you look at how it has played itself out in Europe, where we.
And you're right. I agree. That's what they'll be doing. So I'm not even going to argue.
Even America had a lot of social democratic principles in the New Deal.
I'm not even going to argue that. But I do think that in a socialist country, like I said, there's going to be a sizable amount of people moving towards capitalism. So what's the difference?
I don't know if it'll be as sizable, and there also always has to be a state mechanism of control, which exists in neoliberal capitalism as well. And this is actually an area where I very much diverge from other socialists, I would say, or even more orthodox Marxists, that I believe the neoliberal mechanisms of control, specifically, it's just, how do I describe it? Free market, markets are better than the government at dealing with everything.
Okay.
So I think that there is two different, as reductive as possible, there's two different types of control. Control is always going to happen. This is what the state is there to do, right? Under liberal capitalist democracies in the West, you have a neoliberal mechanism of control that dulls the masses through commodities, gives you the false notion of choice. You feel like you have 32 different brands of Oreos, even though they're, like, owned by 3 companies that price fix, right? And they basically control all matter of commodities. And those markets are completely captured. But there's this idea that there are, this endless, boundless amount of choices that you can choose from. On the other side, the more authoritarian mechanisms of control, which have existed.
What's your opinion?
I like the neoliberal one. I think that even in a socialist state, you should still very much give the people the false notion of choice and make it feel like they have a say in the process while doing the bidding of. I mean, it's a pretty cynical worldview, but I think that, you know, that's what states are supposed to do.
Let me ask you this.
And that will create a structure where there are significantly less people who are like, I hate the system right now. I don't feel happy. I don't feel good in the system that I exist under. So I should, you know, do counter-revolutionary capitalist reforms.
Well, and likewise, I don't think there's that many people in Sweden or Norway who are saying, no, we need to move to a pure socialist because everybody there is provided for. I don't think there's a large. I'm speaking at.
No, you're absolutely right. You're actually 100% correct.
So like
some Orthodox Marxists actually hate the welfare state for this reason, because the welfare state is a continuation of capitalism by offering offering certain amenities.
Seems like
the liberal capitalism has thrived and has created a structure where like the inherent contradictions that exist under capitalism that I think everyone would agree with, including yourself. Those inherent contradictions become a little bit more muddied, and they never end up getting to a point where they converge and capitalism erodes into some socialist formation.
Let me be, I guess, more specific. If you're in a socialist country, is there one party or multiple parties?
It depends. I mean,
because one party's scary, right? Can we agree on that? A one-party system is not a good system.
I think you and I would agree that we.
No. I'm just asking you. I don't care about the United States. I'm asking you about socialism.
I think that there are different forms of governance, and the United States is not that different.
I don't care about the United States. I want to know. I just want to talk about a socialist.
I think that no matter what happens, the state does what the state is supposed to do. You can either do it at the behest of your citizens because you genuinely, earnestly believe that like that is the best possible way of developing a society, or you do it at the behest of capital owners and capitalism.
So you're saying you don't think it matters if there's one party or
I don't think it matters as far as I care about direct democratic participation in local in local
one-party systems with socialism or communism has pretty much always been a catastrophe.
Yeah.
A humanitarian disaster.
No, I agree with that.
There's just so much risk in having one party.
I agree with that. I think that a multi-party system is obviously going to be better. My point is that it doesn't even matter if you have a parliament. It doesn't even matter if you have a multi-party system. The changes that are being made in one direction or the other are oftentimes incredibly marginal. And the differences are not born out of like you know, the party disagreements. The differences are born out of like genuine material conflict, like even including like the Civil War. It's never like the kindness of people's or like one party of individuals being like, we are kind, we want to do good things, and the other side is bad and they want to do bad things.
So what I want to say is this then: if you're in a socialist country with multiple parties, and one of the parties is a capitalist party, which would surely exist.
Yeah.
What would you do if that party started gaining momentum? And it was clearly like people wanted that route. They wanted that route.
Yeah.
So what do you do?
I think I would do what America has done, not to the same degree.
Which is what?
Not to the same degree as like you know, McCarthyist trials or anything like that. But I would offer additional amenities to ensure that people are comfortable and happy, because I feel like
But what do you do if they're like, nah, fuck that, we're doing capitalism?
Well, if everything is given to you,
yeah.
At that point, if every single thing is given to you, if all of your problems are solved, which I think we can both agree is not under capitalism and has not happened.
No.
If all of those problems have been solved, then there is no need for conflict of that regard.
But they're saying, no, we want to do, because they're like, yo, this is a free country, right? Well, we want to do capitalism. Yeah. We think the market should regulate the prices and shit. Like, we don't think the workplace should be socialized.
Okay, that's a great question.
And what if
you have to ask why though at that point? Because
like, people never can be explained by why anyway. You know what I mean?
Some people are gonna be dumb. You're right.
It's like you don't. It's just gonna exist. You know it is.
Yeah.
And so if if the will of the people is to go back to do more of a social democracy, is that something that a socialist country should move towards, or should there be resistance in the government to keep socialism?
I think the resistance should be akin to how capitalist governments have resisted historically any kind of socialist movement, not to that same degree of violence, but I think that yes, the solution to that would always be education and offering more
re-education.
Re-education, certainly, yeah. I know that that's like a
Let's
trigger
put them in
word.
camps.
No, not like that. I know there's a trigger word because everyone goes, "Oh, re-education." What do you mean? Like immediately people think like, "Are
Well,
you
China
talking
does
about?
that.
Are you talking about like resident schools? Are you talking about the
China has
Xinjiang?" Yeah,
re-education.
100%. They do. They do it. They did it in Xinjiang,
Which
which I
isn't
think
good,
was,
right?
No, I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it was good. This is something I have openly criticized as well. Like that's not good. The massive surveillance apparatus that they built in Xinjiang is not good.
So what would be
Even
good
though
about a socialist re-education camp for capitalists?
It wouldn't necessarily. I don't think it'd be camps. I mean, it depends on.
yeah,
it depends
not
on
camp.
crimes,
Yeah.
right? Like, are people committing crimes at the behest of this? Because if there's a socialist state, and someone is doing like white terror, let's say, or someone is doing
Stealing
South
wages.
Korean style, purges of communists, which has happened historically in every country that America is aligned with, because they were anti-communist, where they've launched, military dictatorships, whether we recognize it or not. Those things have happened, right? So in a situation like that, I think if there's any kind of like terrorism happening,
Sure, yeah. If there's violence, that's obvious.
I do think that there should be an enforcement mechanism, and in that enforcement mechanism, I think like rehabilitation, which would include re-education as well, would probably be a lot better than like, a prison structure where they have slavery, like in the United States of America.
I'm still a little bit confused about the ideal mechanism of a socialist country, where people still have individual freedoms to like form, to assemble, and can also be like, yeah, I'm a capitalist, so what? And we're trying to grow our movement. I don't understand the organization of the socialist free country, because it seems to me to have a socialist country, there needs to be some amount of dampening of, rights.
Well,
because like for what I said.
Yes and no, because my point is always the same. It's that this is a constant. This is consistent. What you're describing is consistent with the American formation. It's consistent with capitalism. It's just a reality that will always exist. Violence, and who gets to do violence, is an inherent part of politics, because politics is, at the end of the day, a distribution of resources and a distribution of violence. Who gets to have what resources and who doesn't have the resources as a consequence of that. And if they do something to get those resources, what the state will be able to do. The state has a monopoly on violence across the board, no matter what happens, right? I'm not an anarchist. A lot of anarchists will get mad at me for saying this, but the state should have some level of a violent mechanism, because no matter what happens, and there's different forms of violence as well. The structural violence of poverty, or direct violence in the form of military boots on the ground military warfare, imperialism, police violence, police brutality. These are all different forms of violence.
There will be some exertion of force required to maintain a socialist country.
Yes, not just a social country, any country.
Sure, any country.
Yes, I agree. Until we reach a point of I guess, until we reach a point of production, and our productive output has gotten to a point where it's so streamlined and so organized that there is no need for a state. But I don't know if we will ever be able to get there, where the state withers away and we have a classless, borderless, moneyless society.
Yeah, I mean, if it is, it's not in a long time.
Techno-communist.
It'd have to be like post-World War III or something. Let me ask you, I guess, another angle here. So, worker exploitation seems to be at the heart of socialism and communism. Yes. And so I want to ask you this question. If an employee is fairly compensated, and by fairly I mean that factors like work, compensation, they're being paid well beyond the means of living. They can afford comfortable housing, food, pleasure, vacation, savings, all the things people would want to do with money. If they're provided in all those ways that we see as important, is that still exploitation?
In the Marxian sense, yes. In the capitalist sense, no. Capitalism is
when you say Marxism, you're talking about socialism.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Okay.
So, in the Marxist perspective, under Marxian economics, Marxist theory, exploitation is not a good or bad thing. It is just a thing that happens.
Okay.
And it goes back to something I've described many, many times over, which is that there are two classes. There is the labor class, the wage laborers, the proletariat, and the bourgeois class, the capital owning class, right? And these two classes have two inherently contradictory interests. You work jobs when you had a boss and someone was paying you, and you have been a boss, so you have gone through both of these stages. So as someone who worked in a job as a wage laborer, as a W-2 employer, 1099 contractor, you wanted to work the least amount of hours for the most amount of pay. That's understandable. That's like perfectly reasonable, right? Like you want more money and you want to work less hours. You want to have more freedom. Your boss, on the other hand, wants you to work the most amount of hours for the least amount of pay, like that they can get away with.
Yeah.
So this inherent contradiction is at the heart of capitalism and is how commodities are produced under a capitalist mode of production. Now, when you have this imbalance, those who do have capital end up always being able to pay you much less than your actual output.
So that is what's happening now.
Yeah.
My question is, in a situation, as I outlined, where the employees are fairly provided for, which I outlined before, is that when I say exploitation, I mean, like, I think that also has a vernacular, like when the ruling class is committing some kind of harm or injustice on their workers.
No, it's beyond that. You could be paying your employees fairly and still engage in the act of exploitation.
So then, because I don't want to get caught up on that, because you're saying exploitation is neutral by its
Yes, exploitation in the Marxian sense is not good or bad. It's just descriptive. A lot of what Marx has talked about with respect to capitalism is descriptive.
So what does he mean then when he goes the exploitation of workers? Clearly, he wants to end the exploitation of workers.
Yes, of course.
So is it still exploitation of workers if they're fairly provided for?
Yes,
It is.
because the fairness in this regard is not met on the metrics of like living standards, but instead on the metrics of what their output is. So when and this gets into the labor theory of value, right? The labor theory of value, which is different than marginal utility, which is what we use currently when we ascribe, when we say this is this much, like something is this value, right? Ice cream is $4. But if it's really hot out, maybe ice cream is $5 because, well, there's a little bit of scarcity on the supply, but the demand has gone up. So now ice cream is more expensive. Whereas from a Marxian perspective, the value of that ice cream is stable. It's just what kind of labor went into the production of it, what were the resources used to make that ice cream, what kind of, like, what kind of capital was put into the ice cream factory,
So even if
all
the
of that,
employee
and then also the moving part in that situation would be the labor of it.
If the employee is extremely satisfied,
yeah,
and they feel well provided for, I mean, in a sense, it's like, who are you to tell him he's being exploited?
Well, you're
again. I know you want to get caught up on that,
it's
the
not-
definition of that word, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, I understand. It's what I would say in that situation is this, right? Relying on the magnanimous nature of your boss and hoping that like your boss doesn't succumb to greed and choose to change certain things about your workplace conditions can be great. And there are people like yourself out there who are, as far as I understand, pretty good bosses, right? But that is never going to be that's never going to be the constant. That's never going to be the case.
But in social democracy, you set up the bumpers, you set up the systems where they have to do that.
Well,
that's the bare minimum they have to do.
Well, and then we go back to the erosion of the amenities that
I don't
the
feel
state
like that's
offers
a
and the
strong enough
regulation.
argument to say socialism's better.
No, as long as there is some kind of capitalist compensation in any sort of sector, they will always choose to monopolize. This is what most companies, like this is what every company does. When they become a company, a corporation, their job is their goal is to inevitably become a monopoly. You can do that by rent seeking.
Well, so what? So what? If they still have to follow the rules.
Well, no, when you are becoming a monopoly, you are either engaging in horizontal integration and expansion or vertical integration and expansion, mergers, acquisitions, and what Amazon has done, for example, in e-commerce is a great example of this. And when you get to that point, especially under a capitalist state that still has market reforms, you end up using the additional capital that you've accumulated in the form of profits from your workers to lobby the government and erode the safety nets.
But you're talking like it's a guaranteed, and again, I go back.
It has been a guarantee every single time.
And it's been a guarantee by the same metric that any socialist country devolves into disaster. I mean, it's not fair to put that out there like it's just given. Because on the other flip coin, you can say, this, like I mentioned, socialism. There's going to be people moving towards capitalism.
So socialist nation states,
it's too hypothetical.
Socialist nation states, however, historically, most of them at least, have not eroded or been destroyed due to like people who are just like, I want to be capitalist. Usually, those people are being goaded or supported, facilitated by a much more powerful nation that is using the inherent greed to their advantage to cause divisions. But the real material issues in socialist nation states, historical socialism, real socialism in the real world that has happened, has always been due to mishaps, famine, or the government exercising too much authoritarian control.
Yeah, you could say the same
thing. These sorts of things are the real reasons as to why social nation states have failed, not necessarily their economic mode of production switching over to a more labor-focused economy. And then also, there are so many different types of socialist developments, like a socialist mode of production, that there is no like one absolute perfect one. And I'd be a liar if I told you I know which one it is. You know what I mean?
So go back to the original question. Let's just ignore this theory that in social democracy, and I'll say this, obviously we have antitrust laws that are not good, that are not been effective in the least bit.
Yeah,
so it's
I would
also
ask
something
you why.
You can regulate.
No, but I would ask you why.
Well, because our government is super corrupt.
Mm-hmm. Why is the government corrupt?
Because people are inherently flawed.
You think the government's corrupt because people are inherently flawed? Corruption in that sense, I disagree with you there.
Some people, not all people.
No,
That's another thing I said. People are inherently greedy and people lost their mind. Some people are. I want to talk about that at better length, but go ahead.
That's actually a great take as well. We can cover that as well.
Yeah, I want to.
I always butcher this quote, but I forget who it was. It might have been Mark Fisher, might have been someone else. But assuming that greed is inherent in human nature under a capitalist organization of the economy is like assuming the black lung is inherent in human nature if you work at the fucking coal mine.
See, that's not a good analogy.
Because, no, you're
In my
right.
opinion.
Greed is a part of it. Self-interest is a part of it. Not greed necessarily, but self-interest is a part of human existence. Why we have built societies and how we've done it. However,
is a biological survival mechanism.
However,
if we didn't have self-interest, we would never we wouldn't survive as a species.
I don't disagree with you.
Yeah.
You're absolutely correct. My argument always, and many Marxist arguments actually, have always been around individualism and self-interest, and how socialism, as a matter of fact, creates more opportunities for individual liberties for the person. It's only been sold and told to people as though it is, you know, this gray, brutalist architecture, city blocks. You have to, you know, do your government mandated coal mining job or whatever the fuck. But the ultimate goal has always been to open up more individual liberties. I'll give you an example of socialization that you and I both agree with, right? Healthcare. Nationalized healthcare or socialized medicine in general gives you more liberties as a person that you can actually leave your job if you fucking
That would
hate
happen
it.
in social democracy as well.
Yes. However, like I've said, there has to be the countermeasures in a social democracy the capitalist forces are significantly more powerful because ultimately the state is still operating as a capitalist state. That is still the norm.
So I think we're having like a kind of just like a disconnect, or not a disconnect, but maybe at an impasse on that idea. But what I'll say, I want to give you a specific example because this is interesting to me. Let's just take this workplace as an example because we're all familiar with it.
Mm-hmm.
So I started my career 10 plus years ago, and I was successful by myself with 0 employees.
Yes.
I made a lot of money. I did well for myself. And then, you know, 5 years ago into my career, I made the podcast, which obviously you all are watching now. So let's say we go back to 5 years ago when I hired Dan as a freelance. You started as like a consultant.
Yeah, or a freelancer, yeah.
And obviously you moved to full-time, and I'll get to that.
Yeah.
So he started as like a freelance consultant. So what would be a fair way of compensating him for that?
In your situation, it's like, what is the most like socialist way of doing it? Is that what you're asking?
Well, yeah, because that's what we're talking about, right?
It would be profit sharing. What that means is
this is interesting.
So
Hold on.
This is interesting. You're right. Because this is actually the most difficult aspect, in my opinion, of like trying to create the most ethical way of existing under a capitalist organization of the economy, while you are also productive, and you're doing like an owned and operated media company where you are the product.
So I hired Dan as a consultant.
Yeah.
Just to help us out to get things.
And I have hired people as well.
So then I'm profit sharing with him. How much profit am I sharing with him?
So the way I do it, and I think this will be, I mean, this is instructive for many others as well. The way I do it, like the most ethical way to do it, is basically try to make an assessment. Sure, there's market considerations on the one hand, like what the normal wage would look like, but that is like the minimum. You know what I mean? That is like the minimum. That is the worst possible amount to pay someone in my opinion. So you have the market considerations on the one side, which I don't necessarily care too much about. On the other side, you have your productive output, right? Let's say you were making $10 before Dan came on, and now that Dan came on, you're making...
That wouldn't be measurable metric.
No, I know. I completely agree with you.
Yeah.
I know. Which is why I'm saying it's a tricky situation.
It's almost impossible.
Yeah. Well, technically, the other side is also very cruel, but we just like have
But that's
normalized.
not true, because in social democracy, people are fairly compensated. It's not cruel, in my opinion.
No, there's... I don't think... I think we
People
think
could be
of social
more or
democracies,
more
we think of social
fairly,
democracies-
less fairly compensated, but like generally speaking, they'd be more fairly compensated than what you would see today.
Yes, in comparison to the United States of America, which technically would be a mixed market or social democracy, social democracies in other countries, there is better compensation.
So here's the unintended consequence of that.
Due to regulation, government regulation.
If I'm just hiring Dan to come in and help me with cameras and stuff, and I have to cut him in on profit share, people are not going to hire as many people. They're going to think a lot more before they bring more people on.
Well, can I just chime in real quick? Just to clarify this point, are you still talking about the period of time where I was working as a contractor?
Yes. I haven't gotten to the full time yet. We're going to move to that.
Right. I will just say that at the time, I was essentially operating as my own business as well, because you weren't my only client at the time.
Right. Okay.
I did that professionally for a lot of people, and you were one of many people that I would come and do shows with until you offered me a full-time thing. So just because we're using the specific example, I just wanted to clarify that, because I think that matters in what the dynamic was when we were initially working together.
I don't think that matters in such that I'm more focused just on the profit sharing.
The reason why I was bringing
and
up
the implications on to a business and business owner of that.
Okay, but the reason why I was bringing up the revenue is because let's say you were making you're making $10. Dan comes on, now you're making $15.
Yeah.
Right? Dan has brought in $5 extra of revenue for you, and I think that the best possible way to engage with that would be to cut Dan in on offer Dan living wages plus whatever Dan has brought in the form of revenue.
Here's a big problem.
And that moves into direction like you make, and then later down the line you make $100,000 and now Dan is moving with it as well.
Here's where this seems more like it's a nice theory, but like in application it makes no sense. Who decides how much value we brought? How could you possibly decide that? If my show is growing, Dan joins, and let's say I now am making $15, but the show was organically growing. How can I attribute all 5 of that to Dan?
You're absolutely correct on this as well. This is a big weakness.
50-50 with him?
This is something that I do not have an answer for either, which is why, like I said, you make do with you try to do your very best.
Can I be? This seems like a big problem to say you don't have a solution for it if you're advocating for a socialist society.
I agree, which is why I always
it doesn't seem like it's ready.
Well, can I just chime in on this? This isn't theoretical. There are lots of companies that do profit sharing.
I do this as well.
I know, but it's not like.
But like,
let's say this.
And they have various methods of how they do it.
There are ways that do it that make sense.
I do this
but the way that socialism does it in the purest sense is like Dan joined 10 to 15, Dan gets half of the 15. So that's his
Ethan, this is if we're talking pure theory.
Hold on, what's that?
If we're talking pure theory, I would rather have an imperfect structure that still absolutely
it's not
offers
imperfect,
better.
It doesn't work.
Well,
if you don't know how people get paid, how does it even work?
The capitalist structure also is imperfect in the exact same way.
It's functioning at least.
Yes, I know, but the idea that like the other structure would not function is not correct. Especially when we're telling you that even under a capitalist organization and economy, there's plenty of different ways of doing this.
There needs to
one of the most successful ones that I also have is a cooperative, right? I have a cooperative, collectively organized podcast, for example, where we just split it 5 ways regardless. Obviously, my output in that situation, given that I am the host with the largest audience, would significantly outweigh my producers, for example, who could be paid with a very fair, very fat market wage, right? Market wage plus market wage times 3 is what I could pay him, and it would still be significantly less than what he gets paid now.
Yeah.
Because we're cutting him in 5 ways. We're splitting everything 5 ways.
Yeah.
And that is a perfectly viable way to do it, because
I think that's very generous, but I don't think you should be forced to do that.
I think
you should be forced to pay him what we've determined as a minimum wage, where he can live where he lives in a comfortable state.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
And I don't think that it prevents people from being
it goes beyond wages too.
generous.
It goes beyond wages as well. There's also another aspect of this that many people fail to consider, which is decision making. So there's also the structure of decision making, the structure of autonomy. When we are setting up the time for when we are going to shoot the podcast, like everyone has to be on board with it. It has to work around every single person's schedule. These are all scheduling conflicts exist usually, but it's like in good faith, every single person is like giving their most, giving their all, and it ultimately, I think, creates a pretty solid product.
Let me ask you. So do you acknowledge that in this socialist theoretical country, where I go from 10 to 15 and I give Dan 15, hypothetically for any worker joining, that I, as a business owner, I would be less likely to be hiring people?
Certainly.
And that's not good, is it?
No, I don't agree with that. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing at all.
Because like, I don't know, because like I've gone through a lot of people that did not work out.
Mm-hmm.
And they were hired on like let's say
you can still fire them.
Exploratory. So is it at will employment in this situation?
In this structure, you can still, of course, like you can still have issues with an employee and fire them. It's ironic because like Japan, for example, is like the most capitalist country on the planet, and yet in Japan they have this like very unique culture where getting into a place of business is very difficult. But once you actually have made it into the corporation, they don't fire you. They can't fire you. They never fire you. What they do is they ostracize you and make you into a social pariah within the company, and try to get you to quit.
Is it because they're trying to avoid paying some kind of severance, or is it just
no? It's like it's both cultural and if I'm not mistaken, it could literally have legal implications as well. But it works, right?
Okay,
it technically works.
But I'm saying, why is it? Hey, why is it not a good? So as a business owner, I think the fact that I was not super hesitant to hire lots of people, find the crew that worked. I worked with a lot of people who were not compatible. So I was able to burn through enough people to find a team that worked, right?
Kaya,
and so if I was so hesitant to hire people because I have to profit share with them, I would do like a way more strenuous interview process. It would take way longer.
Yeah, you're making an argument for why it's stronger. Like you lucked out with Dan.
I don't think so at all.
You lucked out with Dan.
I don't think that's a good argument because first of all, it's good that people can go try a bunch of jobs before they find one that works. And as an employer, it's good to be able to try a bunch of people. Do you find the right fit for employees? If I had to go through this strenuous process to find each one of them, this podcast may very well likely not exist as it does today. Might not exist at all.
I disagree with you on that for sure. I think that that it's better to have a strenuous process of ensuring that you have the best possible
even for like the most entry level job.
Yeah, I think that it's
then
perfectly valid.
Doesn't that result in people not getting work?
So, yes, it will.
So
but then we're talking about like an entirely separate way of organizing the economy.
Let me go back. Why is it better? Why is it better that I have to go through like extraneous full-on HR processes?
We're talking about hypotheticals.
Yeah.
In this situation.
Yeah.
So it can I can just hypothesize that you found Dan. Not even hypothesize.
Well, no, we're not talking. Well, we're talking hypothetically, but we're talking.
You found Dan, so you clearly.
But we went through a lot of people before we found Dan.
Yeah. Well, you could have arrived at Dan as well, is what I'm saying.
It would have taken a lot longer, and the business might not have survived.
Okay. So
there was a point where the podcast almost got wrapped up.
Yeah.
So why is it better in theory to have that extraneous of a hiring process than being able to kind of just people try things out?
This is only one aspect of it, but what you're talking about, like the extraneous hiring process, also would exist under a social democracy as well. It should exist in some form under a social democracy as well, like some level of protection from being fired.
But so in social democracy, you're not rev sharing. So there's like this big thing that you're like, I'm a business owner. I've created this business from my own sweat and blood and tears for the last 10 years. And I'm making a lot of money. I got to hire this guy who I don't know anything about, and I got to cut him in on my profits. That doesn't exist in social democracy. So the risk to me as the business owner is way less.
But it's much smaller to a much smaller degree because it's supposed to exist through unions. And once again, it's not just revenue sharing. Everyone always focuses on that aspect of it, but rev sharing comes in the form of benefits. Rev sharing comes in the form of like how much we invest in R&D, for example, or what kind of R&D initiatives we invest in. All of these decisions are made by a board.
But that's
that
all
is a
regulated.
fiduciary
That can be regulated
responsibility
in
to the
social
shareholders that is not regulated under a social democracy. This is the major
What
point
do you
of
mean by rev
contention.
share then? Because you see, in our example,
Like in Germany, they have a trade union representative that sits on the board of executives, but that's only one aspect of a larger board that is still representing the interests of the shareholders, those who own the company, who never have seen the company. They can even globally own it, right? So having one vote in that situation is not as good, in my opinion, as having all of the vote, all of the power, making these decisions as a collective. Something that kind of is not legally enforced here, right, in your structure, but you abide by because you're a nice guy. Many people are not going to be like that. And I'm saying that we shouldn't rely on the magnanimous
we don't have
nature
to.
of
We're
bosses.
going back to this point because we don't have to with the right.
Well,
rules
even
in
an
place.
example
But let
like
me ask you,
the
'cause
one I
we
mentioned
got
in
off
Germany
point.
still yields terrible, still is susceptible
Germany's
to
not
the
a social
influence
democracy.
of capital.
Let me ask you this.
Wait, yes, it is.
Germany arguably is.
Yes,
not as much as.
Okay, I don't know a
Nordic
lot about
countries,
Germany,
yeah.
so I'm not gonna. I don't want to get
America
into
is
that.
a social democracy as well. The problem is, like, American social democracy is a laughable example of
So let's
social
not use it then. But going back, why is it better? Because I don't think I ever got an answer. To have a strenuous hiring process.
Why is it better to have a strenuous? When you engage in commodity production with another person, I think it's perfectly valid to ensure that this person is not going to be a scumbag and cheat you, fuck you over. I think it's good business practice, even in a capitalist sense, to ensure that the person that you're hiring is not like some fucking random dickhead.
That's just common sense.
And the more you
but you
grow,
do acknowledge so you do acknowledge the hesitancy to hire people.
I do.
But
I'm
you
not
don't-
necessarily
you don't-
saying it's a
I don't
bad
know what.
thing.
Okay, we'll move on.
I don't think it's a bad.
I guess a bit of an impasse again.
And as companies grow, you have different people in different units that also are, engaging in hiring. Like, it's just that workers now have more of a say in which direction the company should go. And that's a good thing. It's not a
Dude
bad
worked for me for like a week. And on my business, I spent 5 years building. I don't want to give him a decision on where the company goes.
I think that.
Why should he have that right?
Well,
you know what I mean?
I'm not saying the janitor comes in and unilaterally makes decisions. That's not how that works.
But I'm curious how it does work.
So it's communication. The other person is a human being as well. If you have a major disagreement, then you look for someone else to work in that position. This is how it works.
Okay.
The
I'm
only
not getting
difference
a
in
clear
that
answer on the
situation is
rev
that you don't
share
have
either.
the fear of like subsistence living at the other end of that bargain. Whereas like you have better amenities, better protections, and
So by
therefore
rev
you're more
share, you just
comfortable.
mean good living conditions? Because
the idea is
that's what I'm
that
already saying. That I don't think that makes socialism unique because we can provide good living conditions and
we
benefits.
can, but we haven't. Now that, by the way, one aspect
again,
of social democracy that we've talked about is the domestic one. We have yet to even uncover the other, much worse side of social democracies, which is resource extraction in the third world and imperialism, and that is a necessity under global capitalism. And that is the reason why we have the haves and the have-nots. On the domestic level, you believe that there is a regulatory agency that can make things more just.
I don't feel prepared to
ensure
have a conversation about the third world stuff because I'm not super familiar with it.
perfectly fine.
But like I can.
But,
I mean, I
but
can
you
give my
understand that
opinion
like
about
that's
stuff.
a part of
course.
how
I mean,
everything
listen,
works.
exploiting in the truest sense of the word is definitely what's been happening.
Even
to,
on a capitalist understanding, that's like hyper exploitation.
I mean, clearly, I think that all humans on this earth deserve rights and comfort and and a right. To, you know what I mean?
It is funny
Quality
though.
of
Like
life.
one thing I will mention in the domestic, going back to the labor force thing, is that like we're so susceptible and so programmed under capitalist dogma that we refuse to see a world outside of it, and we're so captured in that worldview that oftentimes the number one counter against a socialist governance or democracy in the workplace or anything like that is always like, what do you want, the fucking janitor just came in yesterday to make these decisions? Like, no one said he's the CEO
I
now.
just want to understand how it works because you keep saying rev share.
Rev share is only one component of
the
it.
janitor
Rev share
no,
can
let
be
me tell you this.
democratically assigned.
If the you say what?
Okay, here's an example. When I first started the podcast, I was originally under cast. It was fucking terrible. We quit. We started our own podcast, me and Will. We needed a producer because we don't have that skill set. We needed someone to change the cameras and maybe do a little bit of, someone to post the videos, do the captions, titling, thumbnailing, right? So in that situation, we looked for someone, we found someone, and we were splitting it 3 ways. We were splitting the revenue 3 ways, anything that we made, right? And even before that, I was also giving March money as well to make sure that he at least had a fucking, had a revenue opportunity even when we weren't generating a lot of revenue.
Okay.
Right? So what did I do after that? The podcast grew. Fear and now has 5 cast members. We brought in Austin Show, my good friend, and Cutie Cinderella. And when that happened, us 3, we got together and we had a conversation.
Okay.
Do we need more hosts? Do we think that this will be beneficial?
Right.
Right? Do we think that we will end up making, more revenue, generating more revenue in the long run?
Right.
Will we have people with unique creative ideas? Like, I care more about the creative output than anything else, than revenue. I haven't even touched the fucking revenue that I've generated from the podcast. And we got together and we had a conversation. And I think that is a significantly more equitable and just and better way of doing business than me hiring March, me giving Will some money originally, like a fat salary, or maybe cutting in on the rev share for him, and then giving March like a super high fucking wage, right? Way higher than like the average producer, and then making these decisions single-handedly.
Let me add another aspect to your example. Let's say you need to hire a cleaner to come clean the office. She works for the podcast. She comes, she cleans the office. She works full time. How do you pay her?
The cleaner side of this is not I don't have an office like that, but the janitorial services.
Just theoretically.
In a theoretical situation where we have someone that needs to do it, we would also get together as a unit. Okay, the existing company would get together and decide what level, just like hiring the 2 other hosts, we decide what level of revenue cuts we are going to take from our 5% to give
So you're making her
to
a
the
job
other
offer.
person.
It's not really that different than a salary.
And once they get that job, and there are many different ways of doing this, but once they get that job, and let's say they worked for 2 years, 3 years, then they have a say in the revenue sharing structure and the power sharing structure as well. Because it doesn't have to happen like instantaneously. A lot of people forget that.
Well, my problem is that in the socialist economy, this is being regulated by the government. People can get together now and decide to do whatever the fuck they want in their company, and that's great, But in the socialistic economy, there's rules that says you need to pay her X amount of rev share.
What you're saying is not true.
Okay.
You want to know why?
Yes.
Because you want a social democracy, which kind of exists, and market regulation exists under capitalist formations, and plenty of capital owners hate that. As a matter of fact, I would say universally capital owners hate any kind of market regulation, which is why they choose to erode it as best as they possibly can, or they use it to their advantage to create an artificial barrier of entry into certain sectors.
I'm saying in a socialist economy, there's going to be laws that
just
say
like
how
there
you-
are laws in a capitalist
I'm just
economy
asking
that
you,
capital
in
owners hate.
socialism, how I'm saying the government is telling you how much you need to pay the janitor.
That's not how that would work.
Then how would it work?
But
it would be government.
Isn't that how is that functionally different than a minimum wage in our
That's my
society?
point. That's my point.
Yeah.
Why
Okay,
do they?
well then-
why
I
do you,
think-
but socialism is much more radical. We're talking.
It's not.
Social.
It doesn't have to be.
Moving
I think it's,
moving America to a purely socialistic society. Instead of my thing is, I think social democracy is better than socialism. And you guys are explaining something that to me sounds a lot like something that we can already do without this huge undertaking of changing our economy from a capitalistic social democracy one to a socialism one. You're talking about a minimum wage. We already do that. And we can already do better with that via regulations.
But,
so why
but the reason why we haven't been able to is because, like, I think the best way to explain it is this way, okay? You like capitalism with socialist characteristics. I like socialism with capitalist characteristics.
Yo, you just said that. So we're both social Democrats.
So that doesn't mean that I'm no.
difference?
I still believe that the government
Wait, what's
should
the
be.
difference now? You
the
said you like
difference-
social with
The difference
capitalism.
is No, I said I like socialism with capitalist characteristics, meaning that the governing economy, like the entire economy, still revolves around a socialist mode of production where the owners, the workers are the owners. They own the means of production. They have they have a say in their benefits. They have a say in what happens in the company. And I can fire them whenever I want, though. Well, there will still obviously be protections against like unjust firings and whatnot, and there should be, certainly.
There are now.
And there are now as well. Except
really good.
America is a great example of.
In California, there are really.
America is a great example, however, of like how there aren't.
Which how it shouldn't be, and it shouldn't be that way.
Exactly. Yeah. But the reason why it's not that way is because we have capitalism with like laughable socialist characteristics.
Dude,
we don't even
I
have
find
any
it very interesting that you're saying you want socialism with capitalist characteristics.
Capitalist characteristics in the sense that it doesn't touch the means of production or the mode of production, but offers an abundance of resources and offers the idea that you have freedom. One of the major problems with former historic socialist projects have always been commodity production being streamlined on necessity and not necessarily silly things like lighter production, industries that revolve around making, I don't know, chocolate and coffee. Coffee was a major problem in East Germany. So like things of that nature that people need, I think those are things that we need to work on. And that capitalism, I think, has done a much better job at offering to people. And that has a very sedating influence on the masses.
I don't
consumerism.
I don't see what's so great and humanizing about hiring a janitor for 0.0000015% of the company.
What do you? I don't understand. That's not what I said. You just made that assertion.
But we're saying there's a minimum wage. There's a minimum equity share that janitor would need to get.
Well, are you talking about in comparison to doing
we're
profit
talking about
sharing
a socialist
model?
minimum wage.
Right. But comparing it to a model where employees are cut in on the profit is what you're saying. Comparing that, what we have now to that.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, I would just point out that, well, so first of all, you had talked about it a lot earlier about like, well, what companies do that? There's a lot of examples of bigger firms that do this kind of thing.
Okay.
A great one is Southwest Airlines. Did you know that they have a massive employee profit sharing model?
How does it work? What's the details?
So it's a once a year payment, and they look at how they did the last year, and then a certain percentage of the profits they distribute as bonuses to all of the employees. And it's fairly significant.
Dude, that's great. Like in a socialist country, that's it? That's all you want? Because that's easy. You know what I mean? Like what are you asking for when you're asking for socialism? Just a bonus fund based on profit? Because that's easy.
No, not necessarily. But listen, I wasn't trying to make any assertion about that. I was just trying to give you an example of, you were asking earlier, like what companies do that.
I think that's awesome.
Here's a big one that does it.
I think that's awesome. And I'd even be in favor of regulating that and saying, yo, you need to put aside like 5% or 10% or whatever, I don't care, of your profits to distribute evenly amongst your employees. Is that socialism?
No,
that all it takes?
That would be some aspect of socialization, especially if it's like earned by the workers that have some level of collective bargaining.
It just seems so bureaucratic. I don't understand the workplace in your world.
Bureaucracy still is very much the foundation of a bourgeois state as well. It's just that we don't think
I'm
about
talking like, this is bureaucracy on bureaucracy on bureaucracy.
No, I don't
understand your workplace.
I'll tell you
if
this
that's
much.
not good enough, then what is?
Here,
I don't understand.
There is, I think it's called People's Republic of Walmart. It's a really good book. And so like
the title.
There was a genuine problem in the USSR with how to deal with crops and agriculture. And central planning, unfortunately, had limitations at the time because we did not have the computational power. One of the, ironically, like steps in the right direction was actually coming from Chile, which then got their own 9/11 50 years ago, but we won't get into that because, you know, socialism bad. But there wasn't enough computational power to implement centralized planning at that time effectively, and it led to plenty of issues, right? So ironically, nowadays, we have centralized planning inside of Walmart, inside of
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Today is 9/11. 22 years ago today, about 3,000 people died at the World Trade Center, the Pentagon, and in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. We're turning now to look at what is sometimes called the other 9/11. 50 years ago today, September 11th, 1973, a U.S.-backed coup led by General Augusto Pinochet ousted Chile's President Salvador Allende, a democratic socialist who'd been elected just 3 years earlier. Allende died in the palace on that day. Under the Pinochet military dictatorship, which lasted until 1990, more than 3,000 people were disappeared or killed, some 40,000 tortured as political prisoners. Chile's current president, Gabriel Boric, commemorated the 1973 coup Sunday with a ceremony in Santiago along with Mexico's President AMLO, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, who he thanked for the country's historic solidarity with the Chilean people. Both called for strengthening democracy in Latin America. Boric also joined an annual march near Santiago's La Moneda presidential palace with relatives of victims of Pinochet's dictatorship. The march was disrupted when counter-protesters attacked it and, according to Boric, quote, brutally violated graves in the General Cemetery. This is Alicia Lira, president of the Association of Families of Executed Political Prisoners.
These 50 years, more than the absence of our relatives, this is an act of homage on the 50th anniversary of the civil-military coup, and we stress civil-military because civilians have enjoyed impunity for 50 years.
Another silent vigil Sunday marked the 50th anniversary of the Chilean coup and focused on the role of Chilean women as part of the resistance. Women dressed in black carried signs with pictures of victims of the dictatorship. This is Alejandra Perez.
We have fellow women who have been detained, who have disappeared, women who have still not been found, families crying. We have to unite to one day find the truth. I think we deserve it as a people. It is a silent vigil for women.
Just last month, the Chilean government launched the National Search Plan to search for people who disappeared during the Pinochet dictatorship. Past governments have discovered mass graves in Chile near former interrogation sites, but they did not properly identify the remains. For the rest of the show, we're joined by Ariel Dorfman, who served as a cultural advisor to Salvador Allende from 1970 to 1973. After the coup, Ariel Dorfman went into exile. Today, he's recognized as one of Latin America's greatest writers. His essays, novels, poems, and plays have been translated into more than 40 languages. His new piece in The Nation today is headlined 50 years after the other 9/11, remembering the Chilean coup. His opinion essay in the New York Times is headlined, I Watched a Democracy Die. I Don't Want to Do It Again. His new novel is just out. It's called The Suicide Museum. Professor Dorfman, welcome back to Democracy Now! It's great to have you with us, though this is a very solemn day, this commemoration of the 50th anniversary of the U.S.-backed coup, backed by Nixon, backed by Kissinger, backed by ITT. If you can talk about what happened on that day. You were in Chile. In fact, when were you last in the Moneda? When have you last seen Salvador Allende before he died on this day in 1973?
First, Amy, I'd like to thank you for having me
on this day of mourning and defiance and also resistance and memory. As to how I lived the coup, it turns out that I was supposed to be at La Moneda that morning and dawn. I was supposed to have slept the night there because that was one of the ideas. You had turns where you're supposed to receive the news, whether there was a coup happening. And I switched places with one of my dear friends who in fact was captured at La Moneda on the 11th. He was tortured and then executed. So I'm in a sense survivor because of him, or at least so I felt all these years, as I explain in the Suicide Museum, my novel. A series of other circumstances meant that I didn't get there because I slept at my home on the 10th at the evening instead of sleeping at the La Moneda. And when I was supposed to be called by the minister I was serving, sort of the chief of staff of President Allende, called on a list. And nobody called me. And so I woke up much later and I wasn't able to get to La Moneda. And what happened years later when I met him and I asked, why did you take me off the list? Why wasn't I called? And he said, somebody had to tell the story. And you know, I had already figured out that in some sense, that's why I was spared, or at least that's what I made sense of the darkness that surrounds all this, you know, the chaos that surrounds all this. That I was meant to tell the story. And in some sense, I'm doing that right now. In other words, 50 years later, I was 31 years old then. I was almost a kid, you know. 31 years later, I'm still telling that story. And now I've told it again in this new novel. But I've been telling it, in fact, I've been telling it on Democracy Now! Several times already, which is the story of Chile, what happened, why it happened, why that coup happened, but also how we resisted and how we changed history by resisting, and how we're an example of how, if you believe enough in democracy now and tomorrow and the future, then you will be able to defeat the dictators of now and tomorrow and the future.
And Daryl Dorfman, what's the significance of having the new president of Chile, Gabriel Boric, be part of the commemoration and to make sure the world doesn't forget what happened 50 years ago in Chile?
You know, when Boric was elected, the first thing he did, when he was inaugurated really, the first thing he did when he entered La Moneda, that palace that was bombed and assaulted and destroyed and where Allende died, he broke protocol and he moved on the plaza where in front of where the Moneda is, where the presidential palace is, and he went to spend a minute contemplating in silence the statue that Allende has been erected there. And then he went into the building and he quoted Allende's last speech and said, "Never again will this happen. We will never again allow this to happen." Now, Boric is not, of course, Allende anymore. I mean, you can't repeat history, but he is a wonderful example of how the new generations have not forgotten. What Boric has tried to do, and it's very important to mention this, he's tried to get all the presidents of all the political parties from the right and the left to sign a declaration deploring that coup and saying that there will never be a coup again. And the four right-wing parties have refused to sign that declaration. So he is looking towards the future. He is looking towards the fact that he's living in a country where 36% of the people still justify the coup. They still say the coup was good. They still think that Pinochet was a great statesman. We're still living, in some sense, under the shadow of Pinochet. And of course, we're living under the gigantic light, and not the lighted shadow, we can call it, of Salvador Allende. And in some sense, I think that for many, many years, we're still going to have that struggle going on. And I feel privileged and honored and humble, really, to be part of that struggle for memory, to keep that memory alive and not forget what happened there, and not forget the glorious 1,000 days of Allende, where he tried for the first time in history to create a society that was just and equal and liberated without shedding blood. All the revolutions before then, all of them, from the French Revolution onward, had violence at its origins, and it killed many of its own supporters. And we never did that. In fact, we didn't kill not only our supporters, we didn't kill anybody. We didn't torture anybody. We didn't close Congress. We didn't close the newspapers. We didn't close the organizations or prohibit the trade unions. We didn't persecute anybody, which are all things that began to happen immediately on September 11th, 50 years ago. More or less at this time, I was hearing the last words of Allende, and we were being hunted down.
Can we talk about the U.S. role, which was so significant? 50 years after Allende's electoral win in 1970, the National Security Archive released a series of documents showing why and how President Nixon and his National Security Advisor, Henry Kissinger, who just turned 100, sought first to prevent Allende from being inaugurated and later to oust him from the presidency. In a secret briefing paper on October 18, 1970, just weeks before Allende was to take office, Kissinger wrote, quote, "Our capacity to engineer Allende's overthrow quickly has been demonstrated to be sharply limited. The question, therefore, is whether we can take action, create pressures, exploit weaknesses, magnify obstacles, which at a minimum will either ensure his failure or force him to modify his policies at a maximum, might lead to situations where his collapse or overthrow later may be more feasible," he wrote. 2 days after his inauguration in Santiago, Kissinger wrote, quote, "The election of Allende as president of Chile poses for us one of the most serious challenges ever faced in this hemisphere." If you, Ariel Dorfman, can talk about the role of the United States as Kissinger continually threatened, and clearly, though he doesn't write specifically about this in his books, now that the documents are out, shows how he fought to engineer this coup, at least to support it wholeheartedly.
Well, Kissinger is a war criminal. We all know that. And it's shameful how he is being lionized constantly by the press and the bipartisan press in that sense. You know, Kissinger was right. He was right in the following sense. Allende was setting an example because the guerrillas in Latin America had basically failed. The urban guerrillas of the Tupamaros in Uruguay, or the guerrillas that were fighting in the jungles of Colombia or Guatemala. That was not the way which would go forward for Latin America, as it's been proven now, right, where we have a series of left-wing governments who have won the ballot box. And he understood very clearly that Allende was more of a threat than Cuba was to him. Because Cuba could be, the Cuban example could be suppressed with military aid or with counterinsurgencies. How do you do a counterinsurgency against a people who are armed with the vote, who are armed with their consciousness, who are armed with their desire for liberation and love for one another and solidarity? And so he understood that he had to destroy Allende, because Allende, if Allende's example would have spread through Latin America, then U.S. interests would have been terribly, compromised, which of course was a moment in the moment of the Cold War. So that was it. Now let me tell you a little anecdote. Some months, perhaps a month before the coup, there was a truck driver's strike, and we went up into the hills of Santiago, sort of do a little bit of military training. It was ridiculous because we had no military training whatsoever, a group of us. As we went down the hill, we saw the truck drivers who were having this enormous feast with all the grills and all the stuff which had been hidden away, to sabotage the economy. And they saw us, and of course they recognized us as Allende supporters. And you know what they did? They took out these sheafs of bills, of dollar bills, and waved them at us. They waved dollar bills at us. I mean, I'm talking about the everyday, right? So this is something that happened. We know that the CIA was helping the media, that they helped the campaign, and that they were just allowing, of course, their military, the CIA trained or the Defense Department trained School of America's officers to take over. And they engineered, if not the coup directly, they created and facilitated the movements, because they also sabotaged our economy with the invisible blockade. So the United States is very directly responsible for this. I do want to say the following, however, and I've said this over and over again. We should expect the United States to have acted in this way. And we should have expected, and we did expect, the Chilean oligarchy, those who were prosperous in Chile and rich in Chile and had lived off the exploitation of our workers, our intellectuals, our peasants for centuries, we should have expected them to be against Allende, use every dirty tactic against us. That does not signify that we don't have to think about what we may have done wrong. And we have spent 50 years thinking about this, and the result is our current democracy. What I mean by that is the defeat of Allende is not only the victory of right-wing people and of the United States, it is also a defeat in the sense that it was a failure on our part to do as much as we could. We were much too divided, we were much too sectarian, we did not do what we should have done, what we've done since then, which is create the most vast coalition possible for the changes that are necessary. I need to say this because, you know, I deplore what the United States did, but you can't blame them for doing what they did, though of course so many of the American people had such extraordinary solidarity with us. I mean, all the American people should be very proud of what they did in favor of democracy in Chile, even as their government was trying to destroy us.
And Ariel, in terms of the impact of the Pinochet years on the rest of Latin America, this period of darkness, not just in Chile, but in Brazil and Argentina and other countries where military and extreme right-wing governments seized power. What was the impact for those who are not familiar with that history on the rest of Latin America?
Well, Uruguay had already had its coup, and Argentinian coup was coming soon. Soon they got rid of the Bolivian and Peruvian progressive leaders who were in that country. So the Chilean example spread. But, you know, it's not just in Latin America. You know, Pinochet said in 1981, in March 1981, he said, we were alone when we did the coup, but now everybody is imitating us. What he meant by that was that the neoliberal economics of the Chicago school, Milton Friedman and his Chicago boys, had used Chile as a laboratory. And that laboratory, what was done with Chile, which is great, free market fundamentalism. And that example is the one that then is now in fact prevalent in the world and is part of the crisis of the world today. So Chile created this situation where both the repression and the Condor countries created this repression, which John Dingus has spoken about so eloquently. And that situation of repression was also accompanied by an economic model, which is a model where profit is all that matters, the bottom line is all that matters, solidarity does not matter, and it took over the world. It took over Thatcher's England first, and then it took over Ronald Reagan's trickle-down economics, where the idea is to reduce the state to its minimum, except for defense, of course, and surveillance, and not use those resources for the development of the welfare and the happiness of the people.
The Suicide Museum. The narrator is a Chilean-American author, playwright, and activist by the name of Ariel Dorfman. Tell us why you decided 50 years after the coup to write this novel.
Well, you know, I had been thinking for many, many years that somebody, I think it would be me, of course, would be going back to Chile to find out and investigate whether Salvador Allende had committed suicide or had been murdered. I felt this was the central enigma of our country, because there were many who said, oh, he died heroically, and many who said, especially on the right, they said, no, he was a coward and he killed himself, right, rather than face the consequences of the disaster he had led his people into, right, the coup. And for many years, I kept on thinking, well, who would narrate this? And then two things happened. One was I realized that the person who should go back was an avatar of myself, or an alter ego. Somebody who, just like me, has my chronology, my family, my wife Angelica, my children, my friends, and go back when I went back in 1990, went back from exile, and create a sort of alternative reality, like in a multiverse, where this person, who's me, and who isn't me, right? Because I treat him with ruthlessness. I treat him like Like he's one of those brothers that you're constantly criticizing. He lies much more than I do. At least I hope that he lies much more than I do. And he's scared more than I am, I think. And so I created this character who's myself and not myself, because I felt that it was the best way of going into the story of Chile without the limitations of history. You know, I quote an epigraph by Novalis, the German poet of the 18th century, and he says, "The novel is born of the deficiencies of history." So the novel allows us to explore this. I couldn't take the story of Allende's suicide and just do a sort of an essay on it, because that would not tell the story, the deeper story of Chile. And this allowed me to interview all sorts of people, real and false, and go into that. The second thing that happened was that suicide, if Allende committed suicide, that is much related to the fact, and I'm not sure about that, it's much related to the fact that we are committing suicide as a species. So I had the person who was sending this Ariel, Dorfman character, he's the character, right? We're sending him back to Chile, mischievously, we're sending him back to Chile in order to find out if Allende committed suicide, because this man, this billionaire who sends him there, is worried about climate extinction. He thinks we're going for the apocalypse, and he needs to create a suicide museum, a gigantic, colossal museum dedicated to the suicides of history, and ending up with the suicide of humanity. So we could wake up humanity to this. So those two things came together, and I thought, okay, this allows me to bring together my two obsessions. One is Salvador Allende, bring him back to life, rescue him from the iniquities of history, tell his whole story in some sense, and go to La Moneda, where I was unable to go. I go back to La Moneda, but I go back imaginatively through two protagonists, one who says Allende committed suicide, and the other who says he was there when they murdered him. And so I brought this all together in one gigantic, colossal novel.
And what do you conclude about what happened to Salvador Allende, who died in the palace? This is uncontested on September 11th, 1973.
But you know, Amy, I can't undercut my own characters, because no, seriously. You know, you have to respect them, or they take terrible revenge on you. They come in the night like ghosts. That I have to believe that the characters have got to decide. I leave it up to the people of Chile and the people who read the novel to decide which of the two theses are correct. I don't want to take sides in that as an author. And if I take sides as an author, I will be undermining my own novel. So I have my own opinion on this, and I sort of get to that opinion. But as soon as I get to an opinion in the novel, immediately something happens that makes me change my mind. And then I get to another opinion, and I change my mind, which of course keeps the tension going, which is what you want in a novel, which is after all a thriller, right? It's a suspense. But it's a suspense in relation to the enigma of Allende, and it's also suspense in relation to whether this character Allende, this character Ariel, my gosh, he's also a character, Allende, there's also a character. This character Ariel will come to terms with the trauma that he suffered because he survived the coup, and whether the billionaire who sends him there will manage to overcome the traumas that he himself has, his secrets that he has. So it's also a story of a journey of two men trying to figure out, with women, very important, because the empowerment of women is always central in my work and central in this novel. I'm always trying to find a way in which I can tell that story so that people see it in a very different light. It's also sort of a model of what I'd like the world to see, because I say at the end of the novel, I say, Allende is relevant today to the world because his example that democracy and more democracy and more democracy is the solution, that everyday people who are protesting today, that they are the clue and they are the key, really, la clave, I would say in Spanish, the key to how we solve the dilemmas that we're in. Allende is still speaking to us today, and I continue to think that is so. I said so in a long essay in the New York Review of Books, which came out this week.
And Ariel, we only have about a minute left, but I'm wondering, following the coup, you went into a long period of exile. How did that exile shape you and the writing you've come to do?
it changed me significantly, you know, because I opened up to the world, and the world opened up to me. And I had, of course, been brought up in the States. That's why I speak the English that I do, and that was one of the great weapons that I had. But I spent many of the years just seeking solidarity and seeking to help the people in Chile. And then I began to write. I began to write, and it really created, I think, created this person you're looking at as a sort of a bridge. I feel as if I'm a bridge between Spanish and English, between the United States and Chile, between the first and the third worlds, between readers everywhere in that sense. And I think that if I had stayed in Chile, which I really wish I had, I asked
of Amazon, and these companies are generating a ton of revenue that they could cut their workers into. Maybe they would be much smaller. Maybe they would be much smaller.
What's the
in
minimum
size.
that would make it socialist? That's what I'm curious about.
I don't think there's like an exact dollar value, rather than, because you're looking for an exact dollar value, rather than I'm talking about an entirely different way of thinking.
But there's the law. There's a law in a socialist country that says you must do.
I'll give you one example. I'll give you a good example from your life, right? Right now, you have Cam, right? Cam does wonderful goofs, gaffs, and Photoshop.
Splaps.
We love Cam.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And
Let's give it up
that
for Cam.
nature.
Let's give it up for Cam real quick.
Yeah.
I love you guys. I love you guys.
So technically, if you were interested in maximizing your revenue, what you could have done instead of hiring Cam was outsource it to Fiverr, or I don't know, get like some Filipino graphic design company. If you were one of those like TikTok guys out there who's like, I fired my entire workplace and like fucking hired everyone in Pakistan for 5 cents an hour. It's fucking sick. Like, you could be one of those guys and do that. But the reason why you didn't do that is because you feel as though correctly that Cam yields better output. Hey, no.
Chewing?
She almost. I caught her.
Do it.
No.
You do it.
No.
Alfredo, you got to enforce the law on her.
No.
Alfredo has no interest.
Alfredo, you have a monopoly on violence in this office.
Dog. Sorry.
It's okay. A welcome
welcome distraction.
A welcome break.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please continue. How I am.
So don't do that, and there should be restrictions on that. Certainly, like there should be restrictions on being able to do that, being able to just like completely outsource your workplace. Those restrictions can come in a capitalist country in the form of tariffs, which many do. Protectionist trade or protocols exist globally, with the exception of the United States of America, which has some protectionist policies, but others that, most protectionist policies still benefit the interests of capital rather than the working class there. And trade partnerships have created a structure where like labor has been outsourced overseas. Our manufacturing capabilities have been completely outsourced. These are very bad things that exist exclusively due to greed that you understand under capitalism that needs to constantly be put in check. But a government that is designed, a government that's full of rich people, that is interested in their own wealth and wealth accumulation, that has stock options and trades like Paul Pelosi, and has that gets jobs for their family members in Goldman Sachs like Ted Cruz, and many other examples, is never going to truly represent the interests of the working class, and is always going to put the interests of capital ahead of the interests of the working class. You will never be able to have a real democracy. That's the difference between a bourgeois democracy and a proletarian democracy, or a dictatorship of the proletariat, rather than a dictatorship of the capital-owning class.
I just want to know how the socialist workplace works. It seems so nebulous when you talk about it.
Why is it? I don't think it's nebulous at all.
There's gotta be. Okay,
I have a
maybe
living,
move
breathing,
on.
working
Right,
example
right.
of it that I've given you.
I know, but like, there's got to be like a constitution that says, outlines, or I don't know, whatever the fuck you want to write, right? There's got to be something, and it says like, or rule laws that says, this is the minimum that a person should get from the company.
Yes.
And
it
what would
should
that
be married to the
it'd be-
output. It should be married to the productive forces. It should be married to the output. That should be pegged.
We talked about this enough, though. I don't want
That
to bore
should be
people.
pegged to the performance. And I think that that is the best possible way to work.
I guess my problem on that is like, how could you possibly
enforce that?
No, not even enforce. How could you possibly even analyze that? Like, how much more how much more money are we making because the janitor comes?
That's
and
where
cleans?
we go to the Walmart example. That like we are already completely aware of that. We have, you know, we have actuaries, we have CPAs that are working in real time, making mathematical equations to figure out exactly what not to pay people, technically. And they could be in a
What's the
total
different science of
social
paying people?
reorganization of the economy with a socialist dogma.
Okay, so
would work in the opposite direction.
Okay.
It's kind of
Howdy,
like this.
partner. Might I
let's
say
move to
you're
another topic.
looking
I don't
fit
wanna
as
bore
a
people.
fiddle?
Wealth was one aspect of this, right? Like we already have property tax.
Don't mention it. I'm always ready to lend a helping hand to a stranger in need. I was out for a stroll that night when I heard the commotion up the old bone orchard. Saw what looked like a bunch of bad eggs, so I laid low. Once they'd run off, I dug you up to see if you were still kicking. Turns out you were, so I hauled you off to the dock right quick. I'm a Securitron, Robco Security Model 2060B. If you ever see any of my brothers, tell them Victor says howdy. Can't say that I'm familiar with the rascals. Some of the fine folks in town might be able to help you out with that. I moseyed into town, 10, 15 years ago. Before that, I can't quite seem to recall. Odd. Anyway, it's a right peaceful town, and I reckon it's as fine a place to settle as any. Happy trail!
Taxes, for example, in America, but we never make similar mathematical equations on capital gains, earnings that you make in the stock market. Wealth accumulation could work in the exact same way as property taxes, and yet we don't have any mathematicians working on that.
That's a good idea, but
and that's a great idea, right?
People probably do that in a lot of countries that aren't socialist.
Well, this is not just the distinction between socialism
But that's
and whatnot,
okay,
because there is. We talked about
But I think
theory.
that's
We talked a
good.
lot about theory, but then we also have to talk about like what is possible, right? At least in the short term. And that is the reason why I always try to tell more rugged, more rigid, more passionate socialists.
That's where I'm coming from,
To cooperate, I know, to cooperate with people that are also perceived as radicals in America. Like, there's a reason why Bernie Sanders, who has been a socialist his entire life, basically has only implemented, instituted, or advocated for social democratic reforms in the United States of America. That's it. That's the only. There's the only reason why he's done that is so that he can inspire the masses and create an opportunity where workers have more control over their own lives and develop autonomy and inevitably develop class consciousness, creating ample opportunity for, if you believe in that sort of thing, socialist revolution.
Right, but that would never happen if the people were happy with their conditions. I feel like that would not happen. But anyway, so let me ask you this, to peg this down even more. In a socialist workplace, a socialized workplace, certain jobs are still going to get paid more than others, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's still going to be class. There'll be class, right? There'll be class distinctions in a socialist.
No, the class distinction is not on pay. That's a liberal understanding. That's actually
You
why
don't think people will be like, I see people like, you're the rich dude in the Porsche, and I'm the working class dude in the
Great
Toyota.
question. Great question.
You don't think people will see that?
So social hierarchies are inevitable. There will be different kinds of hierarchies. What you're talking about is perfectly valid, but the class distinction in a socialist economy is completely abolished, because the idea is that there will be those who have and those who have not, is what you're saying, at least in the interim.
Everyone will have. But there'll be people that have more.
Exactly.
People who will have a lot more.
Yes. Some people that want to have more will be able to have more, and even a lot more. Yes. This is why I always.
And they'll be part of a class, don't you think?
This is why I always talk about because they have no control over the lives of others in that regard.
I find this idea that like people in a socialist country who have a lot more, they're able to make a lot more money, somehow won't be influenced by power or influence or greed, that somehow in this society
you're saying no
it's
matter what
magically
happens,
dispelled.
it will turn into capitalism, is what you're saying.
I think
there will be
these people are going to be influencing the system
concentration
to benefit
of power.
themselves.
Yes. The best way to stop that from happening is democracy. Democracy in the workplace, we cannot even imagine. Mark Fisher once said, it's easier to imagine the end of the world than to imagine the end of capitalism. And he was right. This is capitalist realism, because we are having this argument within the boundaries and within the cultural understanding of like existing capitalism today. And the reality is, we have no way, you and I, as it stands, I have no way of like helping you try to imagine a world where like each individual worker has more autonomy and does not suffer from alienation in their workplace, which would offer them plenty of more educational opportunities, plenty more free time. I guess the example you can point to in terms of different degrees of socialization would be a person doing contracted work at Uber, okay, to make ends meet in America, versus like a regular unionized factory worker in Germany. The level of autonomy that they have, and the level of interest that they have, and the level of engagement that they have in a workplace democracy or some form of it, is drastically different than the contracted Uber employee. Their worldview is drastically different. Their democracy yields drastically different results as a consequence.
But let's be realistic. We're not going to spring into an alternate reality where capitalism doesn't dominate the world.
Which is why
we have to be realistic.
Which is why I always advocate
Which is part of why I'm saying
No, but that's why I always advocate for that
It's
is
more
why I always
realistic.
advocate for, in the interim, social democratic reforms that will yield more opportunities for for workers to organize. Now, of course,
hold on.
You can prove. You can.
I want
point
to
to it
follow.
and say,
I want to follow this out a little further because I think it's interesting. So, in a socialist country, there's going to be people who make a lot more, and within a company, are they exploiting their workers? The CEO, the founder of a car company, he makes a lot more than the workers.
As long as it is democratically organized, in the sense that like every single person is like, no, your productive output in this circumstance is significantly higher than us, then yeah, that would be.
And how do they
valid
determine that?
Through a democratic process.
They have like a vote for everybody in the company has equal ballot power.
Depending on like how long you've worked at the company and things of that nature. These are different formations at this point. Like this is, now we're getting into like how do we organize our workplace, and like how much power do we give each individual vote in the workplace. Yes, they would have one vote, but ultimately what are the matters that they are tasked with voting on? And there's like even in unions, there's a structure, right? Like every single person does have a vote. The rank and file will always vote, but there's still a negotiations committee. There's still someone engaging in the contract negotiations.
Let me say this.
There's still elections being held inside of the union. Does that make sense?
It does. But here, does this make sense?
Yeah.
You're inside a, and I want to ask you, Dan, because I'm curious about your opinion. You're inside a big company. Let's just say they make cars. There's tons of employees there. the CEO, founder, he makes a lot more than the employees. Do you think that the leaders should make more than the workers, Dan?
Well, it just kind of depends on I mean, I think there's nuance there because I think it really depends on what the company looks like, how it operates. Should the CEO, who is on a day-to-day basis working and managing a company, make more money?
He works the same hours as the production people.
I mean, with more responsibility, I think should inherently come with some more privilege. However, I mean, now, are we talking about a CEO or are we talking about an owner? Because a lot of owners don't do shit.
No, I'm talking about someone who's working because the idea of ownership is probably different in a socialist.
Right, and the owners may
You
be
must be the
private
one
or
Doc
even
Mitchell
maybe
was
a public
patching up
company in
with
the
the CEO. So you agree he should make more?
Got some weapon mods and special ammo. Well worth the caps if you ask me. If you're hurting for caps, I've also got boxes of surplus ammo in the miscellaneous section. They're not great, but you get what you pay for. It's all about quantity over quality. Trouble is, you'll be cleaning and fixing your gun a lot more than usual when you use those kind of bullets. Weapon mods are things like silencers, scopes, bigger magazines. Special ammo includes things like armor-piercing bullets, which don't hurt the target as much, but let you punch through armor easier. There's also hollow point bullets, which have the opposite effect. You can kill unarmored targets easier, but they don't do shit against armor. The leader was a New Vegas type. Typical city boy. He had a bunch of Great Khans with him, probably hired guns. The Great Khans normally stay in their own territory way up northwest, on account of them being enemies with the NCR. Twice. Both times I drank a lot of liquor and lost most of my caps at the card tables. In that order, now that I think about it. If you ever get to New Vegas, be sure to visit Gomorrah. It's the best casino in the city. You won't regret it. Word of advice, behave. Between the NCR military police and Mr. House's robots, you don't want to be causing trouble on the Strip. I'm afraid I don't know much myself. Mr. House has got his own casino, Lucky 38, but nobody goes in or out except his robots. The other casinos follow Mr. House's rules, so I guess that makes him the leader of New Vegas. As far as I know, nobody's ever laid eyes on the guy. I think that robot who pulled you out of the dirt belongs to Mr. House. If Mr. House is looking after you, it's got to be a good thing, right? Can do.
So let's
depends.
say, so let's call
It just
You're-
depends.
this
Yeah.
there's not room for nuance.
What do you-
can't, there's just not.
What do you mean?
If
There's
you're living in a socialist country, this shit needs to be like laid out. Like there's not room for
but just
nuance.
like-
where
but-
in every workplace
No, just like
we're going to
there is-
decide
just
little
like there's
different rules
nuance
for everything.
under capitalism where you have the freedom to
No, but
fucking
there's
operate in
rules
that
like
regard.
minimum wage.
But with rules, exactly, you would have the similar structure pegged to like.
I'm trying to ask you guys what
pegged
the
to
rules, and I
worker
keep getting these
compensation,
nebulous
like a maximum
answers.
wage tied directly to your lowest paid
This
employee.
is what I wanted to say though. Let's say.
Do you hear what I said?
I did.
Maximum wage tied to like there could be a situation where like a maximum wage could be implemented under a socialist structure to ensure that every single workplace has at least a maximum wage that is directly tied to the lowest paid worker and their full-blown compensations and benefits package they
Okay,
get.
let's just go back to. So the CEO, he earns more. He has more responsibility. Oh, Hassan, you said
I don't agree with that either. No. I don't agree with CEOs having more responsibility or should earn more. For the record.
What? You just said
no. If you're an owner operator, if you're an owner operator and you're literally fucking, I was talking to Dan about this earlier before you got here, but it's like the difference between what you do and the difference between, like, let's say a jewelry designer is that a jewelry designer can outsource their fucking labor, but you are the main product here, which is why it's very hard for you to see it.
I'm using a different example.
Yeah.
Like
So if you're a fucking jewelry designer and you are responsible for all the beautiful designs in your jewelry that's like super competitive, everybody loves it, everyone wants to buy your fucking jewelry,
right.
You can still hire other people like designers to help benefit that process
and in this
make better jewelry.
Workplace,
okay,
where everybody's altruistic.
Yes.
They vote to say the CEO should make more money than us.
Yes. Well, the way that works would be slowly but surely, as you bring on more people into your company, or as you expand and you grow, okay, in a democratic capacity, you are taking away the earnings that you have right now and eroding it because you're giving it to some people that are coming in because you think that they're valuable enough to be able to be paid that way. But that process is being democratically voted on, and ultimately you know that you're doing that because you're in your understanding later down the line, if you care about this sort of thing, you're going to make even more money. Or rather,
money shouldn't be a motivator.
Money should not be a motivator. You're right.
Why
like,
does
in my situation,
why
it's
does
not.
the CEO care if his company makes more money? It's not. He's not going to make more money.
No. It's in the long term. You are creating more stability this way because you understand that every expansion of your productive output, okay, every single piece of expansion on your productive output yields better long-term stability and more money if that's what you're fucking motivated by. But ultimately, that's not the main motivator, and it should not be the main motivator.
I think that's a horrible thing to say if you're considering socialism, that money's a motivator. That's like almost like taboo, I feel like.
No, don't worry about what other people say in this situation or what you think people will perceive from what I'm saying.
Let me go back.
Because
there's a
that
point I want to
part is irrelevant.
Okay, so let's say
they're tough sons of bitches
where the CEO makes more
alone unless you got something they want. The great cons deal in illegal chems. There's a good chance that most chems you come across were made by great cons. Take it easy.
more money. Do you think it's a possible or even likely situation that the heads of these companies who make more money are going to want to influence the government and their workers to vote or support legislation that gives them more money or more influence? Is that a likely outcome?
Wait, can you ask that again? Sorry, I saw a comment saying you were rectangular, and it fucked my brain up a little bit.
I think that I think that yes, and I think that speaks to what Hassan was saying. I think that's what it speaks to what Hassan was saying earlier about why a lot of Marxists have criticism of social democracy. That lack of elimination of the capitalist profit motive part of the economy will naturally result in what you're saying.
That's my point. So thank you, Dan. In socialism, the money motive it's literally it's not compatible. It doesn't work because you're going to have people at the top who are going to want more. They're going to want more influence. They're going to want more power. They're going to want more money. Mm-hmm. And they're going to exert their influence, their status. Even if they don't make more money, they have status.
Yeah, they're going to be able to
influence.
Socialism is not egalitarian in the sense that there's like
what I'm saying,
full-blown
Dan, that there's
equity.
a problem here?
socialism does not.
Socialism only exists when you remove the money motive, right? Dan?
Socialism, and in the way we understand socialism, yes, the money motive is. Now we're talking about.
That doesn't seem
now
like
we're talking
something
about
you want to
eroding
do.
it.
You don't want to remove the money motive
Because I'm in the middle ground where I'm talking about like what's
because you're a social
realistic.
democrat.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about.
Sounds like you are.
I'm talking about the realistic short-term period because I don't live in that. I don't live with that. I
agree that if we lived
myself.
in a if I
but I
agree,
know
if
that
we
other people
live,
can't do that for the time being.
If we could just teleport into a utopian Star Trek world where money doesn't exist and everybody's equal, yeah, everybody would love that. But let's talk about real shit.
I am talking about real shit.
Well, that's what that's all I'm trying to do too.
Which is why I'm giving you an example of like the interim period of moving towards socialization or a socialist transitional
I
state.
agree with that.
But the problem is when I describe that, you say, well, that's not socialism. I'm like, yeah, I know. Money being a motivator for certain people.
I'm saying once you move to socialism, the system, in my opinion, falls apart. It doesn't work because it falls to the same trappings. Because people are going to want more power. They're going to want more influence. You're going to have capitalistic parties, thank you, Lena, that are going to want to influence. You're going to have these external forces that want that freedom, that want that
there
individualism.
Will always be, even in a democratic organization
and
in the
I believe
workplace, there will be people that make more, right? That's what you're saying.
I believe the best that we can do is provide laws and regulations that guarantees people a fair, equitable life.
Let me ask you this.
Within those rules, I believe if you're operating within those rules, then you can do and make however much money as you want if you're operating the rules with a super progressive tax rate and everybody's provided for. Because if you want to move to a socialist system, I don't think that system actually works.
So the cultural differences differences that we see in countries that are still capitalist but social democratic versus countries like the United States of America that are hyper individualistic and have like very little social democracy is the argument that I'm making is that with more social amenities and with higher degrees of socialization, people's attitude towards money and money making becomes drastically different. There are different motivators. Yes, status can be an important thing, but that social hierarchy, designed around status has nothing to do with the productive output and has nothing to do with like your material reality. It has the capacity to change like the way people perceive you. It's like an attractive person versus like someone who is maybe not as aesthetically pleasing, right? Those things are going to exist. Like there's always going to, socialism doesn't mean like LeBron James has to be the same fucking height as like, you know, like a 5-foot person to play basketball. There's going to be different earners. There's always going to be some level of competition.
Okay.
This is not a bad thing. This is a good thing. This is how you innovate.
If there's different levels of earners, do you agree that that seems to be incompatible with Marx's theory of socialism? Because if
no, it's absolutely not. Because all, and correct me if I'm wrong, Hassan, because you're more read on this than me, but all that is being said at the end of the day is that people are entitled to the value that they create. If somebody creates more value than somebody else, then they are entitled to more value.
The theory is wonderful.
Yes.
But,
and
we're talking about real shit, right? So when people make more, they're going to want to influence. I'm not saying everybody, but again, this goes back to what I was saying last week. There's people who are pathological. Okay.
Yes, there's always bad faith actors.
And even in a socialist country, the sociopaths are probably going to float to the top just because they're willing to do everything that other people aren't, or they care about status and power where other people don't. And so these high-functioning, highly motivated sociopaths are going to want to influence government and business democracies to increase their power and influence.
Like they do now under a capitalist
like they do
system.
now.
Right.
And that's why I think it's not realistic to expect that not to happen. And I think the most realistic and the best way is in between. Because capitalism...
Can I counter on what you said?
Hold on. Capitalism doesn't work. We know that. And I think socialism doesn't work for the same exact thing. Because people are going to want to... The psychopaths are going to want to move it. And I think the only realistic solution is in the middle, where you just create a sandbox that is good for everybody and operate within that sandbox, because everything else seems like a fantasy.
Every single thing that you've mentioned in both of these equations still revolve around human greed, turning humanity and the way people operate into capitalist little demons who are driven by profit. I do believe self-interest is a thing that happens. That's certainly true, which is why you have to have certain restrictions placed upon people that ensure that they don't get out of hand with the level of power that they have. The way I describe it is this. In America, people always say labor unions are corrupt. They're actually really bad. They have a rigid hierarchy, and they are also susceptible to nepotism. This much is true in certain labor unions. There's been a lot of reform in the Teamsters and the UAW. Shouts out to that. No, what do you mean? Historically, there absolutely has been. I don't
say that about.
Oh, no, I know you don't say that about unions. My point is this, though. The way I counter that always is this. There's always going to be corruption. There's always going to be, bureaucratic red tape. There's always going to be nepotism. But I would much rather, if corruption is inevitable, I would much rather have a more just and more equitable, a more democratic process that at the very least by its very design, like in the union structure, offers tangible benefits to the workplace, the workers, rather than the corruption that we currently experience on a daily basis under the capitalist corruption.
That's the same thing I want.
Okay, which is why I said, but you're not comfortable with socialism with capitalist characteristics.
I also think that socialism, when you consider corruption and high-functioning sociopaths, there's a lot more risk when you centralize the power at the top. Let's say one party for a dictatorship or tyranny.
That I actually don't agree with at all. I think that the democratic process in and of itself, whether it's a multi-party system or a single-party system or a two-party system like we have that yields results exclusively, like the material changes that are made are done at the behest of corporations and the wealthy capital owners. No matter what, I think that a more democratic process is always going to be a better and more effective mechanism at fighting against centralized power and sociopaths that want to assume control. I think that if that is an inevitability, no matter what happens, I personally believe that more of a democratic process is going to be more effective. I'll give you an example.
I like democracy too.
DuPont Chemical under the capitalist, liberal, bourgeois democracy in the United States of America was able to dump toxic waste into farmlands and destroy natural water supplies and delicate ecosystems. They still do it to this day. We have PFAS, the forever chemicals, right? That is everywhere. We have microplastics, all that good stuff, right? In a situation where, let's say, DuPont Chemicals was like at least democratically organized, the workers themselves have more power to say, what the fuck are we doing? You're destroying my fucking uncle's, farm. You're destroying my backyard.
Right.
And that way they can put a stop to it, or at least demand changes to happen, rather than expect the government to turn around and be like, all right, we're the EPA. We just realized that we are going to...
so you want less government or more government? Because socialism is like all government.
Government, no, that's not true, Ethan. Socialism is simply giving more power to the individual in that regard. You have a government that also exists.
You're telling people you do not have a choice. You cannot run your business this way. You cannot.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a stronger government than we have. That's a really
but I think
strong
you want a
central
stronger government than we have. You want a stronger
Well, I want a stronger government.
You want
than
market regulation.
Yeah, but it's even stronger than the one that I want. That says, here's your workplace. You must exist in it. So you're saying on one hand, the EPA is silly.
Well, the EPA.
But on the other hand,
DuPont, in the situation with DuPont, if you want me to finish this, because this is not a hypothetical, this is something that actually happened. EPA said, "Sorry, we're gutted. We don't have like enough researchers." A lot of the researchers that work at EPA also end up getting jobs at DuPont, or vice versa. There's always a revolving door, tit for tat. Regulatory capture is something that these corporations do in an effort to monopolize and also improve their profit margins, as always. So in that structure, the EPA basically delegated DuPont with figuring out how toxic their pollutants were. And of course, until a journalist uncovered this entire thing, they were able to claim that these toxic pollutants weren't as bad, right? So there is no mechanism in that situation where we just,
capitalism.
Yeah, so we just sit there and we expect the government that is, appointing people into positions of power that literally have a material. No, listen. We expect the government to enforce certain regulations and restrictions that they do not, because the people that are placed into that position of power have no interest or need in placing said restrictions, or maybe even lack the know-how.
Maybe people in the
to
company
do that.
don't want to make less money.
So
maybe they don't have access to all the data that the CEO
the beautiful
has.
part about that is that, at least historically speaking, what you're describing has never happened. What I mean by that is, when you look at the UAW, for example, it is supposed to be in their best interest to be anti-EV, and yet for some reason, Sean Fain and the UAW is perfectly understanding of a Green New Deal.
There's also never been a company that has a purely socialistic hierarchy where they make
true.
less.
There's cooperative corporations.
Where they make less.
Like Mondragon is a good example of.
Have they been levied with the task of deciding to make less money to help the environment?
Yes.
When?
Absolutely. Not to help the economy, but
My point is that saying one is better than the other is just theory, Well,
we are talking about simply theory.
I think
because we both
strong
agree that
EPA
capitalism doesn't work.
I think a strong EPA is great. In fact, I think you'd still need an EPA in a socialist country. I don't think it eliminates the need for the EPA.
Agreed, 100%. Which is what I was saying is, in that socialist formation, there is actual real mechanisms of control that can put a stop to this kind of thing, rather than power accumulating in the hands of the few at the top of the corporate structure that then make these decisions, make these hiring practices to get these people in the revolving door.
In theory, what you're saying is great.
In practice, it would be great as well.
I think in practice it would be great, but I don't think it's possible.
But okay, so now
let's go back to this idea of greed,
first
right?
First you said the theory doesn't work. Now you're saying in practice it won't work.
No, because it's not. And what I mean is that you can't organize it that way. It won't work. And you know what I mean.
But
what I mean is that
we do see different. You and I are in agreement that higher degrees of socialization is a benefit. Okay, we're in agreement. You like unions. You want workers to have more control. You want workers to have more power, more say. And have more autonomy ultimately. So you and I are absolutely in agreement on that front. So to say that that doesn't work in theory, I think betrays.
I'm talking about the workplace specifically.
Well, yeah, in the workplace as well. You're in agreement, no?
That's a huge difference.
We spend 80% of our adult lives in the workplace. This is the most important
And I
place
believe
for
it
a
should be
political
regulated.
organization.
Listen, we seem to have a disagreement about like greed. Like there seems to be this notion that people that live in a capitalist country, we understand greed and desire for wealth differently than an example I always see is like Native Americans, and that's part of why I can't conceive of a true socialistic country.
You're saying that like primitive communism or primitive accumulation, which has been the foundation of like societal development for much longer than the Industrial Revolution or post-industrial revolution capitalism, right?
I've seen a lot of people say that greed is learned. That if you grew up in a pure socialist society,
no,
they wouldn't
absolutely. Self-interest is a real thing that people have, but people can be taught, and people can learn that the collective aspects of societal development are far more important for self-interest than the individual, the hyper-individualistic, like, I'm gonna get mine, fuck everybody else.
So the point of going to this greed discussion is to talk about like human nature, and that I believe that in a perfect socialist society, there'll be forces of influence of wealthy people, people with status, people with power, wanting it more for themselves.
My argument
I believe that that's that's innate.
Yeah. If so, first of all, I don't think that there's a biological imperative. I think that, like I said,
what's the difference?
Self-interest can be.
What's
if you have a
resource hoarding and greed?
Yes. So
how is accumulating lots of money different than resource gathering or accumulation?
I will describe it to you. A society that heightens collectivist understandings, okay, as a consequence of it being directly tied to our at this point, our means of production and how we understand it, how we generate commodities, is going to have the exact opposite opinion on collectivism versus hyper-individualism in the way that you see it under capitalism. More people will have a collective understanding that like we are in this together and that we're working side by side.
Most, not all.
Then yes, you're right. And the reality is that there will still be people who are self-interested, people who will still want to utilize the existing constructs, the existing hierarchies to their immediate advantage at the cost of others. But my point is that if that is an inevitability, which I agree, because there will be people who are sociopathic, criminals, charlatans, the lumpen pros and whatnot, okay? That will always exist. But even if that exists in the and I'm being very realistic about this, wouldn't it be better to have more mechanisms of control in the form of democracy and ensure a world in which everyone has more autonomy in a place where they spend 80% of their lives on?
It would be.
So yeah, then we're in agreement.
There's a rubber band, it's pulling us, the center of gravity is social democracy. Capitalism, socialism, and the rubber band's pulling us in both directions towards the center. That's what I believe.
Okay. And my point always is that while marginal incremental reform in social democracies were made when there was actually a counterforce in the form of communists, trade unionists, anarchists, and the like, okay, they have been thoroughly eviscerated both in this country and in Europe as well, which is precisely the reason why you see Europe following the American attitude with its own conditions getting worse and worse year over year.
If you're willing to at least acknowledge that there are going to be innately, just as a product of the human condition, people that are born greedy with a desire to want to hoard resources. I don't know why you're afraid to say greedy. They're hoarding resources. If you're willing to admit that they're going to be bad people, then that's okay for me, because there was some takes I saw that pretended like that.
Don't have a conversation with people on Reddit who also themselves will probably change their ideas. There's people are very rigid, especially under the guise of anonymity online, it's not reflective of the actual conversation that you could be having that's productive.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that.
But
So let's move on.
I fall into this trap too. I yell at fucking people in my chat all the time because I sometimes lose sight of like sarcasm, and I can't get an accurate assessment because I don't know where
I
you're
have to
coming
pee
from.
really bad.
Okay.
But I want to continue this.
If you
okay?
go to pee, I'm fucking everyone's a communist after this. I'm just letting you know.
It's okay. You can have.
While you're peeing, I'm just gonna.
Maybe we should both go so you don't get the advantage.
No, I'm gonna get
You
the
don't
advantage.
need to pee. You
No.
always pee before me.
No, I'm holding it in. No, I have to pee.
Oh, there's no shot. You don't need to pee.
Yeah.
I'm not taking a pause.
Oh God.
No, you're not.
You want me to mute his mic?
That's fucked up. I'm reading the comment.
I have control. I have control.
There you go. I think this has been a relatively productive conversation. I mean, God knows what people will do to pick this apart because every single time we have conversations, it's very frustrating that like there is a secondary market, like a cottage industry of people who will like pick apart every detail and make these like grand assertions off of it, which is very frustrating because it's like I guess if you're from one of these communities out there, and there's plenty of them, there's so many people that make videos, right?
I mean, hell, we do it. I'm not going to say that the
H3
H3 podcast is.
What?
I mean, I would say the H3 podcast. We do that too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we do that as well. Yes, I do that as well. But like, my question always is like, if you're coming from one of these communities, like, don't you feel like you're duped a little bit by whoever you trusted into believing that there is like genuine discord and division here? Like,
talking about you and Ethan having
like
a falling out.
Or even well, people didn't attack you as much. Surprisingly, it was more so me, even though you and him had a big disagreement as far as
Well,
I
nobody gives a
understand.
shit about me. I mean, come on.
It was odd. I don't know.
Oh, thank you, AB.
Because you have a lot of differing opinions as well, but for some reason you weren't getting criticized as much. It's almost like people are more self-interested in certain directions. But
Yeah, I think there's definitely an element of that. People definitely have it out for you, and also I think I saved myself a little bit by being at the beginning. I don't know if you caught how much of that conversation you caught, but I was very reluctant to engage in that conversation, and so anything that I said was kind of tinged with the fact that like Dan doesn't even really want to be here, so I guess maybe that softened people's anger. I'm sure people did get angry about it, but frankly I was stressed about it afterwards just because like I don't know, I don't like being the center of attention, and so I stayed off of social media all weekend. I just didn't look at it.
Yeah,
Ethan just said they were glazing me up. Well, I'm sure some people were, but
yeah, they were saying Queen Dan, Wan. They were saying Wan. Yeah.
Maybe I'll take this as an opportunity to drop a little bit of knowledge I don't think I've ever actually shared on the show. But,
knowledge.
My one side of my family was actually I am descended from a bunch of like hardcore Bolsheviks in the Russian Revolution.
I knew it.
Fuck, dude, that's you. That's right. We were actually trying to draw this out of you, dude. You're fucking done, son.
My last name, Sverdlov, is a bastardization of Sverdlov, who was one of Lenin's like lieutenants in
You don't
the
want me to
revolution.
rub this out? You sure you want this to go out?
I mean,
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
We're talking like
Damn,
we're
dude.
talking like great uncle or something here. It's not really directly connected.
Your family's proletarian violence and his contributions have been noted, man. Yeah. We're Czarist here. How dare you?
sorry. I didn't want to piss off the whites.
So I know. I always see this picture and I'm always like, dude, he seems a little too comfortable in that outfit.
But like,
he's just filling that uniform.
It was a Halloween
little too
costume. It was a
nasty.
Halloween costume. I'm not a weirdo. Thank you. Okay.
Red scare. Red scare.
Yeah.
Red scare.
Red scare.
Okay, so I want to move on to some more practical topics, but before we do that, I want to say this. I think this is a great conversation.
I agree.
And anyone that's mad, you're wrong. Anyone who's upset right now about this conversation, you're wrong. This is a good conversation we're having.
People get heated, but I've been keeping an eye on the chat, and I think a lot of people have found this really interesting.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Wrong. The last time was a little jading, but I wasn't going to stop me. But anyway, also I want to emphasize that we agree on so much, like literally 95%.
In the
And I just
practical
don't-
application, in the short term, we are in agreement 100% of the way. If
Yeah.
you like Bernie Sanders, then you're good with me. That's my opinion, because Americans do not have any class consciousness, and you have to build that. There are certainly differing opinions, like people who believe in accelerationism or whatever, but I truly think that America will only accelerate towards barbarism as it has, and not necessarily socialism, without any kind of without people believing that they have any kind of autonomy in the workplace, any kind of means of collective bargaining in the workplace.
Okay, so anyway, my point is, if you're angry, you're being silly right now. This is good. This is a good conversation. And on my part, again, I'm pretty, ignorant. So this is good for me to kind of.
I think you
suss
undersell
out
yourself.
my-
I think you are, more importantly than anyone else, ignorance is one thing, but you're very curious and you're charitable when you want to learn things. And I think that is truly important, as opposed to being like, I've made up my mind, this is good. I mean, obviously there's still hang-ups.
Yeah.
But that's always going to happen. It's just, this kind of dogma is too powerful. Everyone has their own journey.
The fact that we have over 30,000 people watching a really analytical,
nuanced debate about this.
Yeah, socialism and social democracy is pretty.
Yeah,
cool.
I'm happy to see that. And like Hassan said earlier, I mean, I think there's been a massive sea change in this country in the last decade, largely thanks to Bernie Sanders. But I would even go further back and say the Occupy stuff and the financial crisis is when it really started to creep into the consciousness. But I can't imagine having this conversation when I was a teenager. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It would be a non-starter in this country. And
we're both radical, by the way, as we're saying.
Yes, you yourself, in the eyes of the broader American
Even
public,
now,
are
I would be considered radical by
compared to
almost
someone
everybody.
like myself. Yes, people will go, "Oh, he seems reasonable," which I personally love. I think that's a fucking great thing.
I don't think
because
they'd
the
say
more
that. That'd
insane
be good,
I
though.
look, the more sane you look. And in the short term, what you're advocating for is unironically a good thing.
Props.
Which is why I also
You look crazy for once. I look sane for once.
no, but that's my point. Is that's why I also
We're working in the same.
that's
same
why I also
common
try to engage in movement building in the other direction as well. Whenever there's because there's plenty of people who fucking hate me on to the left of me who have radical, Maoist third worldist opinions or whatever the fuck. But I never give that any kind of light or any kind of attention or dunk on it, because I feel they look crazy or whatever. Who gives a shit? Ultimately, if they are working in their own way to erode the power that capital has, then you're good in my book. And that even extends to social democrats to the right of me as well.
So just to summarize my point before we move on, it's essentially this. I believe social democracy can address all the issues that socialism attempts to address, and also offers a more realistic and a proposition for an organization of society. That's it. But let's move on.
It is 12:20. I should just point out. I
We
don't
should
know
keep
how much
going,
we've
right?
been
I
going
wanna
for
keep
about
doing-
2 hours here.
If you need to bail, that's fine. But I have more questions.
Okay, what do you have? I'm down to keep talking.
Can I just point this out real quick? You sent this a moment ago.
Yeah, my dad got.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Every time.
Every time.
Every
So
time.
funny.
One of my
To
parents.
be fair, Perdukatons has gotten me as well in the past.
Yeah, he- But this was my parents. Every time we do a clickbait title, they go, "Dan left. AB died.
AB's dead.
AB's dead.
What?
Yes.
And in the role of a lifetime, Gary.
All right, let's talk about some realistic or not realistic. Let's talk about some actual applications of socialism today, because I kind of want to understand it. So let's look at China. So I know China's done a lot of good for the massive amount of its populace. They've uplifted them out of poverty. They gave them access to health and housing. And on the whole, the
improved literacy rates.
Yeah, everything across
rapid
the board.
urbanization, rapid development.
Exactly. The quality of life of the average Chinese person is absolutely catastrophically improved.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now you tell me when I ask you, is
Seems pretty radical for you to even admit that, in my opinion. But okay.
Well, hold on. I've never denied that.
Okay.
But my question is you: is China socialist or not? Because you always say China isn't a socialist country.
I think China, if you ask them, is a transitional socialist state. Do I think that it has certain socialist characteristics?
Who would
Absolutely.
say that in China?
What do you mean?
You said if you ask them.
The CCP.
The government, the CCP.
Oh, okay.
That's like
That's
that's
like
their
their thing.
main thing is that this is like
They say we're
socialism
transitional.
with Chinese characteristics. We are a transitional socialist state. Every communist party will always say that they are trying to implement a transitional socialist state. Obviously, that socialism has to be adjusted to the material conditions and the needs that the people have. So socialism can.
Last week you were telling me China isn't a socialist country, so I was curious what you meant by that.
It's not socialism in the sense that like there is collective ownership over the means of production across the board. It's state ownership that benefits the interests of the citizens, as you've also admitted or recognized.
It's not an admission. Yeah, I recognize
Well, it's an admission if you're living in the Western world, because in the Western world,
It's
everybody.
undeniable. It's just a fact.
Yeah, but people will use. Here comes the.
Well, I'm not one of those people. I'm not one of those people.
You know.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
So, well, okay.
Do you
so
want,
here,
do you
here's
want
what I'll
clarity
say
on my
about
Taiwan
Here's what I'll
statements.
Hold on, we'll get to that.
Before we get to okay.
Here's what I'll say about China. China's economy was extremely stagnant for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And even if you compare it to Taiwan, who separated from them in about 1950s, if you compare...
Well, more to that separation, I think.
Sorry?
There's a little bit more to that separation, I think.
Well, we'll get into more depth than that. But my point is, around the 1970s, 1980s is when China's economy started to boom.
Yes.
And the reason for that boom was because they started to open up their economy and lean into more capitalistic notions.
They got an influx of foreign capital. Yes.
And that is when the average quality of life of the average Chinese person was vastly improved.
So here,
and before that, the Chinese economy was extremely stagnant, and the quality of life was not good.
Yeah. So here's how that works, right? There is plenty of trade that occurs with other countries as well that do not have a mandate of trying to do even development, right? Let's not use the word socialism here. Let's just say urbanization, even development, like uplifting. Chinese people will say Chinese prosperity, right? Plenty of other countries that get foreign capital do not necessarily develop in that direction in the same way that China did. The reason why China was able to do so is not necessarily because foreign capital came into the country. It was because of what they did with said foreign capital. If China had developed in a similar structure with, like, you know, Western-backed kleptocrats that control it like an oligarchy in the same way of the democratized market and the dissolution of the USSR did, then China would objectively be in a similar situation to Russia and the Russian economy in general. Russia made all of its, or the USSR made all of its collectivization in that time frame, in a very short time frame, without 400 years of like slavery and all of the many benefits that gave to the Western world, and went from fucking potato farmers to people that beat the United States to the space, to be the first person to go to space. Yuri Gagarin shouts out. Similar structure existed, and similar thing happened in China as well after foreign capital came in. But it wasn't necessarily because the foreign capital came in, it was what they did with that foreign capital. Does that make sense? So in that situation, because money is just money, right? If there was like, I don't know, if we lived in a very different world.
The money for? It was for cheap labor.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
And so, in a sense, they're serving capitalism. They're taking the money.
It was
serving capitalism.
The Genghis Gambit is that utilize
the Gambit.
It's just like utilizing the
Deng was the leader.
The interests of.
Oh, that was his name, Genghis.
Deng. Is that you can take advantage of Western society has this division of power where there's an imbalance there, where capital owners and their capital interests are better represented by their bourgeois government. So they will, if we offer them, you know, cheap manufacturing, and then take their IP and start slowly but surely developing our country through rapid. rapid urbanization, like taking all that foreign capital and like building roads, building hospitals, building trains, and whatnot, we will be able to inevitably improve our material conditions.
In doing so, they've also entrenched themselves in a capitalistic model, I think, and not totally, right? But to an extent, and I think to that extent, it was a great benefit to them to operate in that middle ground. And I'll say this: since that's happened, you know, that's when we started seeing all these Chinese billionaires, which is not a good thing, I'm saying. But like,
but it's global capitalism.
That's the inevitability.
It's impossible to escape global capitalism under a global capitalistic structure unless you are forced to exist or operate outside of those boundaries in the form of like Cuba, for example.
Well, we both agree on a realistic approach, so in that sense we agree that's why I believe social democracy is the way. But you know,
AB wrote something if you want to read it.
Oh yeah, we were saying about how the CCP I didn't see the second part. Since established in 1921, CCP has proclaimed itself to be a Marxist-Leninist party and has consistently referred to its system as socialism with Chinese characteristics. In essence, CCP views itself as overseeing a transitional socialist state, working towards the eventual realization of communism. Because communism is a bit different. It's not like when you have like a strong central leader.
No, communism is when after a successful stage of development in a transitional socialist state, where the scarcity problem has been solved, and there is no interest in like capital accumulation, and the state eventually withers away, yielding a borderless, moneyless, stateless society.
It's the Star Trek future you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, I'm sure
but not
China's well
entirely,
away.
because
critics often point to the gap between the party's rhetoric and the realities of it, noting the prominence of capitalistic practices, the wealth gap, and the absence of political freedom as challenges to their characterization as a transitional socialist state. But isn't that just like, okay, but we kind of agree on that. So let me ask you this. One of the reasons that China is able to govern so effectively, and we agree, they get shit done fast.
Yeah.
And that's how part of, again, how their economic growth was so quick and strong.
Yeah.
They can act. They don't have to be bogged down by Congress and shit.
Can I cut in here real quickly? That's a dangerous prospect that capitalist countries are also reckoning with, for the record. And under a capitalist country, if they want to continue consistently competing with China, for example, one of the things that the EU did recently was talk about the government-backed subsidies in the form of EVs, and how Chinese development is impossible to compete with because they're offering insane subsidies that offer Chinese EVs, and is like basically destroying the EV marketplace for European car manufacturers. So they want to create an investigative team and stop that from happening somehow, or possibly even implement tariffs.
By the way,
that in and of itself makes the Chinese centralized planning structure significantly better than capitalist ones in the form of global trade. That will create, in my opinion, a very scary future for Western liberal democracies, where how do you implement that kind of central planning, which already exists, but how do you make it work? Fascism.
Okay.
And that's what I'm genuinely afraid of.
Well, I mean,
Barbarism.
China's not that far off from it in its current state.
What do you mean?
With like, I mean, they have basically a all-powerful leader. Everything's owned by the government. The only difference is they're not at war, basically. That's only missing faster.
Yeah,
they are building their military.
Yeah.
And threatening countries like Taiwan. They're pretty close to fascism right now.
They're building their military,
Government rule
what they've done with that military is very different than what is the American military.
Okay, whatever. They have a large military and they're threatening.
It's always a hypothetical.
I'm just saying, China's not that far from fascism.
It's the same with...
It's like right
China's
there.
not that far from fascism. America is literally 10x the Nazi Germany fascism, though
I disagree. China's closer. Because they have the one...
They built the military, but they haven't even
fucking used it. They have a government control of business, manufacturing, of social life, of the press. Okay. They have one strong
These are
leader.
authoritarian. Yes, these are authoritarian constructs for sure.
And then
but
the only
fascism
thing
has
missing from that is basically They have strong nationalism.
I agree with
and
that.
And the only difference basically now to go full fascist is they were invading countries, which they're threatening to do right now.
So on that same metric, you realize that the only difference in America is the simple feeling that you are free and that you have all manner of different freedoms. Whereas
we do have freedom of expression.
We have freedom to say,
we have freedom of
I agree.
Religion. We have freedom of assembly. Those are big deals.
But
I know you don't think you don't want to.
No,
those
this
are
is a huge deal.
Big deals, yeah.
Okay,
Of course, sorry, I don't want to put words in.
No, of course, it's
I'll
something
take
I
that back.
willingly recognize.
Yeah,
That's why I say, like, I'm not living in fucking China right now. It's
I
not like there's,
don't
it's not
think
like they're on
it's
their
fair
own cities.
to say, well, oh, America is.
Yeah.
And I'm not being an American simp. I'm just saying that.
The
you
idea
brought
that,
up
like,
American fascism, like China fascism is better than
Okay,
American
here's the difference, because fascism, okay, fascism is supposed to be a means of control with a oftentimes capitalist understanding of the economy, and effectively to organize the economy and continue organizing the economy.
Capitalism doesn't have a lot to do with fascism, I think.
Capitalism has everything to do with fascism. Capitalism.
You're striking on one of the biggest political philosophy debates of the 20th century.
Fascism is restoring order by whipping the fucking masses.
A lot of people define fascism as capitalism in crisis.
Yes.
So I think about it more about like, yeah, maybe it's like capitalism gone fucking totally off the rails. Maybe, yeah.
Yes, fascism. If fascism had nothing to do with capitalism, then all of these supposedly populist leaders like Hitler and Mussolini, who started off as like supposedly quote-unquote socialists, or even like interested in higher levels of socialization, would not have worked alongside capital owners and destroyed trade unions and communists in general. Those were the first people that they fucking butchered.
Okay, fine. I don't care about capitalism. I mean, I'm a social democrat. So. Or in terms of like how I just saying I don't think
talk about social democrats in Germany. There's also contention there, but
I don't think Chinese fascism is better or worse than American fascism. Why is that funny?
Because I don't think that I do not think that China is fascist. I think that they are authoritarian. I don't think China is closer to fascism than America. I mean, because the hypothetical, because the most significant part,
but like
the most significant part that you're mentioning is like, oh, they're building their military and they don't have freedom of assembly or freedom of speech. Well, they
control the culture.
Yes, this part is correct.
The manufacturing.
Nationalism is the best part that you can actually identify.
They are nationalistic.
In the problems with China. You can absolutely push that.
I don't see where
that part where it is nationalistic. Okay. However, the Chinese development and Chinese military action is either irredentist in nature, which is different than imperialism, where it's more so expansive in its own limited area, rather than global imperialism, which is
China's
done with the express effort with the
Tibet, Taiwan, they're always
okay. Well, if we're going to talk about Tibet, and Taiwan,
you think it's like okay because it's their territory. Seems.
Do you want me to? Do you want? No. Do you want me to describe it?
I don't want to get into the Taiwan thing because I don't want to get
to say Tibet and Taiwan and then not expect me to explain the nuances.
I'm not ready for this tangent.
Because okay, Ethan, but like
go ahead.
Tibet was literally a fucking feudal slave mandate. Like
so
autonomous zone.
China did them a favor.
That was one. I mean, in America, when I say something like this, people get very upset. You know, we talk about the Dalai Lama saying "suck my tongue" or whatever, but like, that's not far from the norm in fucking normal Tibetan existence before the Communist Party came in and
China
took over.
Unilaterally took over Tibet.
Like
these are their culture. They basically are trying to, homogenize the culture.
If your culture,
they're trying to spoil the religion and the identity.
The part of feudal warlords and slavery, abolishing that, yes, I do think that is good.
No, China did them a favor.
I think that yes, I will be on the record
just
to
like
state
America did it.
That while the Chinese government,
I'm not going to say it.
Well, there is no equivalent in American intervention that you can point to in a similar capacity, unless you're talking about.
Okay, so
and I think this is a good way to describe Taiwan as well. The American federal government going into the fucking South and killing, unfortunately not all of them, but a decent amount of slavers and defenders of slavery. This is violent retribution from a powerful federal government that squashed. Okay.
Tibet is the South in the Civil War?
Yes. Tibet in the time frame where Chinese intervention happened would be the South. Yes,
So
they were doing slavery.
What was the
they were
moral
feudal.
aspect of the war of China?
The interests are obviously like national security or whatever the fuck they claim, but ultimately the reality was that beyond the material benefits, that yes, they were a feudal, oppressive, slavery-backed state, autonomous region. So
just like Russia's denazifying Ukraine.
No, I don't agree with that. For the record, I don't think that Russia is denazifying Ukraine. If anything, they will end up nazifying Ukraine in the long run.
If you want to point to a modern country that you could probably fairly characterize as fascist, I would point to Russia before I
agree 100%. I think that Russia is a significantly better example of a fascist nation state, given its modern Russia, contemporary Russia, being a capitalist nation state built by oligarchs that were anti-Soviet and anti-communist, that made deals with Western bankers and Westerners originally leading up to the dissolution of the USSR, so they could literally pick apart the entire country, Vladimir Putin being another primary example of this.
Okay, good. They're fascists.
I would agree that Russia's interests are significantly more fascist than the outcomes are, because their interests do not lie around improving their productive forces or the abolition of like what Russia's doing in Ukraine is no different than what America has done in Iraq. Like, oh, we're bringing democracy. Like, they're not denazifying Ukraine. It's fucking bullshit. Whereas I will not say the same thing about like Tibet.
Well,
like,
no, I'm not saying
I think it would be a disservice. I think it'd be a disservice to Ukraine to make a comparison between like modern Ukraine and feudal Tibet.
You can create a pretense to take anything you want, you know.
Yeah, but there are also, but you agree, like, for example, the federal government in the Civil War did the right thing, right? It was very violent, but they did the right thing.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So let's talk about Taiwan then, because Taiwan in its formation is created by the KMT, or KMT General Chiang Kai-shek. I'm butchering his name. I think that was close, but I think it's the closest I can get to that. And in its formation, it was a military dictatorship that was fascist, openly nationalist, and there was no surprise there that the American government was backing them, right? In its entire inception. Taiwan now is very different than that.
Yeah, I don't know a lot.
But this is very important in the context of like talking about Taiwan.
Should they be invaded for how they were?
Absolutely not. Right. Absolutely not. Because hey, guess what?
Everybody was.
When America builds you up to be a nation as a counterbalance or as the real China, as we did originally. That's why we were in support of Taiwan, because they were nationalist, fascist, military dictatorship that was brutal, comprised of dudes that got owned by fucking Mao overall, right? At a time when, and a time when, yeah, 100%. At a time, and they were butthurt losers that believed that like Mongolia is also a part of Republic of China. They have more expansive desires, more expansive territorial desires than
Mongolia.
Well, they can't do anything.
Well,
their military, according to American generals' assessments, was fucking dog shit.
I think Taiwan's a better example then.
So Taiwan.
But wait, I'm not ready.
But Taiwan in its inception.
Tangent is out of control.
Wait, but like you want me to?
We'll go back to it.
These things don't happen overnight. If you assume that it's like a war between good and bad, or that it happened overnight, it materialized out of nothing, then yes, that is infinitely more susceptible to Western framing, to be like, these are the good guys, these are the bad guys, they want to do this thing, and then you make comparisons to like reasonable wars or whatever, and then all of a sudden we are not factoring in the understandable, whether I agree with it or not, doesn't matter, the understandable desires of national security from the Chinese nation state that is in an openly contentious yet still very favorable trade relationship with the Western world, Why the fuck would they want a American military base in a nation state that was developed by America, originally a fascist, nationalistic, brutal military dictatorship? Why would they want that to be an American base 1 mile off their fucking coastline?
Okay, you're right.
So that is precisely the reason. So that's precisely the reason why the people of Taiwan who recognize that reality, while they yearn for independence, they recognize that reality that it will never happen as long as China has a military or a powerful economy, and as long as America has a legitimate interest in Taiwan being an American base of support to inevitably control China, dominate China in some way.
Okay, hold on. Let me go back because we did like the monster tangent here.
Okay.
I was saying one of the reasons China's so effective is because they're one-party state. You know, without opposition, they move fast and effectively. So, do you think this is a good model? Do you think the one-party state is a good model? Because the outcome of that one-party state is also massive human rights violations across the board.
I mean, I don't think that, I think that America is a one-party state.
I don't care about America.
No, but it's important to understand because, like, the one-party state is an inevitability under any kind of formation of the government. The government is going to yield results that are either positive for the people or negative for the people.
Even if it's marginal, there is still a difference. Even if it's marginal, there's still a difference. For example, abortion, which I consider a human right. It's marginal.
I agree with you. On that, I think that
But I don't want to talk about America. I want to talk about China.
Well, the reason why we're talking about America is to put it into a framework that is understandable. Like, that's the only reason why I always bring up. People always say, Hassan, your only assessment on the situation is America bad. It's significantly more nuanced than that. The reason why I always go back to America is to help Americans or Westerners understand Chinese governance and how it's not all that different.
you say they don't just pretend to have two parties.
Yeah.
Now, I disagree with that. I don't think it's like super wrong. I think there are marginal differences in the parties. And I do think there's space potentially, although it's super unlikely. It's happened in American history for a third party. It's probably never going to happen again, but it has happened before.
Yeah, the Civil War.
And so, but like the consequence
the
of
greatest material differences. Okay, but the greatest material differences were ever represented in American history was during the Civil War.
I take back the
Okay. The greatest material differences, like genuine material differences in the form of how to produce cheap commodities like cotton, okay? Well, in the northern states, they backed the abolition of slavery. Southern states didn't. That was a major point of contention. That was probably one of the last times where there was like a real and significant difference in an agreement, I guess, a difference in opinion that led to a very violent conquest of the South that wanted to secede and was forced to not.
The one-party system in China does result in a lot of human rights violations because the ends justify the means in that case.
I don't think
the control.
I don't think it does.
Okay.
I think that in Cuba, which also has certain restrictions on civil liberties, for example, there is a better argument to be made that the ends justify the means in Cuba, because Cuba is an island that has been under embargo, and since its inception, since the Cuban Revolution, after we backed Batista and wanted to ensure that Cuba was still a tourism destination and sugar plantations with slavery, and then lost, we immediately said, okay, fuck this shit, Cuba, we are going to do everything in our power to stop you from developing. In that situation, because it's a tiny island nation that is in the ass cheeks of the largest imperialist superpower on the planet, it's understandable to have certain restrictions on civil liberties, and by the way, ironically, Cuba is like way better on abortion, gay rights, and whatnot, which we can get into if you want.
No.
But that's a consequence of direct democracy, even though Cuba is a one-party state as well.
Okay.
Like,
I mean, there's plenty of I know plenty of I'm not super familiar with the politics, so I don't even want to speak on it necessarily, just because I don't know a lot. I do know that a lot of Cubans that I've met fucking hate the Cuban government.
Yeah, because they're in America.
They're not like rich. They're like
no, it doesn't matter. They're
okay. So they're
like they don't have to be rich. But they're in America, which means
admittedly, I don't know.
Like they had a disagreement in the lightest terms. They either were forced to run away, or literally had, in the lightest terms, a disagreement with the Cuban government. So of course they are not going to be fond of the current Cuban government.
Isn't there? When you're looking at a country like China, who's able to act so efficiently, and if you're looking for some democratization or like some equality of outcome in terms of income for the lowest people, it seems like a potential and almost like inevitable outcome is some of the stuff that you see in China, like one cultural identity, one religion or non-religion, like this need to be homogenous so that people are compliant and they live that way.
This is state development 101. Every nation state does
so the
some
reason
form of this.
the reason that has happened in China is why all these mass human rights violations are able to exist, like re-educating people, mass detention for people who are religious, you know what I mean, forced labor camps. They fucking, and I know you deny that they are organ harvesting, but I do believe that they do that, or did do that. Maybe they stopped.
Organ harvesting, organ-harvesting did happen in China.
Yeah.
What you're talking about is like Falun Gong propaganda, which is that they have a. Well, there's two different types. What we're talking about is like, were there criminal components, and certainly
it was state-sponsored organ.
No, I don't know. If it was state-sponsored organ harvesting, the state actually. Watch out! They're right behind you. It's okay. If it was state-sponsored, the state would not have cracked down on it inevitably.
Well,
they did.
They realized how bad it looks. It was the evidence that I've seen.
But if they're authoritarian, why would they care about how bad it looks? You said that they have labor camps.
China doesn't care about appearance.
Well,
they do too.
But if they're authoritarian, why would they care? Well, I mean, they have labor camps, you said, which is, by the way, ironic because America still has a much higher prisoner density than any other nation on the planet, and slavery is not abolished in America.
We can criticize America all we want, man.
Well, my point is, yes, it's wrong in China as well, but of course it's wrong in China as well.
Okay, forget about that. I mean, like, what about, for example?
Now you're doing whataboutism, by the way.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm specifically, let's use this example because it's the best one. The Uyghur, I'm sorry, I don't know how to say their name. Detention camps where they re-educated and eliminated their cultural identity and religion.
Yes.
And also, frankly, it's almost impossible to do that and not like think of them as others, where they also, are under horrible human
mass
rights.
surveillance, even including like certain representatives living with people and families. Like some of this is like people will say, "Oh, this is Adrian Zen's propaganda," and some of it is very real, 100%.
Don't you think it's Chinese propaganda to be like it wasn't as bad?
I'm not saying it wasn't as bad.
Okay, good, because I thought maybe you said
but
that.
hold on. No, I think that my analysis on the matter is fairly nuanced, but still incredibly critical of the Chinese state. I have never said that mass surveillance, mass imprisonment, even execution in certain instances, and China's development,
this is the outcome
and China,
of their homogenous socialist society.
the reason that the Chinese nation state claims they did this, and Xi Jinping famously even, I forget when he said this was a while back, but basically said something along the lines of like, we learned how to deal with Islamic terror from the American nation state. And that is why we had to deal with the Uyghurs. I don't agree with what they did. I think that it's fucking bullshit.
Do you think it's necessary to maintain their socialist homogeny?
It's not a socialist homogeny. Now we're talking about cultural homogeny, right? That's what you're saying.
Right, but it's all, yeah, but it's connected.
The separatist movement within Xinjiang and some of the aspects of that did include, knife attacks and the like. They don't have a lot of guns in China, luckily. The criminal component of that should have been dealt with on an individual basis rather than dragnets and collective punishment for the entirety of Xinjiang, which is what China did, and re-education camps and mass surveillance, which exists still to this day. Xinjiang, or any kind of separatist movement in Xinjiang, has now been absolutely squashed, destroyed, eviscerated, and not only have they done that, but also on top of that, they basically softened, like you said, or I guess the term that Westerners use is Hanified Xinjiang, and now use their their cultural output as like an export even. Like you could just go to Xinjiang and see how wonderful everything is, that kind of thing. You found it. God damn, that's so funny. Mr. Xi urged the party to emulate aspects of America's war on terror after the September 11th attacks from documents leaked in 2019.
Just to frame this for people that aren't familiar with the history, the crackdowns over there were a result of a rise in terrorism in that region. There were bombings and stuff going on, and so all those camps and the re-education, all of that was a response. It was essentially a crackdown.
But it was a completely, for the record, completely unjustifiable, way over the top, fucking dragnet. Yes, right, exactly.
Yeah, or what the United States did in Afghanistan after September 11th. I mean, we rocked that country for 20 years as a result of a terrorist attack.
Defending America or something.
That's really funny you should say that, because that is the automatic position of people in the West, though, is that like whenever I make a comparison to America, like if I compare Russia to America, people think I'm doing that to defend Russia, and it's like, no, that is the worst comparison I can make for a country's actions, because my opinion on American, the American superpower is that it is incredibly bloody and incredibly unjust. But the reason why people immediately go and say, what the fuck, why are you bringing up America in this situation, is because they inherently, without recognizing it, will defend American foreign policy because they are under the understanding.
I agree, most people do that.
Yeah.
But so my ultimate question is, do you believe that this cultural homogeny is required in a socialist or communist society.
Yes, I think that some form of positive social cohesion needs to occur if you are going to build a nation state, and this happens in public education. I think that public education is very valuable, and I'm 100% in agreement. If it's being done in a more positive way through public education, then it's great.
Right, but
If
not
they're
like
doing,
erasing their ethnic identity.
Yeah, if they're doing it in a negative way in that situation where like education
What's a positive
moves
way?
to re-education, a positive component would be something that we unfortunately do not have in America either, would be to have regions that still have their own ethnic identities preserved through their own board of education and are allowed to exist. This is a major problem with the USSR as well. This happened in the USSR where there was a Russification of all the nation states that were under the banner of the USSR, which ended up creating a fuck ton of division, and also like suppression of religious freedom. Religion is something that is so personal and so important for human beings and their identity.
Isn't Marx's theory around like we have to get rid of a religion? That's
no. I mean,
communism?
no, and also I don't even care what Marx's own personal perspective on religion is ultimately, because I'm looking at real implementations of socialism throughout historical materialist socialist nation states.
So you don't believe
and I'm saying that that's bad and wrong. It is demonstrably bad. It was bad in Afghanistan. It was bad in the USSR, and it's certainly bad when China does the same exact shit.
So you're saying yes, it's required, but nothing different than what you see in other countries today. That's considered good. By people.
Allowing people to have
a national identity.
Allowing people to have a national identity while simultaneously reinforcing their ethnic differences or their diversity of culture is absolutely a necessity for nation state development if you want this nation state to succeed. And I'm giving an example of why it didn't work in the USSR.
By the way, I would urge you to look more into the organ harvesting thing, because I do believe that did happen by the state. They were harvesting the Muslims' organs, man. Like the wait time on the
You're saying in modern China?
No, not modern China. I don't think. Well, it was modern China. It wasn't that long ago, but I don't think they're doing it.
You're saying the state was harvesting the organs of Muslims?
Yeah, who were in that detention camp to give to their citizens. Dude, the wait time for organ here. Listen to this. One of the most cited pieces of evidence is the rapid growth of China's organ transplant industry in the early 2000s, with much shorter waiting time for organs than other countries. The Chinese government has attributed this to the use of organs from executed prisoners, but the critics argue that those numbers do not match up. The prisoners of conscience, so...
Also, that sounds crackdowns literally can't...
I'm sorry, who did... early 2000s, it would have been before the crackdown on the Uyghurs.
I don't know when did.
So it sounds like it was just the general
That's what I was
prison
trying to
population.
say. There was a criminal component. I'm not saying that organ harvesting did not happen. Organ harvesting certainly happened. There was a black market for organs, 100%. Not just for Chinese citizens, mind you. That is like literally massaging the narrative to fit the Uyghurs being harvested for organs.
I like
because it.
perspective.
Well, that Uyghur is how you're. They're Turkish. Funny about
so, yeah.
They're fucking Turkish.
Yeah.
Like it's called East Turkestan. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's not like the other side of my family. My mother's side is literally their last name is Uyghur. So this is not like random individuals that I have no affinity towards that I'm saying like the Chinese nation state should oppressively fucking crush
I'm just
them.
saying.
It's,
that
so
you
it's
should-
always additionally funny when some fucking dumb fuck from Iowa is trying to tell me about fucking Muslim oppression. Why don't you care about Muslim oppression in Xinjiang? It's like, what the fuck are you saying? Anyway, sorry, I get very heated about this because like people are. So merciless. Just like people are merciless with you when they say you're a fucking tyrant or you're a capitalist pig dog or whatever the fuck, people are infinitely more merciless when you deviate from the foreign policy norms that have been mandated by Americans through our mainstream media.
Okay, so in short, I think I got my answer on that, which is the China Tribunal. I want to move on to Taiwan. So last time,
I just want to point out it's 1 o'clock. We're pretty far over already.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's fine. We can. I think this is
just
very
keeping you
valuable
aware
and
that-
very
Okay,
good.
good.
So I'm perfectly fine talking about this.
Okay, great. Love that. So last time we were talking about Taiwan, you had mentioned 1 country, 2 systems. What did you mean by that? Because I didn't know anything about that when you said it, but I've read about it now.
So since the Nixon era of normalizing relations with China, America's understanding of China has been that it is one over-encompassing nation, and that Taiwan, which certainly does want an independence movement or has a robust independence movement, is simply Chinese Taipei. The American understanding and the global understanding is the same, that there is a different autonomous organization inside of Taiwan, an autonomous government inside of Taiwan, but it's still under the Chinese umbrella. My opinion on the matter does not deviate away from the American foreign policy on the matter, and the reason for that is because it also does not deviate away from the collective Taiwanese understanding on the matter, which is that if there's 2 different forces here at play. Taiwan independence is not something that even Anthony Blinken or the American state backs. Why? Because it would be incredibly disruptive to our largest trade partner. Great. The people of Taiwan want independence in the future. Possibly in the future. The reason why they take that position, well, if you were to ask them without any sort of Chinese influence, like without any sort of like mainland China influence, would you want independence tomorrow? They would say, yes, that is the majority opinion.
Well, what they say is that we already have the independence.
They say we already...
China has no influence over Taiwanese economy or government. And
yes,
they don't
and
touch
yet,
it.
and yet from a global perspective, they are still considered to be Chinese Taipei.
Right, because people doesn't want to rock the boat.
Exactly.
But the Taiwanese
and that is
people
my perspective
believe
as well.
that we are already independent. So, but you believe that this is China's statement, one country, two systems.
So then there's no additional need for state intervention from Western forces.
Well, but China is, you know...
China is what?
It is being provocative.
What are they doing?
Towards the Taiwanese.
What are they doing that you would consider to be provocative towards the Taiwanese?
I mean, they have military stationed around. They're doing war games and shit like that.
You know where Taiwan is in proximity to mainland China, right? It's 1 mile off their coastline.
Okay,
so whenever people say China
pretty
is
obvious though.
China is violating their airspace.
We know what China says it. The government even says it that we're gonna fucking take Taiwan if y'all don't play ball.
Yes.
We don't need to pretend like they're not doing it.
China, no matter if I agree with this or not, right? Because I want autonomy for the people of Taiwan. I want them to do whatever the fuck they want, self-governance, right? So I understand that, and I also simultaneously understand one, the history of the Taiwanese nation state being propped up, and why it was propped up, and more importantly than that, I understand that the Chinese government, which is a different government than ours, right? They are human beings over there that have their own concerns, is not going to want a fucking American military base 1 mile off of their coastline. That is a perfectly... reasonable thing to never want. And given the historical reasons as to how Taiwan has been created as a separate nation state with its own expansionist interest in the Republic of China, the entire mainland China, including Mongolia, that's like its founding mandate, that it is understandable for China to not want that to happen, which is why they constantly counter American saber rattling with their own version of saber rattling. This does not mean that the Chinese state is nice. This does not mean that the Chinese state is genuine or wants to implement communism in Taiwan. What?
30 U.S. troops are stationed in Taiwan.
There's no way you think that is the only material support that America is offering Taiwan.
30 U.S.
Taiwan's
troops.
entire standing army would not exist without U.S. support since its inception.
Okay, but America. You say America has a military base there as one of the, and that would be a good reason, but I don't. They don't have
I don't want it to turn. I do not want further conflict. The people of Taiwan do not want further conflict, which is why the overarching assessment is like, we're independent. We want to maintain independence. We want to be fully independent, but we don't want to rock the boat.
But it seems like if China was to just invade Taiwan and like, look, we're over it.
It would be devastating. It would be awful for Taiwan. It would be awful for China. It would be horrifyingly bad. It would be disastrous. We are in agreement right there, right?
Yeah,
like,
of course.
Okay, so we both want no further bloodshed to happen. And that's what the people of Taiwan also say they want as well.
You also kind of see where China's coming from.
I absolutely understand why China would feel like this is a major issue with their national security concerns. The example I will give you is this. Let's say, just like England and France tried to do during the Civil War because they had material interest in the cotton trade continuing with chattel slavery, let's say they offered material support to the southern states that wanted to secede, right, in order to continue slavery. Okay, and they were actually successful to a certain degree because third parties like Imperial Japan were also invading mainland America, okay, in this process. So the Civil War ended in a way where chattel slavery continued in the South, and every abolitionist was executed, and they called it, instead of white terror, let's say they called it black terror, okay? They executed mercilessly and ruthlessly any abolitionist that lived in the South. And then, after years and years of this fascist, white supremacist implementation, hyper-nationalist implementation, the southern states that had successfully seceded, okay, kept building a robust military apparatus through surplus military supplies and weapon systems that other countries that were foreign adversaries to the United States of America started giving them even more and more of this. And also said the real America is the South America. Southern states are the real America, and they will one day take over the rest of America, and that they will inevitably take over the rest of America, and that's going to be the real America. We're going to help them do that. And then
You're saying Taiwan is comparable to the South seceding?
Taiwan in its inception is identical to the South.
How long after the South seceded did the war begin?
What do you mean?
How long between the South seceding and the Civil War happening?
I mean, there was a period. There was a period of time. No, there was a period of time leading up to that where there were abolitionist movements that happened. That's why people say that John Brown's execution.
But Taiwan was independent
like a pivotal
longer.
point.
I mean, they've been separate for a long time. Right?
Yeah, no, I understand. Which is why I'm saying, imagine if the South was able to successfully secede, right? And
America wanted
almost
to take it back. Northern America wanted to.
No, Northern America is we're worried about our own shit. We can't fucking deal with South America right now, right? Like Northern America, the Federation, let's say, okay, is now working on improving their own productive forces, doing trade deals and whatnot with the rest of the world, and they start rapidly urbanizing, rapidly developing, okay? And, the New Deal only happens there or whatever the fuck. Meanwhile, the southern states are entirely propped up by a foreign adversary, okay, that is infinitely more powerful than Northern America. And they keep saying, we're going to take over the entirety of America. It's one America, okay? And because the northern states are able to improve their conditions, have favorable trade deals with the rest of the planet, they inevitably get to a point where they want to maintain their hegemony, they want to maintain their security, their national security. Do you think it would be appropriate? To rock the boat per se and allow the South to continue developing and continue having a massive military, and inevitably you send envoys like Nancy Pelosi to Southern American states to fucking say, hey, look, they're democratic now. Sure, they were designed around slavery, but they have a democracy now, and I think that it's okay and appropriate to fucking keep building their military, make it as robust as possible.
The South seceded just because we were talking about it. It was 3 months between the war and then.
But leading up, the build up to that was significantly longer.
Yeah. Okay, so I understand your position on Taiwan. I get all that.
But living in California
is silly though.
But living in California, you personally understand it, right? Living in a blue state, you understand why that would be genuinely you would understand how blue states in America would have security concerns if southern states had seceded successfully and kept saying no, the rest of America is ours. After they fucking lost too.
Well, I mean, this was 70 years ago that Taiwan
Taiwan now is not a fucking fascist nationalist military state.
I don't think that how it was founded matters at all.
70 years is not significant in development?
That's my point.
No, it's what do you mean?
I don't think that you should be oh yeah, Taiwan was a bunch of losers that went and started their own country, and so they're not entitled to national to a national identity. I don't think that matters.
70 years is a blip in time in as far as talking about a fucking empire or a history that spans over like.
I don't care, but that doesn't matter, right? We're talking about human beings.
Yeah, and now they are democratic, which is great, and I understand their want in autonomy and not being under like some form of crushing civil liberties that the Chinese state will bring.
One country, two systems is real. That's not a real thing.
What do you mean?
It's not a real thing. It's one country, one system. Like in Hong Kong, that's what they want to do. They say Taiwan, we'll do the one country, two systems, but that's propaganda.
No, but that's the American policy, which they did with China. They have America said that they would not support an independent Taiwan, and that Taiwan is a part of China. But internally, Taiwan still has autonomy, which is what is currently happening. And the Chinese state sees it as a autonomous region that is still under the Chinese banner that ends up getting military support from Western forces.
Let's talk about Ukraine, and then that's my final one.
Okay.
So we were talking about Ukraine, and your position was that the support for Ukraine is 100% manufactured.
No.
That's what you said last time.
No, I think that all matter of American foreign policy is greatly influenced by manufacturer consent because of our interest in, doing whatever the fuck we want to do there. Whether it be like bringing Ukraine into the Western sphere of influence, or it's not genuine. Because they want like genuine emancipation for Ukrainians.
So last time you guys compared it, you said, well, nobody gives a fuck about Georgia when that got invaded. Therefore, the fact that anyone cares about Ukraine feels like manufactured.
It's not even just Georgia.
But you guys know that. But you guys realize there's like a massive. I didn't know anything about the Georgian War. I learned about it. There's a huge difference. You guys understand?
Yeah, well, I mean, the scale is.
It was a 5-day war.
Yeah, it was 5
They
days
expected Ukraine to
versus-
drop in 5 days, and if it did, we probably wouldn't be talking about it. Because
That's true. That's true.
So like what happened was Ukraine mounted this miraculous defense, and they've got Russia, a fascist country, on the back foot, and we all like when fascism.
I don't think Russia is on the back foot. I think it's just like extending the harm.
Well,
and only furthering
we
conflict.
inflicted so much, and I stand with the Ukrainian people because I think Ukraine is a force for good in the world. They're on.
Can I just stop you for a second? Because you said 100% manufacturer consent. Like
that's what
nothing
you said.
Nothing is genuine. I said 100% manufacturing consent is a leading role in this.
If you want to amend
and the reason why
fine.
The reason why I take issue with this is because it's like stating like I don't give a fuck about Ukraine. Of course I give a fuck about people in Ukraine. I want the war and the bloodshed, the unnecessary bloodshed to end. Okay. My assessment on the situation might deviate from, NATO, like bloodthirsty NATO defenders or whatever the fuck.
You feel like we shouldn't even be doing anything in Ukraine?
No, I don't.
Nothing.
No, I don't. I think
you don't think so.
I think that of course there's a necessary intervention that must happen. I'm not saying that at all. I mean, I fucking raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for Ukrainian refugees. Like, I'm sorry, this is such a silly fucking thing that, like, not from you, but I hear so much from dipshits online.
Well, let's
want to fucking cut
this
propaganda.
Is good, so you can say exactly
suck my
what you mean.
dick.
So you do believe that America's actions in Ukraine are the right ones?
I think that America's actions to a certain degree in Ukraine is understandable. It's reasonable, certainly what the Ukrainian people want. But I think America's interest in Ukraine is not genuine. It's not genuine emancipation. It's more so a continuation of the bloodshed. Well, it's demonstrated not by me, but by American politicians like Chris Murphy, who have openly said on the record that for 5% of our military budget, we've been able to cripple a foreign adversary's military budget without a single American service member dying in the process. I would say that is profoundly successful. What are we doing in Ukraine? We're sending our refurbished old weapons and weapon systems to Ukraine. We have to replenish those weapon systems. It's a never-ending cycle of...
the reason I asked is because there seems to be somewhat of a sentiment in the leftist circles or social, I don't know how to even describe it. I don't know. But that the proxy war people say in Ukraine is unjustified. No, I know, but they're saying we shouldn't be supporting Ukraine and the whole thing.
Yeah,
Russia
can't,
should just take Ukraine. And
no, I can't speak for other. I can't speak for other leftists. I don't know what the fuck they say, but plenty of those people also despise me and say that I'm like not pushing Z or whatever. So it doesn't fucking matter.
I thought I heard Richard Wolff had some kind of thing like that.
I can't speak on Richard Wolff either. There's disagreements that I have with Richard Wolff. You had
okay,
like.
So you're down with what's happening. You're down with what's
I'm not down with what's happening in Ukraine because I want the bloodshed to end, and the only way to do that is by bringing China to the table, bringing America to the table. The real actors here.
You think Ukraine should make some concessions to Russia?
I think the original 6-point plan that was a continuation of the Minsk Accords that were tried twice and failed twice would be a far preferable situation than like endless bloodshed over, you know, inches of territory where, you know, people are being fucking slaughtered.
I don't think the Ukrainians would describe it as inches of territory.
Wait, what do you mean?
Well, you're saying they're fighting over inches of territory.
He's just saying in the context of how stagnated the war has become. Like, the back and forth is pretty much ground to a halt at this point. And
this is what I mean. It's like a very cynical interpretation of what I'm trying to say. It is inches of territory physically when we speak about it.
I guess a lot. I think the Ukrainian people get angry when they hear you talk about it because
that's understandable. I mean, I get it.
Like
they want full-throated support. They want and expect full-throated support, right?
They understandably want. That, and they want more than that. They also wanted Article 5. They wanted full NATO protections and NATO nations.
They don't like that you say that they should secede territory to a fascist invasion.
It's not even secession of territory. It's like prior agreements that neither party has held on to. The real Ukrainian criticism in this situation comes from people who say, well, Hassan, how can you say that when Russia has not held on to their obligations? And that is true. Russia has not held on to their side of the bargain on the Minsk Accords, but neither has Ukraine. And my point is, ensuring that with an international cooperation.
I don't know anything about that accord. What is that?
The Minsk Accords were, so this again goes deep into fucking history, and you can't always say like, oh, I don't know the history, so I don't know, and then repeat like mainstream media propaganda, you know?
Well, I don't.
Okay.
I don't know anything about it.
Ukraine as a nation state has even predated, or some form of like Ukraine has predated even the Russian nation state or the Russian Empire, I guess. And its nation state development project has always hinged on excising Russian influence. However, under the USSR, Ukraine, which was called the Ukraine originally, which just means like the border, okay, was seen as, had plenty of Russian sympathetic people that lived in the eastern regions. And that sympathy only grew the further east you went, the closer you got to current existing Russian territory. Now that is no longer the case. Make no mistake, I'm not saying that at all. And that is no longer the case almost entirely due to Russia's actions in that area. Like blowing the shit out of Kharkiv is going to make sure, is the fastest way to make sure that there is no sympathies for your government whatsoever, ever again for the rest of your life. So that's all gone away. But originally the contention was LPR and DPR through Russian influence, and this is the Ukrainian assessment of the situation, these two areas wanted autonomy and were getting backed by the Russian government, and Western involvement that wanted to keep Ukraine in the sphere of the West did not want to give the actual protective assurances, to Ukraine, but wanted to play the delicate balance of like saying, you know what, yeah, maybe we'll get you into NATO, maybe we'll get you into NATO with no real interest in getting them into NATO, maybe we'll get you into the EU
So how did
with no interest in
Ukraine
getting them
violate
into
their
the EU. What?
How did Ukraine violate their agreement?
There was mass shelling on both sides, like back and forth shelling. No, back and forth shelling that has been happening since 2004.
Okay. So the
with 13 or 14,000 people dying.
Okay, so
in
about that.
totality. So that is at the time there was a agreement called the Minsk Agreement. There were two versions of this, which neither side agreed upon, which meant that LPR and DPR would still remain under Ukraine, but would have autonomy. Okay, and Ukraine understandably did not want this because that would mean that Russia would have an outsized control on Ukrainian affairs and Ukraine politics, which it already did through Russian loyalist leadership that they had. That was obviously squashed because there's always been this back and forth between Western influence in Ukraine, wanting to move them into the Western sphere of influence, and Eastern influence, Russian influence in Ukraine, which wanted to maintain Ukraine's status and wanted to change Ukrainian affairs.
Okay, so they were both attacking each other, and you think the attacks were equally provocative? And again, I don't know anything about
I think that this was another instance of proxy war, 100%.
Okay.
Like there are people who wanted to be a part of Russia, and at the end of the day, though, like the reaction from the Ukrainian government to that was understandable. They wanted to protect their own interests. They wanted to protect their own borders. They wanted to protect their hegemony and national security interests. But there's a difference between like what they did in Crimea, for example, and what they did with LPR and DPR. What did they do in Crimea? There was a referendum. People say it was a bullshit referendum. It was under gunpoint, which is understandable to say that because that is what happened in Crimea. But Russian territorial claims to Crimea Russian territorial claims to Crimea had more historical prescience and the highest level of support for Russian expansionist policies in Crimea, specifically because of its military base that the Russian military operated out of. Okay, and what did Ukraine do in that situation? They cut the water supply. They immediately fucking broke a dam, a USSR era dam that was offering supplies like water for the Crimean citizens that they said they, cared
You're talking about that recently?
No, that dam has been destroyed when Russia invaded Ukraine.
But essentially, I wanted to clarify.
Like they cut Crimea off, and not in the same way that they wanted to deal with LPR and DPR.
I wanted to clarify your position.
Yes.
Because it seems like there's a lot of confusion, so it's good to clarify. You do support...
This will not clarify my position. In the eyes of people who want to say that I'm like anti-Ukraine, people are still going to fucking yell at me.
But you said that you believe what America's doing in Ukraine is right.
I believe that Ukraine has a right to emancipation. What America should do in Ukraine is offer security commitments and assurances, and you can only get that by arriving at a table where you don't fucking destroy the bargaining chips, and instead allow the original security commitments to continue. I
don't know what you mean by that. You mean so at the table
Ukrainian envoys and Russian envoys got together in Antalya and put a 15-point security plan together as they were negotiating the terms of the ceasefire agreement.
Russia, they needed to get them, and I mean that it's not that easy, I would assume.
Well, there was moves that were being made to arrive at that.
Seems like Putin,
like a year ago,
kind of like a fascist leader, is.
Yes, Putin's interests are
take the whole thing.
Putin's interests certainly are nationalistic. There's obviously material benefits to Ukraine because Ukraine would be a competitor to Russia as far as oil and gas.
Ukraine needs to go to the table and make concessions to the Russians.
I think the Ukrainians went to the table and made concessions to the Russians originally, and it was actually a very clever move by Zelensky to, like, for example, push the Crimean referendum 15 years down the line in order to not deliberate on that aspect right now, because Ukrainians want Crimea back as well. They want LPR and DPR to be Ukrainian. And Zelensky knew that that was going to be an impossible thing to deal with, because he's right now, on the one hand, you have Ukrainians with interest in emancipation, ridding the Russian scourge from their borders, and taking back all of their territory from Russia, which includes Crimea as well. So he has a delicate balance where he has to make sure that those guys are not pissed off and overthrow him, and then or that America somehow gets involved in overthrowing him, while simultaneously ending the war.
I'm assuming where people get mad at you is just the suggestion that Ukraine should make concessions to an aggressive fascist invader, because as we know, European fascist invaders. People often wonder,
they don't stop.
If we didn't make concessions to Hitler, would the war have happened? People wonder that.
Yeah, there's a difference of there's a difference of talking pre-World War II and post-World War II, because we do have mutually assured nuclear destruction.
I was about to say, unfortunately the nukes change all the calculus with that.
So that's the difference there, and that's a very significant one, because Article 5 dictates that any kind of NATO nation that Russia tries to attack, okay, because NATO was developed against Russia, USSR, communism, it was an anti-communist institution in and of itself, immediately means that all other nations, according to Article 5, are drawn into war with a nuclear superpower like Russia.
Right.
So there's a difference. Plus, one other aspect of this is that Russia kind of showed its ass and its capabilities, and where those capabilities end as far as ground war goes, which is the reason why you see Finland and Sweden, which previously had long-held neutrality, not like direct agreements, but long-held neutrality. I wouldn't say treaties, because it's not an official treaty, but just didn't join NATO, immediately joined NATO. Why? Because they realized they don't have any fucking power. What are they gonna do? Go to Finland? Get the fuck out of here. They can't take over Ukraine. They said it was gonna be a day. They suck. They don't have the power.
So also, I don't know the exact name of it, but I know Ukraine surrendered their nuclear weapons. It was one of the best things you could hope.
Worst things you could do. Never give up. The nukes.
But in terms of a humanistic, a political move, it's bad. But as a humanistic thing, that's
obviously we should get rid of nukes. Yeah.
Some say Ukraine had no way of utilizing those nukes because the control mechanism was in the USSR, so in Moscow. But you still shouldn't have given your nuclear stockpile.
So your point is that they should never have done that.
No. I think we'd be looking at a very different world if, for Ukrainians at least. If
with the benefit of hindsight, how could you say that? I mean, I don't think they would get invaded right now if they had nukes, right? I mean, if you have nukes, you don't get invaded. That's just kind of how it works.
Anyway, we made a guarantee to them that you give up your nukes and we'll got your back. And so I do feel like that's a pretty important agreement to uphold. I mean,
what?
You're talking about American promises to Ukraine in exchange for
surrendering their nukes.
Yeah, America never actually followed through on any of their promises. America's still not following technically their promises of defending Ukraine. They're just giving Ukrainians weapons. Ukraine is currently sitting in a very unique position that I see happen in the same cycle of violence in the Middle East all the fucking time. America goes to a militant group and says, hey, we're going to give you weapons, you want autonomy, specifically Kurds, right?
You think every country should have a nuclear bomb?
I think every
citizen should have one.
Every citizen of America?
Yeah.
That's Tim Pool's,
I think
that's
in the
Tim Pool's position.
If you have a nation state, you have to have a fucking nuke. Otherwise, America will come and fuck you up.
So you think every nation should have a nuclear
I think either every nation has a nuke or none of them have it. And I would obviously want none of the nations to have it.
But less
which is why I was in support of the Iranian denuclearization agreement. I thought that was good, which, Donald Trump fucked up.
Oops.
I believe an individual citizen in this country has a right to own.
Do you believe every person should have a nuclear bomb? That's the socialist vision
Yes,
of
I think everyone should have a nuclear bomb.
I mean, that's the only equality that we can really... Everyone should have a nuclear silo in their garage. So, okay, in short, you support Ukraine. What the Allied powers are doing to support them is right.
No. because America's interest in Ukraine is not one that is genuine. America's interest in Ukraine is just
I don't
fucking
care about
withering.
the interest. I don't
No, but that's
care about America's
important
interest.
because-
I'm asking what you think.
Because no, America's interest in Ukraine is
It's got
incredibly
nothing-
important.
What do you think is the right thing to do in Ukraine?
I told you what I think the right thing to do.
Then I
is.
asked to clarify,
Instead
and you
of
said
fucking
no.
up the deal, instead of fucking up the deal that Ukraine had with Russia by Boris Johnson fucking showing up in the middle of that, going to Kyiv directly.
Dude, do you think what's happening there is right? If not, why?
Do I think what's
The
happening?
Allied
You ask me a
powers.
question, I answer it, and then you move on to something
No,
different.
because I asked you.
I'm telling you what I want.
The Allied powers is what they're doing there right. You said no, but I just got done having this whole conversation where you said yes.
I think what the Allied powers are doing, as far as giving weapons to Ukraine, with no end in sight, because they see it as a great way to fucking, great way to continue the harm done to a weak Russia that they can simultaneously claim is really fucking powerful, is only going to continue this war rather than try to fucking implement security commitments and get to a unilateral agreement or a bilateral agreement where and not just fucking Russia and Ukraine, but bring China to the table. And put an end, do a ceasefire and put an end to this war is infinitely better for Ukraine, in Ukrainian development, Ukrainian economy, Ukrainian citizens not fucking dying senselessly under a artillery shelling campaign that's literally happening. You know what's really fucking insane about this? Russia is getting artillery shells from North Korea, and America is America's telling South Korea to give artillery shells to Ukraine. It's fucking nuts. Both sides are just fucking shelling each other.
Shells.
But it's so stupid. Ukraine is now also using depleted uranium as well on its own fucking soil.
Okay,
that
so
is
your
going to have
your
damaging
position
implications.
is that
That's
the
going to have
Allies
damaging.
helping Ukraine is good, but that Ukraine needs to be more willing to make concessions.
Not just Ukraine. Allies need to be more willing to in certain instances even push Ukraine to make understandable concessions because
like
the
giving
idea
up land.
What?
Like giving up land.
Not giving up land. No, it's not giving up land. But pushing a referendum 15 years into the future for Crimea is a really solid middle of the ground approach that Zelensky's own team actually put forward, which I thought was great.
Do you think Zelensky's a provocateur?
No. What?
Oh shit! I have a doctor's appointment.
What the fuck? Wait.
Oh, I'm just asking because that's a position. I'm not saying that you ever said that.
What? You said it like I've said it.
No. I was just getting your opinion on it. Just because I've heard people say that, and I was just checking your opinion on it.
No,
What time is it at, Lena?
It's at 2.
That's my last part, though, basically.
No, I don't think Zelensky is a provocateur. What?
Like a bad faith actor.
No, I think Zelensky is certainly a self-interested politician who definitely wants to man
self-interest, literally, yeah, meaning his. But anyway.
Yeah, no, he wants Russia to no longer have control over Ukrainian territories, which is perfectly reasonable. He also has to strike a delicate balance because, as I correctly pointed out when the invasion first happened, whenever an irredentist or imperialist power makes a move on another nation, you embolden some of the most reactionary forces, and they are seen as liberators because in that moment they are the liberators. The ones who have the violent means to push back are going to be seen as protectors. That only grows nationalistic, hyper-nationalistic sentiment, and that is never productive. That is never good. That's not good for workers' rights. That's not good for future prospects of Ukraine. And I think that blowback, who knows what's going to happen, but is terrifying.
I have to leave, bro.
All right.
But it's 1:30. I thank you for going so long. How long have we been going?
No, you know who needs to leave?
Vespas?
What? No.
Flex that tat, didn't you? You're like, hey, look at that. Look at my tattoo.
That's literally what I did. It's
sick.
my Rolex.
Yeah. Damn, you got my house on your wrist, dude. Your arm.
I'm telling you, man, this thing wasn't cheap. It's peeling though like crazy. It's itchy. What do I do?
You're kind of a bad boy now. Have you noticed that? Like since you have a tattoo,
I have noticed that.
Yeah.
You've become more of a bad boy, I think.
I feel it in my soul.
Yeah.
You know.
What's next? You gonna fucking get a bike, motorbike?
Bike.
Start smoking cigs.
I'll start with like one of those bicycles with a
Vespas.
No, not even that. Just a bicycle with an engine.
Yeah.
You know.
These things are dangerous, man. They're quiet.
That's what I'm saying. That's the real bad boy vehicle.
Knock an old lady out. She won't even see you coming. Done.
Who's she gonna tell?
Exactly.
I need to get out of the
Also, pleased to announce that I'm wearing a large today.
I mean, this is. I mean, you did this last week too, you know.
Well, hold on, because I haven't worn a large sweater in a while. I had to pull up the sleeves because of my shredder tat.
Yeah, because you're a bad boy.
But
nice. Is that a new
I can
drop?
report from the side profile. I can't see Ethan. Like when he's standing next to me, I can't see him. He's too skinny.
That's it.
He's too thin.
Like a slice of water.
Like, where did Ethan go? Oh no.
I'm a juicy slice of thin watermelon.
Yeah.
Welcome everybody. Welcome Hassan. Thank you for being here.
Of course.
Everybody, it's Thursday, which means we are going to be making death threats and bomb threats to physical locations and real people.
Yeah, that's our favorite. It's our favorite pastime here. I'll say some other stuff. I'll say some other stuff, and then it'll be more controversial than it should.
Are you referring to something?
No, not at all.
You don't want to talk about it?
No, but what I do want to talk about is Cenk Uygur. My uncle is running for president.
Then obviously he has your support, right? Family.
I mean, we'll see. I gotta see what he's up to. You know, if he's taking it seriously or not.
What's his opinion on socialized workplaces?
Well, he originally did delay a vote internally when Ayase was trying to unionize in his workplace, but he has a unionized workshop.
He does?
Yeah. Yeah.
Good for him.
He did like a classic, this is not, like the best practice in a situation if you own a business is what Ben and Jerry's did. Immediate voluntary recognition once your workers come to you. Cenk took it like, Cenk did one step above that where he was like, oh sure, you guys want to unionize, but like, let's hold elections.
How many employees does he have?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Is that a big fucking project over there?
No, it's bigger than this, but it's probably like Teddy Fresh levels, I would say. Or was at the time. I don't know. Dude, I haven't fucking worked with them in years. Like, I haven't.
Were you part of the unionization efforts?
No, this is after I had left. If I was there, I would have been union busting like crazy. I've been like,
that's what I was wondering.
No, I supported them, but from the outside, you know what I mean?
Gab. Okay, interesting. So
no, I mean, I supported the unionizing producers, Ethan.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, no, I was like, yeah, you guys shouldn't do that, actually. Have you ever thought about a PlayStation 5? That's what you could be pursuing with your union dues instead.
Amazon, right?
Yeah.
It's true, though. It's true.
Yeah, yeah, union dues. Who needs them? Who needs them? You know.
You watched Band of Brothers. Congratulations on becoming a patriotic.
Dude, I'm so patriotic.
World War II.
Finally. The issue is, there's two different conflicting factors at play here, though. Because it made me, like, so much more patriotic for America, but it also made me, like, hate Nazis even more than I previously did.
Well, we got them all.
So then, yeah, exactly.
Except
we
that
didn't.
dude in Canada.
Yeah, except for that dude in Canada. So, like, when the Waffen-SS conversation was happening, and I sent you that Politico article of the guy being like, well, actually, some of the Waffen-SS weren't all that bad. Yeah. I was, like, losing my mind. So it backfired on like modern era liberals who want to defend certain aspects of Nazis and Nazi collaborators because they were like anti-USSR or whatever. It just like made me more angry about that.
Yeah, what?
But I moved on to the Pacific now, which is not as good. Not as good as Band of Brothers. It's the same people, yeah. Also a real story.
Not as good.
Nowhere near as good. Cause like, I think one of the guys that they're following, he's just fucking and sucking too much. Like, I feel like he's...
What do you mean?
He's in Australia. He's laying pipe in Australia.
He's having too much fun.
Yeah, like, what are you doing? And I feel like that's the difference between, like... I mean, obviously it wasn't fun, right?
No, the Band and the Brothers, man, they were in trenches. They were...
Yeah, they were, like...
Front line.
Yeah, they were getting fucking annihilated by, like, German machine gun fire. Meanwhile, these guys are, like, taking breaks. Because I think that's the difference between, like, being drafted versus, like... the draft enlistment versus like actively volunteering for it, where you have like more, I guess, more amenities.
They're both draft.
No, there's some people in the
same war.
I know, but some people in the but it's the Marine Corps.
Okay.
And it's Pacific. So yes, there are obviously draftees and those who enlisted, but then there's also like voluntary enlistment as well, like people who like.
But there wasn't on the
volunteered.
German.
I think on the German front it was more like straight draft.
They're like nobody wants to come here.
I don't know. I mean, I might be totally wrong.
Well, anyway, Band of Brothers. Some of you might not know, it's an HBO series about a specific group, Easy Company. It's all based on like a true story and like.
Pacific is based on a true story too.
So this company, the Easy Company, was like. this insanely badass group of Marines that just did like such insane things.
They even shit on General Patton in it, which I thought was fucking awesome. Because like, so there's the Battle of the Bulge, and then when they're holding a position and they're encircled by Germans in the what was the area? Fuck. Like the episodes where it's like super cold, it's like constantly snowing on them, and they're like getting bombarded. And then inevitably General Patton is able to. Through that encirclement and offer them supplies. It's like a big moment, and they very openly state, both in the show and in the historical documents, that they were like, we never asked for help, we never needed General Patton's help, we could have held the line even without the fucking resupplies.
Why were they mad about it?
I think because he saw it as a big dub, as he was like liberating paratroopers.
Okay.
Like there was some internal politics there. Well, General Patton's also a piece of shit. Like he's a fucking really bad guy. So I think that's why I personally appreciated them shitting on him.
But it's really good. It's very intense. It's got it all. I mean, what can you say?
It really does.
I mean, World War II is just, you know, you don't have to feel bad about anything. You just can be full patriot. It
100%.
depends, though.
You don't have to feel bad about anything.
Well, it depends. In Germany, not really. Less so in Germany. We don't talk about the Pacific. We don't deal with.
Yeah, we don't talk about what happened there.
I don't like to talk about.
No, dude, that was actually really interesting to see too. Like, I mean, it's a historical assessment of the situation. So on the one hand, like when they're talking about the Germans, like they're like, oh, they fucking suck these Krauts. Like we're gonna kill them, right? We're gonna kill them all. They're barbarians. They're crazy. And then when they're talking about the Japanese on the fucking Pacific front, they're literally just all the slurs.
Yeah.
Where they were just like, yeah, these people are just not human.
They call them crowds, which I mean, again, they're not really great.
Yeah, there isn't too much like racialized slurs against like other white people from white people.
That's right.
We gotta bring that
crowd. I mean, that's it. That's all they had.
Yeah.
It doesn't hit that hard. Sauerkraut. I mean.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, fellas. Us whites, we gotta fucking figure out new like anti-white slurs. I think that's what I'm always.
That's what we're gonna brainstorm here today.
Yeah.
Don't say that on Twitch. Real fast, Teddy Press Drop is out right now. Son, I don't know if you picked through this one already, but take a look.
Like new, isn't it?
This just came out today. We have the iconic bear ears puffer jacket. It's back in stock. Now with green.
I love this music.
Thank you. We got the fashion, the bear, the Build-A-Bear hoodie. This one's pretty cool. It's modular. You can unzip the sleeves.
Whoa.
You can even unzip it in half and then connect it to other pieces.
Damn.
Whoa,
You don't have to though either. It just looks really cool. It's just a cool feature.
What? That's sick.
Build-A-Bear. Oh, this is a really cool dress. Hila's been wearing it. It's really, really nice. Some camo. You know what I'm saying? This is what I'm wearing. Dump him. Well, I couldn't say it better myself.
I like it.
Thanks, bro. There's all kinds of fun stuff there.
Oh, that balaclava goes hard.
Which one?
The balaclava, the fucking shiesty, the fuzzy, the fuzzy bear shiesty. That's crazy.
Oh yeah, Ela posted a picture where I was like, damn, you look like
Okay,
a
I want
Adventure
that.
Time character.
Yeah, no, I want that.
Which one do you want?
Wait, let me see the other one. Ooh, I don't know.
There's only one size, but your head is small.
Excuse me. No, it's not. My head is perfectly normal, average size.
Which one you want? Dude, I love how the ears pierce.
I think the green one probably.
The
I'm
blue
just
one?
trying to see like what I could mix and match with, and I feel like the green one I could probably wear with other stuff.
This one.
Yeah.
Okay. There it is. That's the what did you call it?
Balaclava, the shiesty.
Oh, that's what it says here. Balaclava. I didn't know it was called.
It's for when I wanna rob a grocery store in style. You know what I mean?
Right.
When I'm doing my organized
flash mob at Nordstrom.
Yeah.
I, Hassan Piker, am a gun robbed in a bank.
Damn, where'd they get that shit? I'm cooked.
Out, brother. There's also some. Other silly, fun, goofy tease. Therapy's not enough. I need to ruin his life. Am I right, girl?
Kaya has already ruined my life in certain instances.
Thumbs up.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Kaya.
No, just the shirt. I don't know. It could be about Kaya, I guess. That's it. Teddyfresh.com. Thank you. We got, so what basically the main story here today is the McCarthy stuff. There's some really fun alleys coming in and out of this store, I feel like.
Oh yeah.
And but first we have some really fun stuff I want to watch. For example, RFK Jr., who is he's a great guy, and we wish him, we're all rooting.
We're all rooting for him.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
So here he is. Once again, he's such a badass. I don't know if you guys have seen him shirtless. He can do push-ups and everything.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of weak for all that muscle. Like, I've said this a lot. I've kind of duked it out with my trainers on this, because, like, they're like, he works out. That's sick. Like, we need a fit president. And I'm like, yeah, but, like, you're this is what you do professionally. Like, he's only putting up fucking 45-pounders on the incline. Like, that's, his musculature demands way higher weight.
No, bro, he's stacked. I don't know. Give me a shirt.
No, he does look stacked, but it's just like odd to me that someone that is that stacked is not able to put up more weight, especially because like I have seen him lift, yes. It was odd because he was doing an incline bench press, and the weight that he was putting up was actually not. I don't think it. I mean, the weight that he was putting up was low for.
Like, oh, dude, come on, bro.
Like for how muscular he is. Because
man, fuck this guy, dude.
So one
you
thing
really put that out there? You went in public and lifted that?
One thing I want to point out here is that like this is an impressive amount of weight for his size, most likely. It's just that when you have been weightlifting for so many years and you've developed that level of musculature, I expect you, especially because he definitely is on something. I think he's doing TRT for sure.
I think so,
yeah. I think like you have to do it at that point. Like if you wanna maintain muscle mass.
This man is like, vaccines? I don't think so.
Yeah,
steroids? I do think
yeah,
so.
he's taking the non-virgin vaccine, okay? He's taking the vaccine that helps him fuck.
Right, and that's all that matters. This dude is bad. Anyway, so this is the photo that everyone's. He's so cool. I mean, guys. I mean, why?
He looks great.
What more is there to say?
He looks phenomenal. I'm not going to. I would never.
He's
right there in the frame. Look.
What?
He looks phenomenal. It's just
Wait,
like
there is.
Wait, there's there is
Prime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My
He's
God.
sick as fuck, dude.
RFK's drinking
He's low-key
Prime.
sick as fuck.
Yeah, he's like no vaccines, but I love Prime. Very healthy for you.
I don't need to know what's in it. Just give it here. So anyway, that's RFK. He's obviously jacked, which means he's right. So another display
Bro, his
of.
waist is snatched. Okay, did you see that? He's got fucking six pack. Like, I mean, I really respect that. I do.
Me too. No, it's Matt. I'm saying, why are we even debating? He should be president. Thank you. And then so he raised a bunch of money, and so to celebrate, he said, "Thank you." Thank you so much to all who donated for taking our support base to the next level. I mean, hell, I'm so thrilled. And this has 50,000 likes, so everyone's feeling it. Here he is. Whoa! No way, dude! Thank you so much for all that donated. That was a really shitty backflip, dude.
I don't know why he did that. Like, I don't know why he fucking
Because
posed.
he's young, he's spry. Look at, there's something really weird happening here.
Yeah, I think they amplified it with like CGI or something. to
That's
make
what I think. It looks like there's some weird thing going on here.
Also, the sound effect of him splashing is like a fucking car detonating. It's like so loud.
Is there something weird?
Kind of looks like they made it sped it up. Oh my god.
They added some splashing sound effects. I don't know why they would do that.
It's so funny.
I don't know why he did this to begin with. Like, why did he do a backflip off of a hill into his lake or whatever the fuck he's jumping into?
It's fucking cool, dude.
What are you talking? Why would you even ask that question?
This
shot's my favorite too. He looks lost. He looks lost and confused, and then they
they punch
capture it.
into his face.
Yeah.
Like, what are
Thanks
they
to all who
doing?
donated. Why do you include this shot? Look at him, man. He doesn't look happy, or he looks like what the fuck?
I don't get it.
Look at this, huh? Oh, it's the weirdest fucking ad I've ever seen.
You simply don't understand, Ethan. That's why he's.
Really,
I mean,
man.
to be fair, he's got like he has like 16 points, dog. I mean, maybe he does know something that we don't. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like out of all the other people that are running, like this man currently is like, you know, polling fairly decently.
Look,
for
if you ignore the psycho vaccine and Jewish conspiracies and stuff, like I
Yeah.
totally get it.
but you don't understand. That is the reason why he's popular.
So then that poses
Like,
an issue.
Because if you don't have the vaccine conspiracies and like the anti-Semitism that he just like bakes into it, then he's just a regular Democrat. You know what I mean?
I like it. He's like a
Which to me still goes back to the crisis the Democratic Party is facing with Biden, because like nobody wants him. nobody wants Biden. They're like, you know, maybe this guy's good. No, I don't think. I think he's probably from what I understand, he's RFK is most likely taking more votes away from Donald Trump.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's a spoiler, not for Brandon, but
Yeah.
for Trump, which is so awesome.
And he's aware of that. So I think that's a dub, at least for our boy. You know what I mean? You know, and if a few Jews have to die to get him in office, then so be it.
Here's his favorabilities with Republicans and Democrats.
Yeah, it's
Oh, that's so sick.
Dude, that's awesome. If he runs third party, it's like a GG Trump.
I mean, I think it's GG Trump in general.
You think
Unless,
so?
dude, I've said this already. I think if it wasn't Biden currently president, but the administration was doing like a lot of the things that it's doing currently, like you could see the Democrats win by like Ronald Reagan levels. like unheard of victories.
It's optimistic.
No, but it's Biden, and he's very old.
Wait, are you calling a
and he's not
49 state landslide?
No.
Maybe 50?
Maybe
No,
50.
I'm not Pimp Tool, okay?
You serious?
I'm not Pimp Tool. But what I'm simply stating is that some of the stuff that the Biden camp has done thus far has been pretty decent, like surprisingly, shockingly more progressive, more pro-labor than I would expect. More pro-labor than definitely like the Obama administration by a wide margin, I will admit. Having said that, however, because it's associated with like a decrepit carcass, people immediately say his age is a major consideration for them, a cause for concern.
I'm getting.
Yeah.
So I mean, Trump is beating Biden right now in the polls. Yeah. He's beating Biden in the polls currently.
Here is RFK on Theo Vaughn. Why can't we get him? Is it why can't I get him?
Okay, well, that might be part of the reason.
Well, that's partially the reason. The other reason is because you have Ashkenazi Jew DNA.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
You have Ashkenazi Jews in your quarters that have avoided COVID.
That's the one. That's ground zero, man.
Yeah.
Come on, Bobby. Come on the show.
Come give me a hug.
Come on, give me a hug. I won't bite. I promise.
Yeah.
I don't think we've asked though. So
what? We haven't reached out.
We've reached out.
Oh, we did.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah, Zach reached out, so he was like, "No."
Oh, that was he saw his last name.
Bernstein.
You need to get Love to reach out to him.
Yeah.
Let's try that. It's a social experiment right now. Anyway, here's he's talking about Theo Vaughn, about him running as third party.
And then the other thing is that I take more votes from President Trump than I do from President Biden. Right, so why would that help them? Yeah, it's not helping them. Yeah. Yeah, but and then the other
Republicans got real mad at
then. Right, so here it is by Jack.
Fucking
Prolapse thing.
Awful person.
So they're calling the war horn on RFK now. They're turning on him.
Nothing funnier to me than like this guy being a QAnon guy, and he was literally like a naval intelligence guy. It's like, what do you think naval intelligence is? Like, you think that's not the deep state? You fucking idiots.
Deep as
anyway.
it gets.
Never forget, Jack Posobo spent his entire wedding tweeting at me. Like his entire wedding. Yeah. He live streamed his wedding and I was making fun of him. And he they're such culture warriors. He ordered Papa John's, I think, if I'm not mistaken, for his, that was his catering for his wedding. And he spent the entire wedding tweeting at me, complaining.
That turns me on.
There it is.
He did Papa John's.
Yeah,
yo, these guys,
because of the N-word.
They're so committed to like virtue signaling and supporting. Like this man catered Papa John's to his wedding.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not the way that you want to consummate that ceremony.
No, he loved it, dude. He was like,
Papa John's.
Like, I want that sweet buttery garlic bread.
You're dipping into that shit on your wedding night, man. Fuck. I know who didn't get laid that night.
Yeah.
So anyway, there's that. So we love RFK now. We're fans.
That's what we're taking out of that.
We're fans.
Our goat.
Also, just something about Ron DeSantis real fast. The kids on TikTok have realized something's fishy about this man. Something is very off.
Wait, really?
Oh, yes. Take a look.
Dude, I never see TikTok. Oh, dude.
Go ahead.
Oh, that's awesome.
What are those?
Yo, they're... First of all, why did...
Check. Okay, guys, I'm going to stop this video because, as you can see, it froze.
Terribly sorry. And OBS has been lying to me for like, I don't know, 10 minutes, and I can't do anything about that. It's just Windows and OBS sucking dick and failing really bad, as usual. You know, every single day, all day long. Doesn't matter if I play different programs or reformat or any of this shit. It'll still crash and lie to you and steal $1 billion and be billionaire software child rapists, you know? So, sorry, I've got to stop the video here. Just a reminder, you have been watching Skycat Live. I am a full-time variety gamer all day, every day. Put me on in the background, even despite all the billionaire software developers raping the world and causing wars and killing us all. You know, like I'd say about 1,000 people killing the other 7 billion, I'd say. Other than that, the world is a really good place. It was a good day. Did pretty good. So, let's just take a look at the big face real quick. My name is Skycat Live. I'm a full-time variety gamer all day, every day. Put me on in the background. Click on the cat's face to donate, and click on Twitch and YouTube. I did see a lot more solid viewership today. Thank you so much for hanging around despite OBS sucking dick and lying and completely breaking and lying to you about breaking and shutting down the stream and freezing the stream and all this stuff. And I know you guys can hear me, but terribly sorry. I can't do anything about billionaire software fucking shitheads directly fucking with me after reformats and changing everything and all this stuff. I can't actually stop it. You know, I'm sorry. So yeah, it's been about a month since I last reformatted. I've reformatted I think 20 times this year. It doesn't matter. OBS and Streamlabs will suck a lot of dick and fail really bad, you know. So what can we do? So we just, you know, as the video ends, we cuss at the people who fuck with me so bad, you know. We say, fuck you, Streamlabs. Fuck you, OBS. Fuck you for lying to me. Fuck you for wasting my time and making the people in here have less fun than they should have had. And fuck the billionaire software despots. Fuck all the war. Fuck Trump. You know, we did like 10 hours of H3 today. I learned a lot of stuff. And I would say that, yeah, we don't have much hope, I don't think. I think we're doomed to world war and at least another nuclear bomb. And I don't know. But maybe not. You know, maybe it'll be okay. I don't know. But either way, I just want to say thank you for hanging around with me today. And one last time, you've been watching Skycat.live. I'm a full-time variety gamer all day, every day. Put me on in the background. I did not talk all day because I'm under doctor's orders to not talk all day, so I'm not going to talk all day. And as you can see, even after 12 hours of not speaking, my voice is just as bad or worse. So you can absolutely see it. You can see it. Yeah. So anyways, I love you guys, and thank you for hanging around. I'm sorry I couldn't finish the video today in terms of the stream anyways. All the tech and all the software is completely broken, and they stole all that money to fund world wars and you know, and screw us all over, and you know, try to kill abortion and try to get Trump the presidency and all this other stuff. So anyways, thank you so much for the excellent support of my stream. I have liked and subbed to your viewer channel. Thank you so much. And good night. I love you.